Hello, everyone, and welcome once again to Paradise for continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series XWSOP, where today we're going to raise the curtain on our marquee event. Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabichow, who's looking very bespoke and also very
Oh,
autumnal,
again.
dare I
Yeah.
say, with the cranberry. Well done, my friend. Did you
Appreciate
go?
that.
Be honest with me.
hmm
Since our last stop, have you paid a visit to a tailor?
Oh, there's been, there's an occasion. This is actually, I got married in this suit, by the way.
Did you
But
really?
there's been more than one occasion to wear this one. But yeah, I'd be lying if I didn't, think that it was worth a little bit of investment. All the screen time we've been getting, it's nice,
I'm
right?
going to say something. You know that the Triton Invitational is special when Crab's going to dust off his nuptial threads to don them for this particular day.
Oh,
Of
yeah.
course, this time around, we're at a 250K buy-in level for these pairings in an event that really just creates special electricity in the air. That electricity captured, of course, last time round by Alejandro Lococo, who won $12 million. And when you consider kind of the storied history of this one, Kevin, it really is a who's who even amongst Triton title winners.
Yeah, I mean, like these are the most memorable titles, as you suggested, Ali. We remember the opening one in London, 2019, where a lot of us seem to think that Bryn Kenny took that one down because he got the big payday, but it was Aaron Zhang who won the inaugural invitational event that year.
Yeah, and we haven't seen much of Aaron. Since then he did come around, but of late he's been a bit MIA. TBD whether or not he comes back into these streets and tries to pick up number 2 for himself. But let's talk about some of the other names, since we've had 7 invitationals removed from when Bryn took second, not first. Bryn actually did eventually win one, that coming in London. Then we had Squiddy, who won. Ramin Hajiev took one down. Dan Smith, Patrick Antonius, aforementioned Lococo, the defending invitational winner. But the last invitational winner was the man who gave us, I would dare say, the most memorable moment in all of the invitationals we've played. This was coming in Montenegro just prior to the World Series this summer, and it was Pavi and Javid Ismailov with Seth Davies having a front row seat to insanity.
Yeah, I mean, you don't expect that if you weren't here for that moment. Seth Davies sitting third in chips and a huge margin between him and the top two that you
He
just
had a
mentioned.
nub. I mean, he was supposed to be out of there and let those boys play heads up.
All but locked up that Seth finishes in third, but Javid Ismailov and Pavi get it in. Kings against aces. Javid with the aces, no less, and the biggest two-outer of one's life. I mean, was it not Pavasevic's first Triton event as well?
Was it Danilo's
Just
first?
walks on.
Producer James is nodding his head yes. That's remarkable because at this point I kind of feel like, oh, Pavi's been around, hasn't he?
He just
But
walks
you could very
in
well be
and
right.
not only wins the biggest event, but wins it in glorious fashion after that. It was, I say all but locked up. Davies did give him a run on that and spun it back up a little bit, but he eventually did take that one down.
Now, James updating us to say perhaps some PLO was played prior to that, but maybe the first 2-card event that he got involved in. So there's the head nod. A-firm on that. Now, some things are going to be happening a little bit differently this time around as we're always looking to evolve and innovate. But the stuff that we know, of course, Kevin, is that we're going to have a flight of invitees and a flight of pros, and they're going to be divided for the full run of today.
Yeah, totally separate draws on day one. That draw was done yesterday during the break, and only once you get to day two is there a chance for those fields to be mixed. And as I understand it, it's not an equal split once we get there. It's going to be random on day two. But for now, totally separate pro field, totally separate invitee field for day one.
Now, one of the other things to be mindful of is there is a slight, I don't know if we can call it an advantage, but maybe a buffer in terms of going broke if you're on the invitee side.
Yeah, that's with regards to the re-entry rules, right? So pros are allowed one re-entry, and that one re-entry has to be taken quickly. You have a 1-hour time frame from the time you bust out if you're on the pro side to re-enter. The invitees get a little more leeway here. 2 re-entries available for them, and they can be taken at any time today.
Yeah, and obviously being able to reset yourself and say, you know what, I'm going to let today drift off into the sunset. I'm going to go out, enjoy a cocktail, enjoy a dinner, come back with a fresh, clean slate tomorrow at the top of day 2 for that potentially third bullet. It could be a 750K if you're in that particular boat. This is a record setter, by the way. 49 pairings as opposed to 48, which we had out in Montenegro. So a click up. Kong Pham in the mix, a late ad as I understand it. So 133 total entries. That's what that event managed, and we'll see whether or not we're going to be able to eclipse that as the rebuys are going to determine that. So we are going to head down into the arena not long from now. Excitement fills the air. International press lurking through the hallways. That's how you always know that something special is going on. And, of course, when we button up the top button and throw some ties on, I think that's the visual indicator as well. So without further ado, it's time for the Triton Invitational. Let's get down into the arena. There it is. And, you know, some of that electricity can be observed. You see some people on the rail there looking on. There's so many who are playing the World Series events that are taking place simultaneously. An opportunity to really cast your eyes upon poker's elite, all clustered into one tight space.
Yeah, great opportunity for, you know, the observers in the room, the people who made the trip out here to play in a World Series event and get the benefit of this spectator seat.
And we know that Triton founding player Richard Young there in the white didn't make this trip to not get into the mix. He's in there. Look at Jason Kuhn. Are they twinsies?
That's the invitational kit that he's wearing.
It might be. 300K starting stack. You know, even for those who've been around Triton, some for, let's call it a decade, as the inception of the tour was back in 2015, these invitationals hit differently.
And you can tell that the players are proud to have participated in them, right? You see some wearing the old gear that they get from the jerseys that you get from having played in the event.
There's our other Triton founding player, Paul Pua. Catching up with Longier and company. You know, one other thing to note, not everybody gets to play a Triton Invitational. It is an invitational. You have to find someone who is willing to choose you as their partner if you're a pro. And, you know, some politicking, some social engineering sometimes could be involved in that particular process.
Some of those spectators on the rail might be sour pros who were hoping for an invite, trying to wrangle something last minute and never got in.
You're not suggesting there's any voodoo dolls lurking on the rail, are you?
The anti-sweat from the 5K that starts later today.
Got your eyes on Phil Ivey. He's thrown some voodoo some ways over the years. Tyler Monchek, not Texas Mike, but his brother in this one here. Sammy Elavami at his table. Looks like Eric Wasserson there in the foreground, perhaps placing some last-minute bets. Prolific sports bettor.
That is a multi-device
set
up.
He's definitely set up. There's Brandon Wilson, incredibly impressive high-stakes player, relatively new to that world in our kind of rarefied air, but nice to see him in the mix. I believe he's partnered up with Vinny Langham.
Yeah, I was wondering if this is his first invitational. I know he's been playing so much the last year or two since he cracked onto the scene.
Quite a few first-timers to the Triton Invitational this time as well. A reminder that if you're looking at these tables and going, oh, that looks like a good draw versus some other one. Well, remember, invitees on one side, pros on the other. Sting Biao. Marta Rosian, reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner here at Triton. No points, by the way, available here in Paradise. Who's that he's chatting up?
I think that was Alex.
Was it Ponikoff?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah. I get thrown because he speaks a few languages.
Well, there's our reigning invitational champion who put in a breathtaking performance, Alejandro Lococo, and his performances transcend Triton, of course. World Series of Poker, where he made a real mark. Papo MC, main event deep runs.
Yeah.
You'll have your breath taken away. Try squaring off against that man there. El Conquistador. Adrian Mateos. Tough assignment there for Jesse Lonis being on the right of that man. And you know, some of the run good starts early when it comes to the table draw. I spent an hour last night during the dinner break, as you mentioned. Keeping eyes here on Javid Ismailov. Runner-up. Or third, I should say. There it goes. You just assume Davies busted in third, even though we know he didn't. Looks like the heartbreak of that one is worn off. He's ready to go. Santosh Suvarna at his table as well. Here's Jonathan Jaffe, who would have us believe he's not a top-tier professional poker player, but rather a dolphin trainer. Something tells me the guy's smart enough and drawing live to actually just wade out off the shore here and train a couple of cetaceans.
I like the blonde hair better though.
I think if that bit was done now instead of whenever that was 15 years ago, he'd probably have filmed an entire instructional video,
Oh,
like
100%.
a full training session. I think he could manage it.
I would buy it hook line, for sure. Jessica Teusel, she's bought in. And Matthias, you know, he gave us a flash of the debonair. Took down the Pot Limit Omaha 75K to kick off this particular festival and did it in a blazer, which left all of us wondering, is this Ibinger 2.0? But no, he's back to the orange poker code hoodie. His comfort zone. Tom Hyung. He's in the building, looking comfy as well in that pink chrome hearts. Monica Rabec at that table, partnered up with, guess who? Roman Rabec. Couple that plays together, stays together, huh? Sometimes goes the other way, if I'm being honest. I've always wondered about that, but Alex Foxen, Kristen Foxen, I think the gold standard in terms of showing that you can navigate the perilous waters of high-stakes poker and do so quite happily. I think having that kind of turnkey support group permanently installed at the household is nice. You don't have to reach out. You don't have to pick up the phone. They're just there.
Yeah.
You need a shoulder to cry on. You need, you know, a pillow to scream into.
That would be too much for me, I think. I think having, you know, no separation in some ways between work and home.
I think I'm a church and state kind of guy myself.
Yeah,
I've never wanted anybody who I was seeing to play poker. Maybe I'm insecure. I think they're going to outdo me or something.
There's a decent
bruise
chance.
my fragile ego. JNT there. He's put some bruises into some main events over the years at Triton. Looking to do so here in the Invitational.
Yeah, he's put together ridiculous results in the mains.
Note the light panel there in front of JNT. Eyesight has been failing him of late, so we do our best to make it easy on him, as we do always. Try to be accommodating to all who participate here at the Triton Poker Series. He's given the 5-seat with intent. No advantage to be gained in that way, though. They draw the seats and then they just rotate them to place JNT in the 5-hole. There's Raids a lot. Talal Shakurchi chatting up Orpin Kisachikoglu. Talal, by the way, a real beast.
It's your best two cards, the best hand you can make with two.
Put in insane volume online in tournaments and now plays some of the biggest cash games available. Looks like maybe some big cash games kept Santos up all night. That man needs an aspirin.
It's
Either
early
that
out
or
here.
Massage, maybe.
Yeah.
1 o'clock start local time. Or is it a noon start local time? We're on the delay.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just getting into his Zen state.
A series like this.
Maybe he's just fine.
Some PLO on.
Who knows? Nicky P looking fine. I don't think I said that the way I wanted to. But, you know, he's looking well rested.
Sure.
Is what I meant to say there.
Those fresh glasses for him.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen those frames.
Yeah.
Ike? Was Ike doing the buzz last time we saw him in Jeju? Was he already buzzed?
I think that's new.
I
noticed it in the PLO. Maybe just a quick cut before coming out to the Bahamas.
Long game. Dangerous player. We'll talk about danger. Look no further than that corner of this table. Punat Punsri. Alongside former Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner, Danny Tang. I think that's Nacho Barbero on his feet.
Yeah.
To the left of Danny, who might be looking up going, what have I done to deserve this? Although Nacho, you know, Nacho does. I don't, not everybody's cup of tea, but he's mine. I'll take a glass of Barbero.
If you could choose your, you know, those like seat on the plane quizzes that circulate online sometimes. You got Nacho on your left and
Who, Cabral on the other?
Punat on your right, I guess. If the seat pairing was Punat and Nacho, you're taking your middle seat?
Yeah, I'll take the middle seat. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
As we all take our seats here. 3 featured tables. You see 2 of them. Invitees. 1 pro table, that being the red table. Joao Samao, eager to watch him rumble. He took our breath away with pretty incredible effort against Alex Foxen last time we paid a visit to the island in the main event. Foxen was a heroic call against Joao to pretty much decide that one. Remember the bottom pair?
Oh, I think that's the other Joao.
What?
That's Joao Vieira. No? Naza?
Was it Joao Vieira?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, you're right, it was.
Yeah.
It is the other Joao, my bad. Good catch, Kev. You can understand the Joao completion, though. I mean, that's a pretty... I think it's common from that corner of the globe, but I do think that here it was a natural thing for me to think we were working with one Joao. Oversights there, and then not over pair, but a big one for Phil Ivey to start things off. Zar Zubov, ace-jack suited, pretty enough to open under the gun, and he's trying to decide how he wants to respond. Small blind, the positioning of this 3-bet, so certainly means business.
Like this size from Ivy, now that the pot limit constraints of earlier have been relieved and we're back to no limit.
Yeah.
15 big blinds out of the small when playing very deep. Ace-jack suited still good enough, though.
Oh, man. There's the ace magnetry on display from the Kings. Could be worse, of course, as Ivy does have the Broadway draw, but a man willing to open under the gun and call our 3-bet, which came from the small blind, we have to assume is going to be interacting with this board more often than not, don't we?
There's a good number of hands. I do think Ivy still expects to be ahead of, you know, pocket 10s through pocket 5s or whatever pairs have opened under the gun, and even some suited connectors are going to take this price, playing 300 big blinds deep.
So the range is a little bit broader in consideration of the deep stacked aspect.
Yeah, it's still a tight range for sure, but 10-9 suited's in there, you know, 7-6 of hearts is in there. There's some stuff that Ivy can get value from.
And Zubov in turn knows there's some stuff that could be real bad news for him lurking across the way. Sets of aces or queens, ace, queen. Maybe even a little jack-jack mixed in there. He does, of course, block 2 of the sets and has called the 8K follow through.
Yeah, that just about the max that Ivy's hoping will go into this pot. But I think, well, maybe in theory, Zubov doesn't have the best hand here sometimes. I think he probably feels pretty confident that aces and jacks are best right now. Could see an argument for checking from time to time, but I would imagine we ask for value.
Well, it's not a figment of your imagination. Indeed, requests for 35,000 come forward from the Russian.
Interested to see how Ivy approaches this kind of spot. I don't think Kings is all that strong, given the pre-flop call of 15K. Like, yes, we have a pair and a gutter, but this is a strong range from Zubov. That's a nice, just disciplined check fold.
Yeah. But now and again, you think, well, could always hit a 10. Maybe a king is good. Stepping aside is Ivy, and doing so correctly. Zubov starts the day off nicely.
I mean, you got to factor in.
Yeah, about that. 250K. I calculated.
Let's check in on one of our invitee feature tables where another ace-jack suited has surfaced, performing quite well versus Confam's queen-jack suited open.
Wait.
And wouldn't you know it, 2 kings, again a part of the
Albert,
equation.
please.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see.
Oh, yeah, they're hidden. They're really well hidden.
20.
I take it back. Oh no.
Slightly different vibe over here at
20.
the blue table.
I'll take the over on slightly. 3K becoming 6, which was a slight 3-bet, and then business time out of Pua's Kings. 4 scoops up to 20K, and it looks like David D'Alessandro is going to call.
Reasonable to continue with this hand. The price isn't great, but you're so deep in ace-jack suited. Really strong.
And it's stronger than Kings, as once again the ace magnetry downing the Cowboys.
I think being in position, no obligation for Pua to bet, but I do think it's common to just continue, put out a small stab, and maybe you go check on the turn, unimproved.
Check call of 15K. Gut shot acquired for Pua along with that nut flush draw. Is this enough to keep the wheels greased?
Yeah, this spot kind of interesting. Paul probably has the best hand a reasonable chunk of the time, but it gets less likely, and the thought might be crossing his mind, like, oh, I could put pressure on a weak ace right now. Maybe there's some ace-x suited in here. No, he's just going to check it back.
What he's not going to do, though, is produce a winner at showdown, as that deuce of spades renders no assistance. And with that check back, David boldly fires 25,000.
It's a nice size. Ace-jack, not guaranteed to be best here. Ace-king could have easily checked behind. You can see it's hard for Paul to resist this price.
One thing I'll say about Paul, though, is he has such experience playing against a vast range of, you know, acumen levels in terms of poker. Nevertheless, though, he does want to see it. That could be the very first hand of poker those two have played against one another. So there's some data mining.
Good bluff.
King
Yeah.
Kong, no good.
I think
Yeah,
that
you
weighs in as well.
Bet very well. King of clubs in your hand too, yeah? All in. Rebuy. It's the worst that can happen.
I leaned into the Italian accent on the surname for David, as I did during the table draw. And now that I'm seeing the American flag, coupled with very domestic lack of an accent during my discourse with him at the table draw yesterday, I think we're going to anglicize it. I think we're not
I'll
going to
follow
give
your
it
lead on
any
that.
marinara, you know, just
Yeah,
D'Alessandro. You know,
sounds good.
you're on board. Something tells me you're always going to want to lean toward whatever the simplified iteration.
I'm not one who contains a variety of accents in my repertoire, you know. So
Although repertoire,
Anglicized
you
works
did well
for
with
me.
that.
is that
That's French, right? I
Wow.
mean, for what it's worth, don't sell yourself short there, Crab.
the bar is low?
And the spoils are going to be quite high in this event. What with 2 re-entries available to the invitees, 1 on the pro side. I can't imagine a pro on earth that wouldn't rebuy, given the opportunity, or the necessity, I should say. I don't think they regard that as quite the opportunity.
Such an opportunity
Yeah.
to spend $500,000 entry fee. They'll do what must be done to make their way to day 2.
Armin Gojavand raising it up to 2.5K. Unclear what's motivated him. One thing that is clear is Albert Dahr is on the more experienced side of the invitees. And his ace-jack is going to be outperforming Armin's Jack-10 suited. And now Rehman Kassam with ace-king, announcing himself Now, this can't be a 4-bet to
That's my guy.
9,000.
That's
I
my
think
guy
he
right there.
grabbed. It's either 19 or 24.
Yeah, let's iron that out as he irons out both the opener
Good
and
hand.
the 3-better.
Yeah, even at that price, ace jack offsuit out of position.
I got you on. I won't let him push you around like that.
He's been after me since day one.
Do we have any
had a big
intel on
hand.
Kassam's shirt there?
Ace Jack.
You had me dead.
Yeah. Okay. I know I was better than you. Him, I'm not sure yet. We'll find out soon.
Not sure what that is.
Habibi, I had Jack 10 suited.
Well,
Wow,
it's a
we
Far
folded
Eastern
that.
person.
Well, you had a worse
That
hand
part
than
we've
me.
got nailed.
Huh?
You had a worse hand than me.
One more?
I'm gonna,
Obviously, it's not obvious, but
and I don't think this is a shaky limb, but I'm gonna go out on it and say
maybe I
male.
say Ace 5 or some shit. I don't know.
How am I
dealt
doing so
fives.
far? Grab.
You don't get dealt 5.
Really gathered
You-
the bare minimum amount of information.
So what did you have? Ace King?
It's a good start.
Huh? Had Ace King. Good fold me, I guess.
By the way, if you're a watch guy, there's a lot to sink your teeth into at this particular table. Daher, very much a watch collector, has a very impressive case. Kong Fam, I think he's rocking an Aquanaut Patek. And one of my favorite pieces, the white ceramic perpetual calendar AP. That's what Gojavant has, rare and
Take my money.
sick piece.
I gather
wait,
this
wait,
is
wait.
Baccarat?
the wrong place for me to get recommendations
Okay, yeah, let's go.
for my
You know,
next
I got
wrist,
this side.
wrist accessory.
Yeah, it's going to be bankroll denting. As we see
12.
Kong Fam actually hanging in here at the 10K price point from the small blind, no less. You don't expect 9-6 suited to be a part of the process, and yet here it is.
Yeah, it was a call against Kassam's cutoff open and then calling again against the squeeze. Gojavant.
You see the king, queen, following through for 12K, and on the turn comes the heart, which does give Armin excuses to continue to barrel with 2 overs and that king high flush draw.
Check.
Does have the option to check back and realize his equity, which he does. Doesn't get there, however, and now Kong will pursue value with the flush. No, he's going
Wow.
to slip it to him again.
Good check.
Good check, he says.
Holy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Armin did well there to avoid disaster. I would have been tempted for sure on turn or river
Yeah, I'm with
to
you.
run some
him
kind
calm.
of bluff.
Get the 69.
Yeah, I ain't getting him off that.
Yeah.
I am not getting Kongi off that.
Kong is not a 69 folder, that's what.
Looks like perhaps there's some hand affinities. What's this now? Are we headed for a rebuy desk? Does look that way. Who might the
Oh,
casualty be
nothing.
looking at the
Add
leaderboard? There's
something.
got to be some
We'll take a
beneficiary
look at the
here.
updates
Add
tab.
something.
I see a
telling you.
update on Dejan Karađorđević losing 99% of
Yeah,
his
ace
stack
queen,
at
queen
the
of
top
hearts.
there to one Artur Martirosyan.
No, that was my cards.
Was that
That was
him?
your card.
Oh, that was your card.
And Kings.
No, that's
Yeah.
not Karađorđević.
King of Hearts.
Wow, that was a
He doesn't believe himself.
heck of a pot
Um,
for those of you following
it?
in the app.
I mean, it could be just we're out there for a power bank.
Tens.
Who knows?
Your reads are perfect.
Tens. I don't
Not
know if
there.
you had the 10 of heart. Maybe.
Shooting it up. Kong Fam this time with legit kit on the button.
Sorry.
By the way, that's a steel open work. The Dahar's rocking another very pricey piece of wrist candy.
You win, Kong.
What he's not rocking is any interaction with the 9-3 deuce, and he says, "You win." As Kong follows through, takes it, and brandishes yet another smile. His stack trending in the right direction. Now, of course, with so much on offer here in this Triton Invitational and a divided field with some fan favorites, maybe not on the feature table, if you want to keep tabs on what's going on, no better place than the Triton Poker Plus app. Be sure to download it.
He's on the VIP side. Makes sense.
There's Dayon.
Yeah.
4K.
Oh.
Yuck.
So does
Yeah.
Sol, do Sol
All those chips headed Martirosian's way on a previous pot.
Do we have the particulars of that violence?
I mean, they should just.
It was in the
make a
updates
play
tab. It'll
before
take
they
a while to
started
get
or
through.
something.
I guess let's sweat his last 4K for now. But there's a number of raises had to go in post-flop for 300 bigs to get in the middle.
It was pocket eights for Martirosian as we see Kala Djurdjevic finished off, and Artur right there to kind of show him a little sympathy. Kala Djurdjevic opened to 2.5K. Martirosian defended his big with the eights flop. Top set on a 6-7-8 board. Filled up on the turn after it went check-check with the board pairing 6. And believe it or not, it was a 2K bet. Raised to 7 from Dayan. 3-bet to 24 from Artur. Flat from Dayan. And then 10 of spades. Put a 4-liner and backdoor flush out there. Artur bet 40. Kala Djurdjevic took it up to 125. And then when Artur took it to 272, he called, and that was just about the end of it.
The last time, Ali, I saw a hand where 3 bets on the turn and 3 bets on the river went in.
That's kind of a rare.
Honestly, eights full doesn't even, with all that action, doesn't even look that strong, but it was the winner at Showdown. Kind of stuff that Martirosian benefits from when his image is so out there and aggressive and capable. Huge pickup.
How much? 16. Cool.
Flush here on the turn for Gojevand. Kong, with just 3s and a 7 of spades, has decided to barrel 16K. This the follow-up to the 7 he fired on the flop.
Yeah, this Kong fam just light open in the cutoff steal situation. He's just running a bluff here. Nobody has announced strength yet except for Kong fam. And he's taking 3 players to the river now.
Yeah, aces and trays
You guys put 1,000 in there.
for Pua, who needs help here.
7 high flush draw is somehow live.
Yeah, you don't expect that to be the case with 2 callers behind you, and he's gotten there.
Oh my.
Now this is going to make things easy on Pua, who you hear chuckle.
This is going to show down.
Flush.
Oh yeah, not what you want to hear if you're Gojaban.
Kong.
Ace 3. Oh God. Ace 3. What? Don't laugh at me. Another big hand.
I'll tell you what.
Oh.
In Scandinavian lore,
3 outer. No more.
one of the
I had you.
characters
I had a flush.
His
I had
name
4, 5
Loki.
spades.
Flush.
is the
Wow.
god of mischief, I believe, and
you have
our
for?
resident Loki here
Ace 3.
is going to be
yes,
Kong
yes,
Fam,
yeah.
if I had to guess.
I had the best draw.
You're right. Kong was going to win that. You said Kong.
I told you Kong was going to win that hand. He had the big hand. He had the biggest hand I've ever seen pre-flop.
Sometimes those are cards you're not proud to show down. You're trying to get away with one, and you're like, guys, just let me sneak this one through. But I think once he made the flush,
Genius.
it's like, oh, this is going to be good. Sometimes you almost want to show that down. Kong Fam's up to 400K and continuing to battle here. Flop's top pair with his King 10 of clubs.
Yeah, he's caught a little bit of heat. Look at David peeling in position with Queen Jack.
Yeah, this may be a little bit of the loose image. Being like, okay, I'm going to stick around a little bit lighter. Queen Jack, not an unreasonable float on King 5-3 Rainbow, especially if you think your opponent's wide. That's going to get David in trouble, I think.
Yeah, that peel now proving costly as this 12K is going to get called. Nice line there from Kong, by the way. Bet, check, bet.
Yeah, the turn check was... I mean, the whole thing kind of nice awareness when you have a tarnished image and then immediately get dealt something reasonable. It's like, okay, well, this is the time that it's going to pay off.
king for Brandon Wilson now. Pro table action. No takers.
I admit I missed the original hand. I was caught up in the Kala-Djurdjevic pot, and I missed aces versus kings earlier. Sternheimer versus Tom Hung.
That's what sent the pink hoodie to the rebuy desk.
That was the rebuy.
Stone cooler.
Yeah. Going back through that updates tab in the Triton Poker Plus app, there's no shortage of 100 big blind plus spots happening across the room.
Yeah, lest you think that just because this is a 250K buy-in, somehow there's shackles on the stacks.
Nope.
You'll see chips fly. Now, granted, aces versus kings is just the icebox, but it's not going to take that sort of confrontation pre in order to witness a big one. Jaffe, 7-8 offsuit. Button open. Zubov knows that range is wide. Sticks around with king 10 off. TVK can take a price. King 9 suited. Straightforward 2K. Pipped, of course, by Zarzubov.
A little bit of a splashy steal by John to start things off here. 8-7-0 on the button.
Yeah, 10 in the window for Zubov. Presence of the jack as well, giving TVK the gutter. Jaffe also with the gutter. We'll check back and find a pair of sevens on the turn. Nobody has a diamond. Another path to a straight for TVK.
After flop check through, it's not unreasonable for Taylor to think about stabbing at this one. Out of the big blind, he's going to have a number of strong hands on that board. Shakes Jaffe of the 8-7 quickly because he's going 15K.
Yeah, the
into,
overbet.
into 10 three ways. Clears out some pretty strong hands with that sizing. I don't think he would have cleared either of them with a smaller bet, so nice pickup there.
Yeah. Who was the first person that brought the overbet into your orbit of poker, Kevin? For me, it was Tom Dwan. It was Durr.
That's a good question.
Somebody that you observed employing it with regularity to the point where it caused you to go, okay, I gotta look into this.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't a thing, really.
No. If I'm thinking back, it was definitely, like, I started playing more competitive stakes at a time when the Euro regs, especially online, were like at the top of the game, right? So you'd run into these guys.
So it was already kind of commonplace?
No, I'm just saying, I think that's where it came from in my mind. I'm not thinking of an American player necessarily, but I would have been seeing, you know, the high-stakes Swedish players, the high-stakes German players. I don't know, no individual is jumping to mind.
7-5, Queen 10, and 4-4. Book a date with a 10-10 tray board. All the Brazilians. He was the opener. And note this is a board that could keep Jaffe interested with the 4 hearts plus no further overcard.
2.5. 2.5.
Alongside those 10s. I mean, a flat 2.5K follow through is probably not big enough to send the sailboats to the bottom of the ocean. So the call is made, another 5K into the middle.
Yeah, 4s with a heart, pretty strong against this action so far. Thought Jaffe might have even gotten himself in trouble with a raise. Curious how Samau will proceed out of position. It's not the most exciting board to bluff at across multiple streets. sometimes he might mix in a check, and sometimes he might just, well, I've got trips, and looks like I'm repping pretty thin if I keep betting here, so maybe I'll just keep betting. Don't mind this, especially no heart in Joao's hand.
11K now. Much more toward the business end of sizing.
I think it's a legitimately close spot for Jaffe. Any under pair. Just kind of a spot to make a read on how strong you think this line is. It's going to pass.
Tidy from Jaffe. And you know, you'll see some of that on the pro side just because their mission at present is certainly to just make sure you get a chance to have at the invitee side of the bracket. You don't want to be cannibalizing one another. You just want to do your thing, punch your ticket into day 2, and then see what's what after that.
Meanwhile, on the invitee side, there's just another 400 big blind pre-flop
Is this
pot
Suvarna?
between Brandon Steven and Sammy Alamawi.
Okay. Particulars?
Brandon Steven is headed to the rebuy desk.
Oh, no.
All in pre with ace-king offsuit against the jacks of Alamawi, and, well, he made quad jacks. Jack 10-3, Jack 5. Run out there.
We have some intel on the T-shirt that was being donned by Kassam, and GB in the YouTube chat has advised that was a Dusk Till Dawn, which is a poker room up in Nottingham in the UK, legend by the name of Frankie, who passed away a few years back and was good friends with Ray. And, well, that's a touching gesture by Kassam to have that shirt made and to rock it here on the big stage, honoring his good friend. Brandon Wilson trying to limp in here from the small blind. 2 queens are not going to allow it. Tune Mulder, the Dutchie, takes it to 4.
4,000. Not that expensive for this stage. Don't think ace-6 is going to go anywhere. I think some players would consider the limp 3-bet from time to time, but Wilson's not going to step into it just yet. Just a call.
Mulder. 5K follow through. Wilson thinking it over with nothing more than ace high, no diamond in hand. And he'll release. You know, I touch on this notion on the pro side of the bracket that there's this collective mission that they're on to make it out to day 2. And while that's very true, there are those who seek to exploit what perhaps might be excess caginess, willing to kind of step out. I think Alex Ponikov's one to keep an eye on the pro side of the bracket, who's always willing to kind of live and die by the sword.
Yeah. Oh, and we even saw it in that confrontation. You know, might have been not much different from a cooler, but Martirosian versus Kala-Djurdjevic playing a massive pot against each other right away.
Sure.
I think a number of players understand that if you just sit back and avoid confrontation, then there's an opportunity to turn you into the spot at the table and Pick up a fair number of chips over the course of the day.
But you expect the acquisition of chips on this side of the bracket not to come in the form of windfalls absent coolers. This is going to be the chisely side, whereas on the invitee side, you could see some real splashy, huge, especially early, right, where people are maybe chomping at the bit, overplaying some hands, thinking, okay, I've got 2 rebuys. Let's just see if I can spin up a 2x starting stack early.
Could see that mentality for sure. Try to leverage that advantage. Another example across the room, Alex Foxen playing a 150 big blind pot against Mikita Badziakowski. 3-bet pot with King 5 suited against Ace 10 off. They're going after each other.
King Jack here for Mulder. Ace 8 for Ivy. He'll defend. Sharing a grin with him as the manner in which the call came in did feel indicative of maybe some form of disinterest from Ivy. He does flop top pair here, which is more than we can say for Mulder, but that Jack of Hearts quite key. Second nut flush draw, plus a gutter. Go with that cowboy and in position. Mulder thinks that's enough. Asking a question for 4K into 7,500.
Somewhat large bet by the standards of monotone flops from Mulder here.
Tend to see downsized continuation in that spot.
Even wouldn't have been surprised to see some checking on this board, but an opportunity maybe to charge Ivy in the big blind with weaker flush draws. It's nice to get a fair bit of money in against a lower heart when you've got Jack of Hearts. I suspect that's a plenty-sized pot for Mulder at this point. No reason in my mind to continue.
He agrees, looking to realize his equity, which he's unable to do upon this 9 of diamonds.
Close spot, I think, for Ivy. He could bet small. That looks big.
15,000 is full pot territory.
Yeah, this one maybe just a bit of a read on stronger aces not taking this line often enough. If he expects a hand like ace-jack or ace-queen to barrel turn. Don't know that it always would, but I think a good chunk of the time this is the winner. And maybe on the other side there's some small thought of the benefit, like, oh, he could have ace-deuce and fold a chop.
Good point. So Ivy collects that one. I gotta tell you, I don't have it in me. Because 15K is not a block bet. I mean, that's
Yeah.
not for the faint of heart on a sopping wet flop.
No, that looked more like, I think I'm free rolling here. I think if you had a better hand, you would have bet the turn. So here's a big bet. You figure out what to do with it.
Still getting our feet wet here. Early portions of the program on this first day of the Triton Invitational. Fields are sequestered, divided between pros and invitees for the full run of today's play. Tomorrow, we will have a full redraw. No 50-50 guaranteed period. And then we'll crown a champ a day after that. Here in this 3-day affair from the Triton X WSOP Paradise Festival. TBK, suited and connected. Deep stacked catnip sort of kid. These are the ones that generate the big pots. And look at Wilson, suited one gapper getting after TBK's open. Typical candidate for that?
I like this from Wilson. Even though it's on the lower end of hands that might want to play hijack against UTG +1. It's nice to clear out the players behind who might get involved with dominating hands. He 3-bets here. He's doing fine against TVK's
Is that
range,
just
but
like a menu and you write down what you want?
he'll stop players behind from coming in with like
Not many
ace-10 suited, king-queen,
Take a look.
stuff that dominates him.
To the flop we go. After TVK hangs tough, he finds himself a flush draw against second pair on the ace-high board. What are your sentiments in these spots here where clearly you've purchased the right to represent the ace, but you lack it and have this queen? Do you favor follow through? Do you favor check back?
Yeah, I think if I'm correctly assuming pre-flop ranges and TVK is the player with the wider and weaker range here, which isn't guaranteed to be the case from +1, but there's a lot of benefit in just betting small with kind of everything and
That's where Brandon's at here.
clear out some of those weaker hands, but I see what you're getting at. Queen 10 could definitely just check behind. Interesting spot for Taylor as well. He can represent pocket threes and ace queen. So yeah, check raising is, I mean, he can even represent pocket queens. So a lot of the very best hands are in range for TVK. I think a lot of players would approach this spot very passively on average. I like that he's willing to put in check raises this deep against the player with the stronger range on average and force Brandon to make some tough decisions with a hand like Queen 10. Might even get him to fold flop. I think calling is reasonable, but yeah, he's just out. That's a nice play.
So the check raise, getting the job done there for TVK as he doesn't want to take the passive line. You know, that the check raise with the flush draw thing was so in favor for a time, and then it feels like there was a real market shift away from that sort of behavior, and then you'll see it being employed as an exploit, I guess, more so these days. But yeah, the check raise with the flush draw, I remember it was just what you did for a long time, and then obviously some calculations came in, and there's also the implied odds, the upshot of kind of concealing the strength of your hand when the flush arrives, when you just play it as a check call. But now it does feel like the check caller is more assigned the flushes than the check raiser when that third card comes off.
Yeah, I think market shift is a good way of describing it. Like the trend is very play passively with your flush draws, play aggressively with something weaker, something more backdoory. And not to say that Brandon Wilson doesn't have the, you know, the game plan against a flop check raise there, but I do think that the advantage some players have when, you know, they're used to just being more upfront aggressive and check raising more like Taylor is. They're going to come in against players like Brandon who probably just haven't seen a lot of that. Like he's probably just experienced less check raise in those spots because the typical player for the last 5 years has been doing so little of it.
Not the chattiest group we've assembled here, is it? They're pretty in their own worlds. I got a lot of phone grinding. Looks like TVK and Joao are abstaining from that practice, along with Brandon. But Jaffe, Zubov, Mulder, Ivy, all consumed. It's Sunday. You know, that's NFL day.
True.
Unclear.
Is that how you're pegging the sports bettors in the room? You're just like,
just keep a little glance over.
Or at least the fantasy players.
Sweating the scores. Yeah, once upon a time you might mock, you know, the fantasy players as not being in big action, but these days there's some really big super pools that get put together. Not so big, but big enough to raise are these box cars for Ivy. No takers.
I'm supposed to call, but
Taylor being honest there. Folded king 8 off against a cutoff open. He says, just take it. I'm not playing hands against Ivy right now.
Could that potentially be simply a function of what we touched on earlier? Just stay out of the murk. Keep it clean.
But again, how do you do it at this table? I mean, it's a funny
By
contrast.
not defending
because
king 8 offsuit. I mean,
But Taylor just 2 hands ago check raising the 9-8 of hearts
Fair.
against Brandon Wilson.
yep, that's fair.
It's hard to find your, you know, your safe situations at a table like this. Feels to me like calling 1500 in the big blind is one of the safer spots. And I don't know if you really wanted to game the system, just play more single raise pots, eat up some shot clock. There's no need to stall, but like you just, Taylor's gonna have to play more hands now if he's folding his big blind
Game the system.
by playing more 5K pots out of the big blind, where the most you can lose is like, you know, a couple of small blinds.
Zhao Simao's turn to do some snacking. Raise and take with the 5s.
good.
You know, as riveting as this action has been here, I do think, and I don't often do this, nor do I think that anybody in the control room is listening. But
think they
maybe
are.
maybe a table change. Maybe let's check in on something else, guys. You know, is that
You mean like on the updates tab in the Triton Poker Plus
okay?
app?
Walk us through. Do we have
Available
any
for Android and
violence that I can
iOS.
sink my teeth into?
Well, Chunky
What would
Pot
you
headed
set the
Ben
line at
Heath's
for
way
level 1
against
bust
Thomas
outs?
Boyven. They played a 3-bet pot. Ben Heath has pocket 10s and
1.5?
calls the 3-bet, flops
3
a set
seems
on
like
king
a lot.
10-8. Check calls 9.5K. Turn ace check check. River 6, he bets full pot and gets called. Thomas mucks. So Ben Heath's up to 350.
Boy, it's such a sigh of relief that you can kind of breathe when you get that early big boost
Yeah.
in something like this 250K, especially if you're on that pro side of the bracket and only have a single re-entry available to you, which you must exercise inside of an hour from going bust. Meanwhile, no sooner do
I
I
get this 2.5.
critique maybe the lack of action, we find ourselves in a 4-way raised pot. Joao Simao, the party starter, with ace-jack. Note Jaffe with ace-king lurking. 9-7-4 board doesn't interact with either of them. Tune Mulder with top pair and the best of what's around.
Everyone with reason to be cautious on this board. 4 ways to the flop, and it's all low cards. Tends to favor, I guess, Jaffe in the hijack more than anyone, because he's got a number of sets and overpairs, some suited connectors that make flush draws. He doesn't see the reason to bet ace-king, though, so 4 ways to a turn.
Board pairing 7. Not sure Tune's going to be concerned about Simao or Jaffe containing trips, but maybe with some frequency, Brandon Wilson decided to hop in. Small blind calls of a raise, though, do make that a little bit less likely, I think. A bet here from Tune would have to be respected by even the hands that beat him.
Not clear, I think, how Mulder should approach this spot. 9-8 is a well above average hand, but the way players in Joao Simao's spot tend to operate these days is by checking almost everything over to Jaffe in the hijack. So Simao could have been uncapped there, but Mulder decides still okay to take the lead.
Which he does.
I think I'd like to see Wilson just fold turn. It feels like kind of a lot of hand, but we interfere with all the natural bluffs pretty heavily.
That's such an important consideration, because when you do make these calls, you have to be able to assign hands that you beat to the opposition. And when you interfere with that range, it does make these sorts of calls a little bit dicier. Nevertheless, Wilson wants to see the river.
think Wilson might also think that Mulder is more polarized than he is here. Like, thinks he's representing mostly a 7 and doesn't have so much 9x.
Well, now the clubs come in. Wilson has no clubs in hand, which is yet another dissuasive attribute to working your way to showdown with these 6s.
He is tanking it. I think it would be a somewhat unorthodox spot to steal the lead, even though Wilson could absolutely have flushes. And probably has more like ace and king high flushes than Mulder. But yeah, he does land on check.
As does Chun, and he's going to take it. I've talked quite a bit, by the way, despite the fact that it's Mulder putting the L on him, about Brandon Wilson and how impressed I have been with him throughout the few years that I've had to soak in his procedures on screen from the booth, and really just tremendous poise, you know, well beyond his years. You know, he's not a pup, but, you know,
Now it's
certainly
time
not the
to
steely
unleash
veteran
the beast.
just yet, not as grizzled. As we head back over to Camp Personality, invitee table. Looks like Kong Pham has 350K in front of him, as does Albert Dyer in that territory. So nobody with any true breakout just yet. Pocket 9s here for Boss. Makes it 3K. Kassam with ace king takes us up further. Rafael Mota with ace 10 offsuit.
Whoa.
Generally not the kind of hand that we would expect to rise up in this manner, and yet fourth floor being paid a visit, 32K if you do.
32.
I mean, if Rafael's going to enter the pot, this is the way you want to do it. Maintain aggression, try to force Paul Pua out of here, as you do see the 9s folding, but ace-king I don't expect to go anywhere, and I mean, this is quite a bad setup. It's going to be hard for ace-10, and decent chance that Mota's gotten in more trouble than he needed to here.
So Kassam comes with the flat here. And it comes Jack 5 tray, couple of hearts notably out there.
Yeah, hearts could be an opportunity for Rafael.
Any thoughts, by the way, on the decision to flat the 4-bet with ace-king versus take it up further?
I think kind of standard to flat the ace-king when we're playing this deep. It's not common that we want 300 big blinds to go in the pot. And if Rafael is light, as he is here, ace-king's just in very good shape. Can continue to bluff catch, but this is the tricky part. Now we do need to be comfortable navigating out of position. We need to be sticky. Doesn't look like Kassam loves this spot right away with no heart backup. Yeah, he's just going to pitch the flop. Mota gets away with one there. Ace of hearts helpful, of course. If Kassam catches the replay of that one, he's going to change his approach quick, I think.
There is so much intel available if you do grind the stream on delay when given the opportunity. I mean, if I'm out there, I'm making a hit list. You know, I'm like, okay, I got to see that one. Okay, want to go over here and see that one. What did he have? Oh, all right, I see how it is. Mr. Ace 10. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is, of course, why I am not a top-tier professional poker player, because I'm busy dedicating energy to things like hit lists. It's all a big grudge match in my mind. That's it.
2,000.
It can lead some players to,
And so bad.
you know, rage field success for short bursts of time.
Yeah, you know, mine your motivation from where you can, I suppose. As set mining is Mota coming up empty. King 7 tray board. Same story though for Gojavant, who decided to flat on the button with the suited queen. They'll say goodbye in the face of the 3K, and Rafael strings together back-to-backs. When we see that Brazilian banner though, Kevin, we do expect aggression to be the side of the spectrum toward which they lean.
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely
repeat never.
competitive culture.
I believe Yuri Zivalevsky has been lurking around. I think I've spied him.
Yeah, he was
Oh,
in the
look, yeah.
PLO.
Ah, yes. I won so many all in behind. 5 or 6 of them.
Big pot headed Alex Foxen's way at table 17. Courtesy of Mike Watson calling down huge bets with we don't know what because he mucked, but Foxen with pocket kings. Queen high board, turn king, river ace. He was just bombing it. 2 times the pot on the turn, 1.5 times the pot on the river. Got paid off.
Well, 3 times the blind pre-flop. That's the sizing brought forth by David on the button. Albert defending with king 5. No flush draw. Nothing more than just that king high on flop and turn. David now on the strength of the gut shot and the acquired hearts. Barreling and taking it. You know, we talk so often, Kevin, about the dynamics when the pro side and the invitee side merge, and perhaps lack of familiarity for the pros, which can create some challenges for them as they try to navigate pots. But even within the borders of the invitee side, there are those who have played several invitationals and have now grown familiar with one another, and there are those who have shown up for the first time and can actually have some measure of competitive advantage associated with the mystery that surrounds them.
Yeah.
You know, what level of aptitude does this guy have? What are his ranges? What does he, how strong does he or she think their hand is here?
Yeah.
And it takes some time, and it can be expensive, you know, to acquire that intel, to sort through it.
It reminds me of the hand we saw at the top of the frame where Paul Puok paid off that 25K river bet with pocket kings. And I do think, to your point, a lot of that decision is like, well, I could really use some information right now, and calling here gets me a showdown. And it's also a good point about the table draw here. Probably more important on the invitee side than the pro side, to be honest, because there's so much more overlap in the group of pros here, so much more experience among them. But this invitee side, like you said, drawn from all over the world, different levels of experience.
Well, so much more hand on this flop for the pipped ace-jack, which opened under the gun and then faded the extra 9,500 demanded by the ace-queen of Albert Daher, who is following through for 14 with that ace of clubs working and the Broadway gutter. Of course, top pair, top kick, not going anywhere.
Yeah, this a bit of a light call with the ace-jack offsuit. I think once they corrected the graphics there, 12K was the size of the 3-bet. So pretty expensive to continue, but one of the best flops you could ask for here. Have we raised? Yeah. I see a white chip buried under there. Looks
you're
like
right.
I thought that was a call coming out, but...
Well, you saw the red and the blue, and you missed the white, and you could think that very easily. I thought we were stalled on the turn card, but instead we were waiting for Albert to summon the extra 18K demanded by Mota, who's taking the lead now. Two-tone texture with a 4-liner. On the turn, I don't think Albert's in love with this.
No, this could get interesting, though. Albert just kind of taking his price on the flop. I think he read this raise as strength, as seems straightforward, but nut, gut shot, backdoor nut clubs. Just kind of obligated to see what happens next. If Raphael doesn't barrel this turn, there's some opportunity.
Well, he hasn't, and the board is now paired on the river. Oftentimes we will see people who do check back there recognize that they've opened the door for somebody to try to bluff them on the end. And contingent upon sizing, they'll flick in the call quickly with kind of pre-made decisions.
Yeah,
but this card does change things.
It does a little, but I do think if I'm just looking at the obvious hands that Mota can put Daher on here, you just see that ace-king missed. You see that ace-queen missed. It's like, well, you 3-bet me before the flop, so that's just going to be a lot of your range. I do think it's a sharp give up with the ace-queen. Maybe on a club, we could find bluffs.
And for Mota, do we find value, or we need to shut this down?
It's a good question. With overpairs, does Albert bet the river? He might think about it.
Would have been thin.
Yeah.
And dicey. And of course, we know that it's within Albert to put us in a blender in that spot, but no opportunity to do so, as Mota will take the check back and take yet another pot as his stack now moves into the top slot at that table. There it is. Blueville, presided over by Mota, ever so slightly over Kong Fam. Daher still in the black on the day, 311K. Alpua trailing the pack, just about 220K. Nobody in harm's way, so to speak. Still very early here in this 250K Triton Invitational from Atlantis, Paradise Island in the Bahamas. Ali Nishad and Kevin Rabichow. So pleased to have you with us, regardless of where you're streaming from. Kick, Twitch, Triton Poker Plus app, or of course the Triton YouTube channel, which we keep a keen eye on in terms of the chat, and always appreciate your involvement. And if you in turn appreciate what it is that we're delivering completely free of charge, the best way to let us know is by simply mousing over the like button and giving it a press. And while you're at it, clicking subscribe to ensure that you don't miss any of what we have on offer. And there's still the better part of 2 weeks of high stakes action available here. As once we pull up our stakes at Triton, there is World Series of Poker Paradise action. And we're going to be sticking around to stream. Ace tray against King 8 here. Neither party finding a pair.
Kasama opening this one out of the small blind, 3.5 times the big blind. When playing this deep, can be tough to navigate these offsuit hands. Certainly strong enough to take this line. Ace-3 blind versus blind, reasonable favorite, but I think kind of fortunate there to just run into trash. King 8 not going to put up a fight.
You know, whenever I'm c-betting with dusty ones like that, I'm so happy to just take it then and there, because a bar like an ace on the turn, and even then with the queen and jack on board, you just...
It gets dicey.
It gets so dicey. And it's so much tougher to play that turn in River Street proficiently. You know, it's reflexive almost, that c-bet.
Yeah.
Especially at a downsized price. You know, this is just the automatic kind of show you the exit, provided you haven't connected. And you know, there's certain players against whom I'm always irritated, because I know when I bring that small c-bet forward, they are so sticky, and they're always going to make me play that turn in river. And there's something to be said for the opposition that doesn't relinquish, that doesn't just give up. You know, sometimes you can end up dissuading someone from the c-bet because they feel it's so fruitless.
I push that kind of strategy all the time. Like, I think it's so, I don't know, underused. Like, I think even among the invitees, who I think have a splashier image, I see a lot of opportunities to just like, oh, just call once and try and take it away later. And I think even there, could go to that more often.
Some real opportunity here for Dara against David, who does keep it clean by flatting with the 2 jacks, doesn't get overly excited after getting 3-bet, extra 7K invested.
Yeah, this important when playing 300 big blinds deep from early position, no less.
Ace in the window, and this is going to be all Albert. Top set. It's almost disappointing to find this kind of board texture because when you hold the deck,
Yeah.
it's just tough to get action. But with the 2 jacks, it looks like David wants to keep an eye on Albert at this downsized 5K price point. Don't blame him whatsoever. Nice find there from Albert to retain. 9 of clubs is also clean on the turn.
It does get tricky here, like you said, Ali. Now it's kind of like, well, I have 2 of the 3 remaining aces in my hand. So what can I really expect to get called by if I keep betting here? Do you go quite small and try to keep jacks around, or do you just start bombing it and hope to run into like a king-high flush draw or a worse set? You can see David's not thrilled about this one, or at least that's how I interpreted that look back at the jacks and then a fold. I think that's, he did well there not to lose more than he needed to. That's exactly, I think, how the jack should have played.
And maybe kind of a somewhat of an example of that be sticky, don't always auto get away from things, because that check back comes in on the turn from your opponent.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you have latitude to maybe block bet, accidental value bet against like 10s, you know.
Yeah, the 5K into 22 on the flop. Let's just see what happens. Let's not jump to conclusions about how this hand's going to play out. And then the 23K comes in on the turn and you can fold.
You know, there was a point in my career where I was so obsessed with, in that snapshot, making the correct decision. Like, if my hand is behind, I don't want to put more chips. But you need to remember that, like, all kinds of things can ensue, including your hand being behind, but a window of opportunity creating itself for you to take a pot away from a winner. And when I try to illustrate the differences between poker, when people are like, oh, well, that's gambling, versus going into the pit. In the pit, you get dealt that 16, the dealer's showing an ace or something. You don't have the option to win the hand, barring producing a winner.
Yeah.
But in poker, you just got to be the last man or woman standing. That's it.
Yeah.
You don't have to have a winner.
Yeah.
And I think conditioning your mind into realizing that working your way into those opportunities to take pots, regardless of if you started with the best hand or had it at any point, is important.
Yeah, it's well said. It's easy for us to focus on the stuff that could go wrong in the hand sometimes, to think like, I don't want to call this because then other things could happen later. It's like, well, what about the good things that could happen?
Yeah.
What about the time like some draw completes that you don't have and they give up?
Or you find the set. You find the 2 outer. Lord knows you remember the times it happens to you.
Yeah.
So we see good things continuing to happen to Mota. So he's able to fire with the inferior queen, having picked up the spade draw on the turn against Gojevan's queen jack.
Now, obviously, I've seen players take the complete opposite approach too, and they're just convinced every hand that things will work out somehow in the exact way that leads to them winning the pot. So, this advice is not for everyone.
No. Don't get overly optimistic. The rose tint on the lenses needs to be somewhat muted.
Yeah. But, you know, if you're facing a quarter pot flop c-bet, maybe stick around. It's a good spot.
I do feel like a majority of us, though, either via trauma, PTSD from beats or whatever it is, tend to skew toward the pessimistic prophecies than the optimistic ones. So we see some optimism from the King Jack of Albert Daher, Rafael Mota in turn. Perhaps with even more optimism. The baby-suited ace, solver bait, as we like to call it.
The fact that Daher didn't immediately just fold that hand makes me think that he's starting to get suspicious of Rafael. He's seeing a little more activity than he thinks is allowed.
And he hasn't gone to showdown with all of it, which is key, because that's what leaves the mystery intact, and you're starting to go, is the sun shining down that hard on that seat? Or is this man
cold 4-betting ace 10
speeding
off in the cutoff?
Enduring whatever breaks are going to be slated on the day. I would imagine there's going to be some of that fast forward through the stream and see what was under the hood taking place for the likes of Dar and company. Suited and connected.
2,500.
Kassam. 2.5 Xing.
Call. Call.
Sizable pot at the outer table, headed towards Matthias Eibinger, 75K PLO champ a couple days ago. Jason Kuhn losing a big one in a 4-bet pot with King 10 suited against pocket jacks.
He had the King 10.
Jason had the King 10 suited, 3-betting out of the small and then calling a cold 4-bet from Matthias.
By the way, for those of you wondering where it is that Kevin is getting this intel, it isn't some sort of proprietary access we have here at the booth. It's just the updates tab on the Triton Poker Plus app, which is compulsory to getting the best viewing experience and free of charge. Download that today if you haven't already. Meanwhile, a couple of pairs of 9s. Advantage David with that jack kicker, which still works. Both have gut shots. Kassam followed through for 3K on the flop. Does not, however, barrel once more at the turn. And at showdown, this jack 9 will be a winner. See if Kassam wants to target something like Queen X. Turn it into a bluff. He thinks not.
Yeah, outside chance there. He's just beating ace jack or something. I think understandable to show that one down. Got fooled for a second on the updates tab. I saw a massive pot between Danny Tang and Artur Martirosian, but turns out there was just an ace high straight on board, and Danny decided to go all in for 30 times the pot Martirosian called. They'll chop that one up.
2 jacks, meanwhile, squaring off against an ace-9 suited and performing well for Zarzubov. Note that he just flat called from the big blind.
Yeah, under the gun open, very deep stacked. It's a spot you're meant to play very polarized with your 3-betting. Jacks are just not that strong in the context of this spot. It's a reasonable flat. Post-flop, it's kind of interesting, though. Under the gun open, we don't expect Taylor to have a lot of 4s or 6s in his range. Thought check raising the flop would have been a reasonable play here, especially if you think Taylor's doing a bit too much c-betting. Nothing wrong with calling, though.
Double paired is the board now. That makes these ace highs feel a little bit better, in particular when that kicker wasn't so hot. But of course, flat calling from the big, Zubov could have a wide variety of holdings versus 3x open. Under-repped, of course, with jacks here. All the 4x and 6x belongs to him, one would think.
Yeah, and I thought maybe a lead was coming. Zubov took his time there before checking. I think small lead on the turn would have been a fine option as well.
Taylor checks it back, and now it's forceful on board.
These are fun spots for the big blind. It's near impossible for Taylor to have a 4, but quite possible for him to have kings or aces, something like that. And I do think with jacks, it's time for Zubov to figure out how much value he can extract. Let's not rule out the possibility that Taylor just calls for a chop.
I like this sizing choice here from Zubov. He just knows at 21,000 that TVK could very much perceive this to be an effort to push him off of the chop.
Yep.
But even then, you have to consider the value proposition. You're playing the board. The best you can do is stick the chips out there, hope they come back with half of what was in there on the turn.
Yeah, I think the math is often miscalculated in these spots. You're basically calling 21 to win 6.5 instead of 13. So significant overbet there from Zubov. Taylor finds a disciplined fold.
Me.
Folds over to Jaffe on the button. If he's opening 8-7 off, he's certainly opening ace-5. Taylor happy to continue with the offsuit ace.
9-9-4, 2 spades. Worthy of note, considering TBK's got that nut spade. Jaffe gonna take another peek here before making his decision with check in front.
I do think it's a board that Jaffe can attack pretty relentlessly. This is something I've seen him do a lot over his career. Jaffe likes to check back
Check.
in spots that I think a lot of the other pros don't. He's pretty comfortable in these lines. He's been playing them for many years and probably feels that there's edges to be had down these paths that some of the other pros don't take as much. Both players should feel pretty confident that ace high is good. It's not totally out of the question for one of these two players to value bet and the other to call, and they chop it up.
Unlike last time, it isn't fours full on board, and so Jaffe putting 4,500 out there. Does feel like a pretty straightforward flat and chop here for TBK, and he does make the call.
Chop.
Nice to see ace-5 and not ace-6.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
The
sorry.
worst feeling, I feel like, is when you correctly surmise that somebody was bluffing, but they happen to be bluffing with the best hand. That's not necessarily the case here, but
Yeah.
you know, you're just like, well, yeah, you no,
Been
you
there.
did. Okay, nice. Yeah, you just somehow decided with king high as opposed to,
Yeah.
you know.
I feel like that's a rite of passage for everybody on their bluff catching journey, to just get shown a better hand at least once. It's a good sign that it's like, well, maybe I took this too far if I'm calling with hands that lose to my opponent's bluff.
You heard about this recent heroism with quads on board where Linus Walliger
Oh yeah,
called with 8 high
yeah, yeah.
and was right?
I thought that was a nice. I thought that was a nice played hand.
That's
Linus is just that. He's one of the greats. He's gonna find his spots.
of all those poker proverbs we bring up, I remember the one where it's all about knowing when to call with jack high and fold quads. You know, and
Yeah.
8 high is rich though. I mean, that is
Quads on board, so you know 8 high is it's an average hand, right?
you know, Kev, sure. That's how you want to distill it.
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure he opened in the hijack, so I don't think 8 high is an average hand.
Jaffe with king queen, above average kit for him. Same story for Zubov, who decides to flat the suited ace on the button. Jaffe enters the fray once more, 8,500 in the middle, and he finds a king in the window with no pesky ace behind it.
I think there was a GTO Wizard YouTube video, if I'm not mistaken, breaking that one down. I haven't checked that one out yet, but it's a fun hand for those who haven't seen it.
Broken down is one way we might be able to describe Brian DePaulo, who was on the receiving end of that. I guess you have the choice between being famous and infamous. Take what you can get. Meanwhile, Zubov gets a 7 on the turn, and that's going to be problematic for him, considering that Jaffe chose to play this one as a check, and deeply under-repped is his top pair.
Yeah, this out of position, single raise pot setup. There is just more checking that's supposed to happen, and like I alluded to last hand, Jaffe, someone who maybe even checks more than typical. See him checking again here with the king-queen. He might be planning some kind of delayed check raise. King-queen is still very strong on this board. I don't think this is pot control.
Lesser traveled line out of Jaffe, and one can't blame Zubov for being proud enough to barrel 5 on the strength of a7 on this board.
Yeah, I do think the a7 is close. He's certainly ahead, Zubov, with middle pair against some under pairs, against some ace highs. He might get called here by ace queen or ace jack high, which he's in excellent shape against, obviously.
How often is this line by Jaffe tethered to 8s through queens?
I would say very often. I think queens and jacks especially are hands that check twice here, so sometimes Zubov is value betting against a better hand that will call. I think the plan was probably to bet 5K and check river, so Jaffe nicely done here to find a delayed check raise and put pressure on a thin value bet.
This is a pretty polarized check raise, though, isn't it? Or are there some semi-bluff kind of backdoor heart draws mixed in?
Yeah, I mean, just 17K here. And Zubov might be suspicious because, you know, Jaffe can't have pocket 7s nearly as often when he's holding a 7. Sure. Might not expect deuces or 3s to take this line.
But the polarity for me not coming as a result of the sizing choice, but rather the line itself. Check, raise on that board texture. I've got the 7. What story are you telling me?
Yeah, this is why it's like it's hard for most players to take a line like this because they just don't check twice with king queen in the first place. So you get to this spot, and I think Zubov's probably racking his brain a little, like, what exactly are you repping other than pocket 7s or pocket kings?
Well, he has called the extra 12K. Jack rolls off. Not supposed to really change much.
48.
Oh, and now comes the overbet from Jaffe, and it gets weird.
This is a big size. Unafraid of the possibility that Zubov has king-jack, which I think is a very real possibility, but maybe it bets the flop most of the time. But this is one of those tricky spots where if you get a little too caught up in the blocker effects of the 7 of clubs, oh, I block king 7 suited, I block pocket 7s, you might just always hero call here. It does look like a good hero calling hand in theory to me. Even ace is a possibility that Jaffe would take this line with. But you just don't expect king-queen.
There is something oh so suspect about this particular pot and the way Jaffe has chosen to play it.
Looks like he's folding, even though there's a bunch of chips involved.
That was one weird way to fold.
3 different red chips came out there along with the cards, but that was a fold. Doesn't get too stuck there, Zubov.
Ultimately settling on the right decision, but Jaffe may be earning himself a little bit more than he might have otherwise had he c-bet. Then barreled again on turn.
I'm not sure, actually. The pot...
You think he gets called?
Probably he gets 2 streets of value.
Yeah.
17K, very close to 2 streets worth of chips, so I still prefer his line because there was some chance of getting the big one in on the river. But
yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, that's the kind of pot, I think, that for me helps to illustrate the another level sort of that these guys operate on. That's a line that is just so elusive to your standard, straightforward, like, oh, you know, I know what I'm supposed to do here.
Yeah.
Approach, and yet Jaffe finds it, and it's so important to kind of mix that stuff in there.
Yeah, I think a lot of players underestimate the value of like playing with variety, like playing with a lot of, I don't know, tools in your toolkit or a lot of shots in your repertoire. You know, like this is it pays off in hidden ways sometimes.
I mean, you could see a world in which Zubov would have paid off there just because it doesn't stack up. You're like, really? You would do this? Maybe show me the set of kings,
Yeah.
you know? But
And on
even
the
the set
other-
of kings is like, why would you risk losing me on the turn?
Yeah, it might just check call.
Yeah. Meanwhile, one pair of kings, rather kings and threes for Daher. Take it down, sir.
Opening from +1 there. He's getting involved.
Daher very talented, by the way. Plays stratospheric cash games. First met him, I believe it was in North Cyprus at the Merritt Complex where he was holding court. Does come out to Vegas with some frequency and splash around in the big mix games there in Bobby's room.
Big one. Plus. Plus. Plus. Raise 3,000. Call.
Raise.
Raise 10,000.
3K's not going to cut it, says David, as he squeezes Gojovan's flat with the ace-jack suited.
10, relatively cheap price for the in-position players, both Kong Pham and Armin Gojovan sticking around.
And both of them have outperformed the ace-jack, which does not barrel through. Top pair says hello.
Call.
16K bet call in front of us, and David wants to peel. Is this an overly ambitious decision, or?
Yeah, it feels like the price is not there, especially once Armin gets involved.
Yet he picks up the nut flush draw at the same time that Gojovan has turned trip eights.
This is a dangerous spot for everybody. Kong Pham is the one who's still betting. He was check to on the flop. Here Gojovan just flats, so D'Alessandro gets to stick around with his flush draw.
Does not come in. 75K added to the pot, which grew to 155. Now, let's see how expensive Gojovan's going to make this for Kong Pham.
55,000.
I actually like that this bet size isn't huge. Way too much money went into this pot early. So I think that it's just going to feel obligatory to pay off here. Even with the bad blocker, the bad queen, like Kong Pham quickly just, okay, like I can't, like way too much is in this pot. I can't fold at this point.
That payoff, of course, in part courtesy of the fact that Gojovan decided to flat, which of course slid an extra 25 in there out of that nut flush draw for David. So nice pickup for him. And speaking of picking things up, if you've been looking on the screen out at some of the Triton merch, Brandon Wilson been rocking it and thinking, where do I get that? Well, it's at our Triton shop. And right now we are offering you 15% off all of the store. TPS WSOP 15, that's the promo code to use during the Bahamas event period. Show your support in style, from stylish apparel to exclusive accessories, all high-quality items perfect for the holiday season.
I had you
And the
pre-flop
poker
though, I
enthusiast in your life. Head over to shop, the Triton shop today.
Oh. Pass.
Raise 3,000.
Ace-deuce suited. Up we go again. Now David's VPIP is beginning to skew upward as well.
Here.
In the same way in which Mota might be raising some eyebrows. We'll keep an eye, absent a lot of showdowns, on whether or not David comes under suspicion. Daher with pocket fours, very straightforward big blind defense.
Ooh.
And a very good-looking flop for him under normal circumstances, but trip deuces lurk.
And the check back. Oh my.
No, quads now. Daher drawing dead and thinking this is a lot of hand.
Yeah, this, I mean, if I had pocket fours here, I'd be going for two big streets of value. This looking like a great spot out of the big blind. Very often up against ace or king high.
Well,
See if D'Alessandro decides to keep playing it slow.
yeah, look at the sizing, by the way. 8 into 7,500. Full pot plus, as this platoon won't be coming back to the barracks. Now deuce is full of threes on board.
And again, just thinking back to that Zubov hand with the jacks, right? This could be overbet material. And when you beat the board here, you expect to get looked up light. No fours doesn't look like much hand, but Albert could lose this and more here even.
Well, he's not so worried about a 3, I think. But of course, button open,
Yeah.
range broadens.
75.
Raise 75.
Boy, and this is going to be very surprising.
Yeah.
Albert dealing with it in good nature. For me, this becomes a binary question of, is that man there bluffing me?
Only the ones. Really funny hand, I can tell you that. Very funny hand.
5 seconds.
Would he really raise it up to get me off a chop?
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like, you know, there are hands that can beat the board
You're a
like
good
aces and
actor, I'll tell you
kings.
that much.
But would they raise?
Literally only lose to quads, I guess. It's just
Yeah.
only lose to quads.
Credit Daher for the find.
He doesn't think aces or kings would raise given the action. They lose to a 3. Doesn't think a 3 is here, I guess, with the button open plus the flop check.
In many ways, the arrival of the 3 actually helps him find the fold if he can. Boy, he feels on the fence, doesn't he?
You're not checking over pairs on the flop. Not checking a 3. Only checking a deuce. How many deuces you should have? Just ace deuce. I guess, or some suited deuce. I don't know. Maybe you think I have nothing and you want to blow me off a chop. That's the other problem. I don't know how you play. I don't know if you're capable to do those moves. That's the other problem. Fuck.
Take
How many
note.
time backs have I used?
Daher going through a process here. This is not just frustration. This is a bit of observation going on.
And perhaps mining. Thinking out loud, maybe David reacts at some point.
Whatever.
Pushes
I
us in
wanna
one
see.
direction or the other, but he does pay it off.
Odds, yeah. What is that?
Yeah. Albert lost a big one there, but
Did you?
I think he also learned a lot about David in the process. There's a little silver lining there, a
When
little.
you said I literally only lose to quads, inside I was just like,
If what?
when you said I literally only lose to quads, I was thinking, try and blow me off a chop, please.
Man, I didn't have a 3, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I figured you did.
But I had a pair
Yeah, that's what I figured.
over the 3, yeah. Right over or something.
That one not going to go down smooth for Daher. Well, the next blue table on your screen here, invitee side of the bracket. Richard, Sammy, Was, and Co. Look at this one here. The next red table. Tollerine, Foxen, Kiat Lee, pro side of the bracket. Heavy emphasis on pro.
Christoph moved away from the gray hoodie. Is that a paradise-themed pink that he's moved to?
You know, but still a hoodie, yeah?
Yeah, not exactly beach attire, but beach
It's a bad
color.
decision.
Better fold and don't use the time bank.
I usually act fast, it's okay.
You do.
I don't need much time.
Back over to our current feature tables. There were some calls in the YouTube chat to bring table 13 to the main stage, by the way. I don't know if you clocked it, but
kind of pulled mine in there.
Yeah, you should put the 3 in front of him.
Who's over there?
3 in front of him.
so table that consists of 100% World Series of Poker bracelet winners, according to Gilbert in the YouTube chat. Pretty reliable source for intel.
I'm seeing Schulman, Martirosian, Lonis, Mateos, Kristen Foxen, Danny Tang, and D-Nex.
I think that story checks out. And by the way, Shulman, a Hall of Famer, along with D-Nex.
I was going to say most recent edition, but almost the most recent edition.
Who was the man after
Since
him? Because
Mizrachi was the
Grinder, yeah.
double entry that year, right?
Got
This year?
The auto in, I mean, as voted on by the members of the Hall, they said this guy's going to win the PPC and the main in 1 year.
Yeah.
Let's go on and induct, shall we?
Skip the formalities. He earned it.
Meanwhile, Queens taking us from 3 up to 18,000. TVK wants to set mine the Ducks. And the suited one gapper on the button for Ivy, trying to set itself up for a big pot.
Yeah, the value in increasing that 3-bet size. Jaffe going 6x here. 18K still gets, oh, wow.
10-8 deuce. Do not adjust your screens. Top 2 against bottom set. Brace for impact with that overpair, holding the betting lead, but Jaffe checking. What's the thought process here for Jaffe? Does he think kings or aces are being slow played?
No,
Is he worried about
I
tens
think
or
it's
eights?
sets. I think it's sets of all kinds. I don't think he's anticipating 10-8 suited for Ivy here, which makes matters even worse for him. But deuces, eights, tens, all fully in range for both Taylor and Phil.
TVK leading right out with the set. On this rainbow board, where you don't anticipate a whole lot of interaction with 10-8, are you okay with the risk of losing patrons?
Yeah, I think there's also action to get from Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited. I mean, there's some marginal holdings on this board that you don't want to let a king come off on the turn and just get 0 against those hands. Taylor might even get action from like 9s. But this is gross for Ivy, but I mean, Jaffe might even just get away. This is an under-the-gun range that has all sets. Ivy raising on the button when he can rep all sets. What's our best case scenario? Taylor's bluffing and Ivy has jacks? Nice fold.
I'll tell you what, Jaffe has really been impressive. Perhaps unsurprisingly, given what we know about his acumen, but just avoids real disaster there potentially.
By the way,
by
I don't
checking flop.
I don't think Taylor is thrilled right now, by the way. If he thinks Ivy mostly has 2 pair and sets when he raises in this situation, like he's seeing 6 combos of pocket 8s and pocket 10s as real possibilities. Maybe even 7-9 suited as a bluff that just completed on the 6. I think Taylor's going to put the money in, but he's not going to love this.
Well, 20 became 60. So the betting lead now belongs to
on
Ivy
me.
in position.
Did he check or I don't know what's happening? Is he the small blind or the button? Makes sense. All right. Check.
Strange moment there.
Yeah.
I don't think it was posturing out of Taylor.
I think he got a little bit lost in this pot, thought Ivy was the small blind.
I wonder what Phil makes of this, if anything, by the way.
Yeah, I wonder too. I wonder if any alarm bells, I mean, even just getting called for 60K, you start to wonder, like, is Taylor going to put in all the money with jacks or queens right now? Or is this line going to look too strong? Because that's what Ivy's going to be targeting if he jams. Pop behind.
We know Phil's so balanced, but the longer he chews on this one, I think the better I'm feeling about my set.
It's true. You start to think that pocket 8s wouldn't have taken this much pause.
Right? We kind of reached that threshold where
Yeah.
this isn't set of 10, set of 8s in my head. And boy, this is best case scenario, I suppose, for TVK. You saw he didn't love it, had the grimace on his face, was rather convinced that there's a real possibility that it was set over set. And there is still a very real possibility then those ducks get barbecued if a 10 or an 8 roll off. But Ivy in bad shape here. 9% with 1 to come and over $500,000 chip pot. Can he find a 10 or an 8? No. It's a jack. And it's hasta la vista to 250K Ivy bucks as his entire stack absorbed by TVK. Big influx for him.
Taylor just putting in the money, knowing there's that outside chance that he's in a great spot. Did feel like that was his ticket to the rebuy desk.
I was so confused. When he, made me feel.
After this break, this table will be moved, and we will be playing the last table in the middle. Table 18.
Yeah, the whole hand was interesting because you folded out. Yeah.
You
And then
folded out a
squeezed.
turn. You were the
You
big
folded the big
blind.
blind.
You fold.
Big blind?
Yeah,
you
you're small
folded
now.
and left.
Yeah.
I was raising already.
Yeah.
But-
You already raised, but you snap folded, so then it set up a little dynamic.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then I said, fuck it, I'm gambling, but I thought I had position on you two.
Was there
I
more to
missed
that
that.
Call
pot?
the
Me
button, and who
too.
knows how wide that is with the big blind out.
So Jaffe's saying
Really?
It was fun.
Yeah, interesting.
Jaffe was
I had a good
basically
hand, so-
closing the action pre, because Zubov folded out a
Oh,
turn.
shit.
I missed
Sorry. Sorry. My bad.
Wow.
that. And I even think Ivy played that hand looser,
I'm leaving.
John's saying,
Brandon's
because
gotta be a
Zubov
straight
had
breaker.
folded his big. So Ivy was playing the
I
button
even
with
made an
only one
announcement.
player
I didn't
behind.
want to
Right,
hold the big
right.
blind earlier. Put it in people's head. Planted the seed. Didn't work.
You know, those sorts of situations when they ultimately impact you negatively in a very material way
Yeah,
are very tilting
yeah.
because it's such an aberrant aspect of the exchange, but a relevant one and a costly one in the end. I know that I've had those sessions where I'm like, can I just have a pot play out normally? Can we not get an early burn and turn? 2 people fold out a turn. This guy accidentally threw out the big chip but didn't say right. Can we just have it happen normal? I just want one normal pot tonight. Meanwhile, Toon Mulder with Queen Jack following through on the 2500 open, which Zubov flatted from the small blind with this speculative 3-5 suited. No club on board, but he is going to take a peek at the turn with bottom pair, which is in front.
Yeah, sort of light call out of the small blind, but this the kind of direction that pre-flop ranges go if you're getting a good price and you're very deep. Start flatting more stuff like this.
He does find himself the open ender. Checks it once more. Mulder does not pick up the spade or overcard, let alone backdoor straight draw. Deuce slides right in for added comfort. Despite that check back on the turn, leaving us feeling fairly good about the threes. We can feel a whole lot better about this 6-high straight. Unfortunately, it's doubtful that Mulder will lose any more in this one, as the players are demiking on the precipice of the break. And here comes Zubov. This one should be over in a hurry. And sure enough, it is. Nice note on which to end this first frame of day one of this Triton Invitational for Tsar Zubov as he works his stack northbound. In the black, modestly, with 315K. Poole and company headed to the break as well. Perhaps one in progress out here.
Yeah, I was watching in the app some action going on at the gold table. Outer feature.
Zhang Yu, yes it is. Mark with ace king. Road traveled pre. Was a raise to 2,500 from Zhang Yu's pocket queens. 3-bet to 7,500 from Hammond. Texas Mike got into the mix. A 4-bet from Zhang Yu to 21,000. 5 bets from Hammond with the ace king to 55. Texas Mike stepped aside. A flat call from the queens. 10-10 tray board. Went check call of 15K from Zhang Yu. Heavily downsized follow through. And then full shutdowns on turn and river. And the queen would have been absolutely catastrophic for Hammond, who needed an ace or a king. And maybe he's going to need this break as he's down to 213,000. Not exactly how he scripted that one. Capital influx, of course, for Zhang Yu as he gets up and over the 400K mark. All right, there it is. The chip counts as we head to the first break of the afternoon from here in Paradise. TBK. Healthy 666 over at the red table. You see Mota up top with nearly $500,000 in Blueville, and then the gold table being presided over by Zhang Yu. As we will mix up, shuffle the deck, if you will, bring some new feature tables forward. Back at the desk, Ali and Kevin with you. Impressive stuff, obviously, in this first frame in terms of procedures. We saw some lesser traveled lines, some things that raise some eyebrows and go, these guys are here to play. And then we saw some very liberal things on the appropriate sides of the brackets.
Yeah, and I mean, culminating in that three-way 3-bet pot, 3-bet pot, 4-bet pot. Yeah, 3-bet pot that we saw there between Ivy and John Jaffe, Taylor von Kriegenberg. I mean, not necessarily all of the action just being generated by splashiness. In that case, action being generated maybe by a mistaken early fold out of the big blind, leading to just an unavoidable collision. Yeah,
pretty tilting, of course, if that did have something to do with why Ivy wound up in the situation that he did. Maybe a little tilting the fact that we're sitting on just 54,000. If we're Jessica Teusel, she is the shortest of stacks right now with 97 remaining, and as impressive as TBK is with that 666, he is not the biggest stack in the field. That belongs to Sammy Elamawi, 775K in front of him. Both myself and Kevin going to be checking out, handing over the booth to Henry Kilbane and Randy Liu in about 10 minutes' time as action from day one of the Triton Invitational rolls on in just a few.
I'm not feeling the pressure, no. You cannot put pressure on me. No chance.
Really well hidden. 20.
I take it back.
Oh no.
Slightly different vibe over here at
20.
the blue table.
I'll take the over on slightly. 3K becoming 6, which was a slight 3-bet, and then business time out of Pua's Kings. 4 scoops up to 20K, and it looks like David D'Alessandro is going to call.
Reasonable to continue with this hand. The price isn't great, but you're so deep in ace-jack suited. Really strong.
And it's stronger than Kings, as once again the ace magnetry downing the Cowboys.
I think being in position, no obligation for Pua to bet, but I do think it's common to just continue, put out a small stab, and maybe you go check on the turn, unimproved.
Check call of 15K. Gut shot acquired for Pua along with that nut flush draw. Is this enough to keep the wheels greased?
Yeah, this spot kind of interesting. Paul probably has the best hand a reasonable chunk of the time, but it gets less likely, and the thought might be crossing his mind, like, oh, I could put pressure on a weak ace right now. Maybe there's some ace-x suited in here. No, he's just going to check it back.
What he's not going to do, though, is produce a winner at showdown, as that deuce of spades renders no assistance. And with that check back, David boldly fires 25,000.
It's a nice size. Ace-jack, not guaranteed to be best here. Ace-king could have easily checked behind. You can see it's hard for Paul to resist this price.
One thing I'll say about Paul, though, is he has such experience playing against a vast range of, you know, acumen levels in terms of poker. Nevertheless, though, he does want to see it. That could be the very first hand of poker those two have played against one another. So there's some data mining.
Good at bluff.
King Kong, no good.
Another example across the room, Alex Foxen playing a 150 big blind pot against Mikita Badziakowski. 3-bet pot with king 5 suited against ace 10 off. They're going after each other.
King Jack here for Mulder. Ace 8 for Ivy. He'll defend. Sharing a grin with him as the manner in which the call came in did feel indicative of maybe some form of disinterest from Ivy. He does flop top pair here, which is more than we can say for Mulder, but that Jack of Hearts quite key. Second nut flush draw, plus a gutter. Go with that cowboy and in position. Mulder thinks that's enough. Asking a question for 4K into 7,500.
Somewhat large bet by the standards of monotone flops from Mulder here.
Tend to see downsized continuation in that spot.
Even wouldn't have been surprised to see some checking on this board, but an opportunity maybe to charge Ivy in the big blind with weaker flush draws. It's nice to get a fair bit of money in against a lower heart when you've got Jack of Hearts. I suspect that's a plenty-sized pot for Mulder at this point. No reason in my mind to continue.
He agrees, looking to realize his equity, which he's unable to do upon this 9 of diamonds.
Close spot, I think, for Ivy. He could bet small. That looks big.
15,000 is full pot territory.
Yeah, this one maybe just a bit of a read on stronger aces not taking this line often enough. If he expects a hand like ace-jack or ace-queen to barrel turn. Don't know that it always would, but I think a good chunk of the time this is the winner. And maybe on the other side there's some small thought of the benefit, like, oh, he could have ace-deuce and fold a chop.
Good point. So Ivy collects that one. I gotta tell you, I don't have it in me. Because 15K is not a block.
And calls the 3-bet, flops a set on king 10-8. Check calls 9.5K. Turn ace check check. River 6, he bets full pot and gets called. Thomas mucks. So Ben Heath's up to 350.
Boy, it's such a sigh of relief that you can kind of breathe when you get that early big boost.
Yeah.
In something like this 250K, especially if you're on that pro side of the bracket and only have a single re-entry available to you, which you must exercise inside of an hour from going bust. Meanwhile, no sooner do I critique maybe the lack of action, we find ourselves in a four-way raised pot. Joao Simao, the party starter, with ace-jack. Note Jaffe with ace-king lurking. 9-7-4 board doesn't interact with either of them. Tune Mulder with top pair and the best of what's around.
Everyone with reason to be cautious on this board. 4 ways to the flop, and it's all low cards. Tends to favor, I guess, Jaffe in the hijack more than anyone, because he's got a number of sets and overpairs, some suited connectors that make flush draws. He doesn't see the reason to bet ace-king, though, so 4 ways to a turn.
Board pairing 7. Not sure Tune's going to be concerned about Simao or Jaffe containing trips, but maybe with some frequency, Brandon Wilson decided to hop in. Small blind calls of a raise, though, do make that a little bit less likely. I think a bet here from Tune would have to be respected by even the hands that beat him.
Not clear, I think, how Mulder should approach this spot. 9-8 is a well above average hand, but the way players in Joao Simao's spot tend to operate these days is by checking almost everything over to Jaffe in the hijack. So Simao could have been uncapped there, but Mulder decides still okay to take the lead.
Which he does.
I think I'd like to see Wilson just fold turn. It feels like kind of a lot of hand, but we interfere with all the natural bluffs pretty heavily.
That's such an important consideration, because when you do make these calls, you have to be able to assign hands that you beat to the opposition. And when you interfere with that range, it does make these sorts of...
Well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of day 1 of this 250K Invitational rally. We're finally here, my man. I know the last couple of days I've been asking you, the build up to this, and you've been excited, I guess, not only because it's our Invitational, but the sheer amount of partnerships that we've got. We've got 98 people at the start of day 1 here, and we're already up to 101, 3 bust outs, 3 re-entries. This could be huge, man.
I mean, the Invitational is just such a unique format. We've got the invitees, they invite a pro. Not everyone can get to play, and it's a massive buy-in. 49 pairs, like you mentioned. It's just the tournament to watch.
And it's interesting because we were just speaking with producer James and with Kevin, and he was like, we have always been under the assumption that the pros are going to try and stay out of each other's way. But up until now, we're only 1 frame in. It's been quite the contrary of that. We've seen multiple multi-way 3-bet pots. Case in point, Taylor von Kriegenberg currently in second, eliminating Ivy on a 10-8 deuce board. Taylor's got deuces. Ivy's got 10-8 suit, and it's a 3-bet pot pre, and it's just like, guys, what's going on? This is a 250K buy-in.
Yeah, that's very interesting that you pointed out, because in the first iteration of the Invitational, the pros actually played very slow. They played very snug. They're trying to get to that soft bubble where they get reunited with the invitees. But nowadays, the players are just attacking every pot. You know, they're like, well, there's still value to be had. It's plenty of day to be played, and it makes sense.
We got some really fun tables coming up. Over on table 17, we've got Bads, we've got Foxen, we've got Tolerine. We've got Vogelsang, Watson, Lee, Fritz. I mean, that could be a bloodbath if these guys want to get after it. And then over on table 8, we've got Was, Alamway, currently chip leader, Monchek, got Richard, got Einhorn. Let's go. 250K buy-in. It's the Invitational here in Paradise. Top right-hand corner of your screens, see that discount code pop up. TPS WSOP 15. Get involved. Buy yourself some merch. Or maybe buy that auntie or uncle that was telling you you'd never make it as a poker player. A little Christmas gift. Say, there you go, Uncle John. Have some of that. A little Triton hoodie. Quick scan around the room.
Working
he's a dolphin trainer. Jonathan Jaffe.
He's a dolphin trainer.
Yeah.
That's what we're going with?
That's not what I'm going with. Have you not seen the famous Jonathan Jaffe ESPN interview?
Clearly I do not know.
Wow. I thought you knew everything about poker, Andy.
Dolphins about poker? Okay.
He famously got interviewed during the World Series.
Oh, this sounds very familiar. I believe I have seen.
He literally got, they asked him, and he was like, oh, you know, I'm a dolphin trainer, and I've only just started playing poker. And they full on did like an actual piece on him, fully believing, without doing their research.
It sounds like he should be the invitee next time.
Sergi, Chidwick, Ponikos, Barbera just losing heaps.
He's on tilt.
Just can't win a sports bet. Schulman, Martirosyan, Adrian Mateos. So here we go. Feature table to kick things off. The pro side of the bracket. Kevin was just saying to me that Foxen's apparently been involved in numerous six-figure pots already.
That's Foxen for you.
Sounds about right. Things clearly been going well for him. He's got 1.5 times starting stack. Blue table.
Same. He's a lot of fun to watch, and look at that stack already.
Yeah, 2.5, more than 2.5 starting stacks, Randy. Then over on the gold table, we got the Blez. We've got Surza, we've got Hajiev, Lingham. That could be a really fun table to keep an eye on as well.
Yeah, and I took a peek. Same actually doubled up and eliminated Brandon Steven very early within 15 hands.
Wow.
Jacks versus Ace King all in pre, just like that.
That's ridiculous.
Just 300 big blinds apiece.
That's just
And he hit quads, by the way. Speaking of Same, here he is. Ace 10 offsuit, flopping top pair against Einhorn's Queen 9. Three club board.
Always nice to see David Einhorn at this Bahamas stop.
Yeah, he showed up for that $1 million one drop the very first time.
Yeah.
And he's been playing these tournaments ever since.
Yeah, he loves it.
Hey, that was a nice fold with Queen 9.
Maybe one of those ball textures where he just feels
Back
like,
to
you
normal.
know, it's
Dragging
gonna be
the
tough
pots.
to call across
Just
multiple
exactly
streets.
spin. I should have convinced you in the break to sell me a piece.
Well, the second there's pieces, I stop playing well. Try to free myself, and then I'm like, okay, new bullet, now I can play.
I still buy.
You know much about this Gabriel Andrade?
He's a new face, but immediately can tell he's going to be a lot of fun just chatting it up with Same. Richard Young, look what he's got. It's not bad. Just 2 aces.
I know looks interested. It does eventually bow out with the Jack-10. Jasper Ma. Suited Gapper. All right, little 3-way affair. I see how things are going to be over here.
It's the invitee side. No surprises.
See if Richard can win a nice one here. Potentially going to get some value from the 6-4.
And this is actually a good flop for 6-4. 4s and deuces. Makes the call.
Oh, shit.
That could kill the action for Richard's aces. Did well to find a sizable C-bet. Around 45% pot on the flop. Oh, here we go. He's got to find the double barrel, half pot.
I kind of feel like Jasper needs to continue for at least once more. Yeah, to keep the broadways with 1 spade honest.
44K in the middle. Oh, Richard's done really well here. See if he can find one more street. Trying to get value from 6s, 7s, 8s.
Exactly. And of course, the 4x, maybe an ace-5.
Half pot, half pot. Oh, Jasper's going to pay him off. Well done, Richard. I tell you what, I'm not finding 3 streets of value there.
Well played.
Nice hand.
Nice hand. Hey.
Must be great to get aces, Richard.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I have to just play my jacks.
Yeah, not as good as Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
the
just have to
quads
sit
and
there,
and full
work
house.
really hard with the jacks.
And kings.
And the kings.
And the kings, yep.
No, but your performance with jacks have been impeccable.
You know, speaking of Richard, he doesn't play that much, but when he does pretty good, because back in Jeju 2, he only played 4 events, 3 cashes, 1 was a win in the 50K short deck for 700K.
That's right. Yeah, he beat Michael Zhang heads up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bless you.
I get allergies, so
Yeah,
it's
I get it.
when I drink too much coffee, but I had no option because
The coffee makes you have allergies?
I mean, more like it's acid reflux. So it's not really, I thought it was allergies, it's more acid reflux. But people think I have COVID, so I tell them, hey, I'm gonna start coughing and don't get stressed.
Have you got COVID, Randy?
No, I do not.
No? Okay.
Has Jasper got Jack-6 offsuit on the button?
They're not playing the bounty game, the short deck bounty game.
Short deck bounty game in Nolan Hodel. Gabriel Andrade in there. Queen 10 offsuit in the big. Makes sense. Quite the solid top pair here. Queen 10.
It is indeed, and we may have liftoff for Jasper. He's got that Jack of Spades interacting with a 10-8-7. Has equity.
You know, if he's raising this hand pre-flop, he's definitely the type to barrel off posts.
You need change, right?
24K now in the middle.
I see a turn card. I mean, I want to see a brick. Ball pairing 7. Not ideal for Jasper.
Yeah, it's not a good double barrel card, hence the snap check.
What about this King of Clubs? Overcard to the board.
It's a decent card to represent, although I'm not convinced a lot of King X type holdings bet the flop. Like Ace King might not auto bet. He's going to try to rep it. I think the Queen 10 should seriously consider a call.
It's a sizable bluff. 18 to 24. Let's see if Gabriel can sniff this one out. It's a terrible run out for his hand. I say terrible run out. It's not the worst, but
yeah, not the worst. You know, obviously some clubs double barrel the turn, so you can discount the flush a little bit. Not all King X's bet the flop.
It's the bet check bet line.
Yeah. Sometimes under bluff by some players. This one is a bluff. He's on the fence.
Wow, it feels like he's going to fold.
It does feel like he's the way he's touching his cards. It's
there we go.
And he's ready to muck. You see that? Turn him over now.
Almost hit the mark. Jasper tried.
That's a
It was a solid effort. Got to give credit where credit's due. Had his man in the tank for that long.
Yeah, this table strikes me as the one that's going to have some eliminations.
This level?
I think so. It's just it's very clear that Same is a bit wild. Jasper's getting in there. And we're going to see some more hands. We got Tyler Monchek. I'm sure he's got a reputation to be aggressive, given Michael is.
So they are brothers?
Yeah.
Because last night, Kevin asked on stream, I think he asked producer James, and they were like, no, it's just the same name.
Oh, they're not?
No. This is what I've been told, that they're not. But I find that so hard to believe.
It's impossible.
How many people have you ever met named Monchek, and they just so happen to be here, both playing at 250K?
No, they for sure are brothers, no.
Dude, I'm not even trolling. I was told they're not.
Well, we got chat. Maybe they can figure it out for us.
200.
You got it. Yeah. Or tell us what they are.
I'll show you after the river.
Gonna be tough for Wasserson, especially on that flop.
So, Insomni saying they are. Mike confirmed on Twitter that they're brothers. Thanks for the clarification, mate. Yeah, I mean...
that would have been insane, right?
I mean, dude, I'm in the same boat as you. I was like, there's no way. This just can't be possible. They have to be brothers. I reckon we fire our producer.
And then Kevin was convinced too?
Yeah. I mean, Kevin, you convince Kevin of anything.
Usually I'm the one that's lost. Kings is gonna bet here. Look at Wasserson coming in with that 10 of diamonds. Perhaps he sees a path to victory if another straightiness card comes out.
He's just stone dead.
That's the card he was kind of looking for if he doesn't improve. It's very likely the overpair is going to want to check with the 4-liner out there. And he just has to bluff.
I want to see a big bet, Randy.
I think he will for sure, because he also doesn't expect Gabriel to be the type on the invitee side to be 3-betting hands that makes a straight.
66K. That's what I want to see.
27K, 3/4-ish. Still not an easy call of 2 kings. logically, what do you beat? Some kind of ace X of ace of diamonds comes to mind. Maybe like an ace queen, queen of diamonds. Price is not the worst. The thing is, he just made a hero call against Jasper not too long ago.
You know what? I actually like this size.
This piece of shit.
That's what Ross wants to hear.
Best
He
hand.
folds.
Best hand in the muck. Do all you time? We're not gonna go good like this. One time
Wow.
per hand. I'm gonna be out soon.
Stolen.
Yeah.
That's why Ross wanted to play that one in position. Came in with the float, didn't need to improve.
Over to our pro table.
Randy, the plot twist gets thicker. It's somebody saying they're literally twins. They're twin brothers.
And who said they were brothers?
He's followed up saying that A-Team always deserving of any assistance we can provide. Appreciate it, my man. And yeah, unfortunately, can't post links in the YouTube chat for some reason. But
unfortunate for Watson too. Look at this. Hood is up. It's a new color for Vogelsang.
yeah, that's what Kevin and Ali were saying. Yeah.
I like it. Given the positions it's undergun and one position over and how deep they are, Watson should always be calling and never 4-betting off of this stack. 4-betting is just kind of turning your hand into a bluff, and that seems unnecessary with jacks.
5 seconds. Fold.
Here we go, 3-bet pot. +1 versus UTG. Well, Queen 10-3, Vogel still with the best of it, but Watson with the only heart in hand.
Yeah, surprisingly, you know, Watson's got a lot of equity now. Still kind of expect Vogelsang to follow through with a C-bet, seeking clarity. You can still get value from worse.
5 seconds. 6,000.
6 into 28. I say play a turn card.
Yeah, no need to turn the hand into a bluff. Just comes with check call. That card should slow things down.
Yeah, that's the one where you kick the chair. Like, seriously, that card? Well, seems like a good time to take a free card of 2 kings.
Maybe the strategy for Sam is to blind out a little until blinds are go up a little, so these jams are more reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, still a problem with the investors, right? If you, or you mean blinding out in the mist?
Yeah, blinding out over there, and then like blinds goes up kind of quickly.
Yeah.
Then you're at least able to open jam.
Fair, yeah.
So some conversation going on about Sam Muller. We'll give you guys a little bit of insight to that situation in a bit.
Yeah,
So
let me
let's
know
check it
after
on
this
over.
hand.
Vogel
Oh my God! And the
Does he
breaks
want
are
to
kind of,
reopen the
in a
action?
Similar timing. 74 and like 122. So.
Yeah.
No, he's just going to knuckle this one back, but he will take it down. Jack's no good. So, yeah, to give you guys a bit of context, Sam Muller, who is in this 250K, he regged the 2.5K mystery bounty, not knowing that day 2 of the mystery bounty was on the same day as day 1 of this 250K. He ends up bagging a huge stack in the mystery bounty. He didn't find out until like halfway through the day that the two tournaments collide. So now he's having to multi-table. He's in this 250K and he's running over to his mystery bounty table and just running back and forth whenever he can. And what Makita's saying is that the strategy for Sam, because it is a mystery bounty...
The funny thing is that, like, you know, just imagine he folding out of turn, so he's supposed to get penalty in these couple hands, but he don't care.
So Makita is saying that the strategy would potentially be to blind down a bit in the 2.5K, wait till you drop down to like maybe 40 bigs, 35 bigs, and then you can start like open jamming and like, you know, 3-bet jamming and those kind of things. But yeah, bit of chaos here for Muller.
Yeah, but how many people are left in that? Do you know, roughly?
About 160 last I saw. 160. It's 350K up top.
It's crazy because...
And there's bounties as well.
You know, this is... It's a big difference in buy-in, you know? It's 100x.
Well, it is, but he likely has 100% himself in a 2.5K with 350K up top plus bounties. Versus if we were to speculate, let's say 20%, yeah, in this. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one. Like,
maybe he should read the structure next time or the manual.
I agree. We got a $10 donation. Someone saying Texas Mike and Tyler are not twins; they are brothers. How do I know? Question mark. We're related. Well, thank you for.
There's a third brother, by the way.
There is?
I'm pretty sure there's a third brother.
Wait, Randy.
That might be the third brother.
You're the third brother of the Monchek twins?
No, it's not me.
Wait, so you're triplets?
It's not me.
That's not you.
It's the guy who donated, I assume.
Okay.
You did it. Finally. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, people asking about the Phil Ivey bust out. So there's a 3-bet pot. Came 10-8 deuce. Ivy flops top 2. Taylor von Kriegenberg flops bottom set. And deuces against 10-8.
Sorry? Yeah.
Pass. Wait, 3,500. Pass.
Pauline making a great point that Ivy hasn't got long to re-enter because on the pro side of the bracket, if you do bust, you only have 1 hour, right, Randy? And you only have 1 re-entry. Whereas on the invitee side of the bracket, you can reg at the start of day 2, like until late reg closes, basically.
And you also get 2 re-entries.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Ivy will be back.
Bet?
I mean, look, I don't want to put monetary value on it. But I would if I did. Kiat, take it down, sir.
I feel like Kiat's game has evolved so much the last couple of years. I remember in Vietnam, back in Vietnam, Randy, 2023. God, it feels like a lifetime ago. We were there.
Vietnam it's been a while.
It's almost 3 years, bro. That was like the first stop of 2023. It was like early 2023.
Yeah, Kiat was the guy who just kept getting second place.
That's right, exactly, yeah. Do you remember when Orpin burnt his feet and he had to get pushed around in a wheelchair for like a week?
Yeah, he was like fine one day on our stream, and the next day he's on a wheelchair because the sand was too hot. Like, how do we know that was a thing?
That's because you've never been on a beach before, Andy. You're always at Shake Shack.
That's right.
You never make it to the beach.
Comes Makita, King, Queen.
No action.
Nothing.
Jean-Philippe saying, Monsieur Kilbane, how many hours did you sleep? A solid 6, I'd say. What about you, Randy?
8.
Yeah, well done, mate.
Yeah, it's good.
It's a solid effort on your part. We don't even need an alarm here. You know,
they'll wake you up.
They'll wake you up in the hallway. Don't worry. They're having the cleaning ladies have their meetings right next to my door every morning.
Bad seat draw.
a lot of variance in the room that you get. You know.
Yeah.
What he's saying, Randy just doesn't take his shoes off on the beach.
Nah, that's pretty dumb. Didn't you get sand inside? Vibes at this table is obviously quite different than the invitee side, eh?
It's all about just preserving energy. These guys know they're here for a full 14-day trip, whereas I think it's safe to assume on the invitee side, a lot of them are just here for this. Maybe they flick in like a couple of other events.
Some of these guys are more tired than others, like Watson and Tolerine grinding the PLO. Vogelsang might be fresh.
No, I've seen Vogelsang running up and down the hallway the last couple of days, so like he's definitely been playing.
He takes the stairs. Probably too, you think?
No. I just mean I've seen him at the venue, then back to the hotel. I think he played the 50K yesterday. As did a lot of these guys.
Now's the time to be fresh as possible. Whatever it takes. Foxen just went for it. Paradise was Foxen's place last year.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Final tabled the 500K and then shipped the main. In pretty spectacular fashion as well. Like
that final hand.
That hero call against Xiao with bottom pair.
I think it actually might be my favorite hand of all time.
Really?
In the Triton tournaments, yeah.
Yeah?
I think so.
Just because of like the moment and the prestige around it.
Everything combined, yeah. And the hand itself, no deal was made. Like, it's just everything was perfect for that.
Yeah, Foxen's a bit of a gangster.
And it was a mystery hand, too. I got to call to action on that one. That was so good.
Vogel in the cutoff. They get a full 30 seconds pre-flop, Randy? Or is it 20?
I'm waiting for producer James to tell me.
So that you're right.
Yes, it is. It is the amount of seconds you get pre-flop. It should be 20.
There you go.
I got there.
We got there. Did get there. 20 sounds about right.
I was going to say 20. Just.
Oh, you were? Okay.
Just throwing producer James under the bus.
That seems to be your new bit. You got any new bits planned for 2026?
Oh, it's soon, isn't it? It is soon, the new year. You ever do the whole resolution thing?
I used to. What about you?
Never did one in my life.
Yeah.
I say things like, "Oh, be more healthy, do some exercise." Like, yeah, right.
So you just
January 1st, no way.
You know you're bluffing yourself.
Yeah. So why waste energy now?
What about no Shake Shack?
It's never happening.
4.
No Shake Shack in 2026.
4K for jacks.
Can't leave a potential 3-bet candidate here out the small. Just goes with flat.
I've actually seen nowadays more of these suited kings flatting from the small blind. Something that wasn't as prevalent before.
Yeah.
Usually they were going 3-bet or fold.
Yeah, it's interesting how like the metas shift and we get to have like a front row seat to it, right?
Yeah.
I remember, I want to say just like, a couple of years ago, you were spot on. Like the king 3, the king 7s were just being taken as 3-bets. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Got a situation here, actually. Over pair versus middle pair and a gut shot. Type of board that kind of hits the blinds. So we could see some interesting procedures. Not even sure if this is an auto bet for jacks into 2 players in the blinds. Yeah.
Well, Tollerine's got the clubs covered. Don't think Cat wants to be probing on this turn.
Yeah, Cat has enough showdown value with the 5 that he doesn't need to necessarily turn into a bluff. The ace-6 offsuit with a club, though, that can strongly consider it. Looks like he gives up.
$3.5.
What's Bad's got cooking here? Opportunity to perhaps turn this one into a bluff.
I think he can strongly consider check raise, to be honest. Tollerine's range is relatively weak with check back flop and bet small on turn with the flush completer. He might just give it up, but like you can see how even like a 10x would have a lot of trouble calling down if you were to check raise in bomb river on blanks.
18,500. Oh, close.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get annoying. But knowing Makita is a very strong player, very capable of attacking on these type of textures, even with check raise lines, probably going to take one off here.
Feels
Still has
bad
the
at
club,
all,
right?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, bink it.
That's one way to get there. Forgot about that.
It's one of the best cards for Makita. I think he prefers the ace than another club.
Oh, for sure. Does he now value bet this? Targeting like a jack 10 suited, jacks through kings. Or is he worried about like ace king, ace queen?
Yeah, I was going to say like a blocky bet makes sense because if you're up against those ace king type hands, you just kind of lose the minimum. But then you can still try to get value from 10x or jacks through kings. That isn't going to be looking to bet when check 2 on a river. And even if Tolerine had a hand like ace king, ace queen, he's probably not going to raise too often just because he knows his opponent's the type that can have like bet 3-bet on river.
Ah, that's a nice fold.
That's a great fold.
Put money in. Put money in while he was ahead. Got away from it when he was behind. Right. A lot of people asking about the pairings. If you go over to the YouTube channel chat, you can click the link that the Triton Poker Mod just posted, ! Invitational. See all of the pairings. Tad Ryan saying, Randy, are you still in recovery for your gambling problem? I think you're getting him confused with Ali. So back on over to the invitee side of the bracket.
Pocket jacks for Einhorn.
Raise.
Looks like Jasper's run up his stack a bit. He was on 100K earlier, and now he's got 200K with a 3-bet now. Wasserson, pocket nines, cold calls. You just don't see as much cold calling 3-bets on the pro side, but on the invitee side.
What?
Same, no. Did he just 4-bet 50K cold against a UTG?
It's gone UTG Open +1 3-bet. Hijack flat, and Same's found the 4. The cold 4.
And he bins the jacks.
Wow.
I mean, how can you blame him? Usually this is supposed to be very strong. Ace queen. Man, this.
How much do you have?
Just enough to
I don't know how much.
Take
wow. Wow.
Show one.
Do it.
Show 4.
King.
4.
Wow.
4? No, not like that. I folded such a good
8-4.
hand.
I had a pretty good hand too.
Oh my god.
Folded the best hand.
No, I did.
No, I did.
This is the cheap little bling.
Not the
Any card.
4.
Nines.
That's better.
I couldn't help it. I'm sorry.
Flipping.
You want to try to open the ace?
You need your best. You need your best.
A pocket.
You follow the procedures. It's not enough.
You must try to open the ace.
You deserve that.
I jacks.
Maybe both is small.
You deserve it.
No choice.
You earned it.
I couldn't help it.
Should have gone all in.
I've been folding too much and.
Same getting his squeeze
We
on.
fold crazy hands. Add ace
We
queen,
all folded crazy hands.
pocket nines, pocket jacks.
What happened on chips here? Oh, I see.
I was getting excited about maybe seeing a flop, you know?
Yeah, but that was pretty good right there.
I have a reputation to uphold. I have to do it.
If you're going to spoil the party, do it with King
That
4
was
suited.
incredible.
Everyone got
Don't
sniped.
worry about you too. How you might be trapping too. I don't know.
Like, I don't like watching the pros play,
I just
but this
folded
table
before
is
I gave him-
fun.
I didn't want to even think about it.
It's on me.
Lexi said, I'm going to need some Blez content, please.
Good call. That's a good call.
JG saying Blez's commentary on the mixed games at WSOP was excellent. I agree. Big fan of Blez. He's busy playing right now, but I've heard that there is potential. There's a world in which he joins us at some point in, maybe next week. So
Yeah, let's hope he does well.
hope he does
for
well
now.
in this one. Yeah, but definitely agree with all of you. Blez's commentary this World Series was incredible.
$26.
There's the check raise with Queen 9. Knows he's got the best hand. Even for 7s now, it's kind of a tough spot. Decent backdoors. Maybe your opponent's bluffing you. Could have the best hand.
I've seen so much madness going on.
Yeah, at this table. It's kind of hard to fold a
I
pair.
want to fold at 1.
He's going to fold.
Do you know what the TV delay is?
30 minutes.
Okay, I'm just curious how much time I have
Nice
before my pro walks over to yell at me for not doing something approved.
You're behind.
I got 30 minutes where I can like mess around before he sees that and it comes over and tells me, no.
1 hour.
1 hour? Okay, I got a full hour, guys.
Oh, so much.
We might even be off TV by that point.
Jean-Philippe saying, Kilbane, ask production to have table 11 and 13 after, please. Let's have a look. Who's on table 11? Table 13.
Well, no, I'm curious.
I folded my best hand I've had the entire day.
You searching?
I am having a look. Table 13. So table 11, we got. Okay, Antonius, Davies, Winter, Kenny, Muller, Danilo, Deng.
Don't lie. Don't lie. No, don't lie.
I think I should just go
It
all
was
in.
building up, and I was like, I just review.
Don't believe you.
Just gotta let the valve go a little bit, and then I'm back. I'm back. Only jacks, guys. Only jacks. No.
Jacks plus.
Yeah.
Table 13, Mateos, Tang, Negranu, Schulman, Martiroshin, Lonis, and Foxen. All right, we'll put a request in. Can't make any promises.
Ooh. Look
I
at
do appreciate
that.
Richard thinking that the other card is an ace.
Huh?
I like to check back.
Who knows what it was?
Flopped it too strong.
It's like, oh, you wanted to show the ace. I was like, no ace in the game.
I thought maybe he's.
Well, now you have the change.
Yeah, we're going to be playing 5 frames today. So 10 50-minute levels. What's that? 8.5 hours of play plus the 15-minute break. So yeah, we're going to be live for about 9.5 hours of this, and then got that little bonus coverage. 100K PLO main. Andres Nemeth heads up against Sam Soverall.
Yeah. After you show that for, you better show some full house or we're not going to believe you.
I've seen enough of his full houses.
Yeah, he doesn't want to see more. 3,500. Yeah, like, I'm done with your full houses.
That was a thick hand all the way around.
What's going on over here? Looks like
Kerry Katz?
that is Kerry Katz, right?
That is.
He's all in for his tournament life by the looks of things. Looks like there's a side pot brewing between, I want to say JNT and Philip Sternheimer.
You are correct. That's right, JNT with the check. Over to Sternheimer. There's some betting.
16,000.
Can't really see the board. It's like 10, 5 deuce. The JNT's folded.
What do we got?
We've got a showdown.
Sternheimer versus Katz. Katz is up from his seat.
Looks like he's out.
Good game, sir. He'll be back. Just left his stuff. He'll be back. Hey, he gave us a thumbs up.
Oh, Jeff Platt hanging around. He watches his boss bust. Nice pick up there for Sternheimer, fresh off that final table run, 100K PLO main. 7 eliminations so far. And this 250K. You're going to get one ourselves, Randy? What did you say? You said like an hour until we see a bust out on our tables? I can see it. The way these guys have been playing.
I think it'll happen on this table. That's my guess.
I think it will be
4,000?
Sammy involved as well.
Sammy eliminating someone.
Some fashion. Oh, here we go. This could be the start of something. 4K raise by Tyler. Starting off plenty deep. Looks like what, 120 bigs, 130 bigs. What's is in there? Queen 9 of diamonds from the small. Gabriel's going to defend the 10-7-0. Okay, 3 ways to a flop. Oh, my word.
Top 2 pair.
Against kings. This could be showers if Gabriel fast plays this. Monchek's bet big.
Fast play seems nice against a big sizing.
Something like 35K.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Just calls. Let's see a turn. Monchek needs some kind of scare card to slow things down. I mean, that does complete a couple of the potential gut shots that check raised flop.
Yeah, but it's not the scariest. Some connection, of course.
Hands like Jack 9 and 9-8 also now turn a pair. Perhaps wouldn't continue firing as a bluff.
He's got to make the decision here because 62K is what, 40% of Tyler's stack. If he wants to commit, he's probably going to. Okay, he's just going to call. Could have considered jamming if he was going to continue. There's a path to kind of save himself the last 95K. If it's like an 8, a jack is very bad for kings. And actually quite bad for 10-7.
So you don't think he goes broke here?
The kings?
Yeah. I mean, I like what you're saying. Like this run out. Wow, Gabriel's found the jam. This feels a bit thin to me, if I'm being perfectly honest with you.
You're not wrong. But if he thinks that the kings will call, which it does, it's a great jam. Well played, Gabriel. Tough one for Monchek.
Yeah. Maybe Tyler didn't think that 2 pair would jam like that. Putting Gabriel on like a busted spade draw. That's a huge pot.
There's that elimination.
Yeah, 360K pot. Going Andrande's way.
Open table 7.
Well played him. I wouldn't have been able to get that many streets of value from the 10-7, so well done, sir.
Let's see, Tyler looking on Michael.
No, definitely no more complaining from you. That's it.
I'm not a complainer, but it was just.
You're not a complainer, no.
No, I'm really not a complainer, but it really was like annoying.
I know, I'm
to,
joking,
like,
man.
Lose like every putt for like 1 level and a half.
All of a sudden, you're not a complainer. I know.
I'm not a complainer.
I think
I'm a very appreciative person of life. And even when I was there, I was just being funny, like no. I'm very grateful, man.
You're not much of a complainer either, Randy.
No, what am I to complain about? I'm in paradise, watching high stakes poker, just having a good time.
These hands could collide on certain board textures. A lot of shared outs.
Yeah, very similar type holdings.
And we get the ace-jack for 2 clubs, 1 spade.
So if everyone whiffs, who's going to win this pot? If I had to guess, it'll be Same. He'll find a way to win it.
Wow. Doesn't get brickier than that.
Einhorn's got a gut shot. Not enough to bet. Oh, Wasserson, he's coming in swinging. Queen 9 high. Gotta play the table.
I wasted my bluff on the other one.
But you can go reverse psychology, like he thinks that I don't have it because I should have it, and then go.
The problem is walking over way too simple.
Wow, what a call of King 5 high. He's right.
He pulled the 9.
I get one.
I don't think he's calling Randy because he thinks he's right with King high. I think he's calling because he has
Just a king.
a gut shot.
Well, yeah, that too. What a call.
I had that hand dominated.
Me too.
King 6.
King 8.
All right, back to our pro table.
If someone would text him when the hand is over, so he have like 15 seconds to go there.
Yeah.
And decide if it's a good timing to go or not.
Yeah, just like a single text, like whatever, now, every time. Be worth a lot. I guess the play would be to ask someone at the table next to you. They would probably be, that would be the cheapest labor price. Yeah.
Vogelstein was a pre-flop raiser. Pairs the 3. It's not a bad flop for Tolerine. And a wheel draw, best hand. 3 spades. $8,500 is healthy.
Do we have a dinner break or do we just play through? Makes sense, yeah.
It's a good card for both.
Chat's catching up. So Phil Ivy's missed his window. It seems like it. Yeah, no rebuy for Ivy, Randy. Oh, Tolerine's going to find. I thought he was reaching for chips there. He's going to check it back. Tough to get better to fold.
I think that both players are relatively happy to check down their pair as played. Shouldn't need to turn itself into a bluff on this run out. Yeah, I would just take this free showdown with the 4s, I would think. Though usually you can't really imagine how you're good unless it's the 3x, but how many players are opening 3x in the cutoff, I suppose? There's always that chance. We've got king 3.
Are you trying to get like 5s to fold?
I think you're trying to get pocket pairs to fold. Looks like that is what he's going to try to do. He went huge. So he doesn't think that Vogelsang would ever play an ace in this manner or a flush. So he's trying to push out all the other pocket pairs. And clearly there's a lot of them that's better than 4s. 4s is the worst one that isn't a full house.
This is kind of funny because he might get paid by worse.
That would be hilarious. Because I don't think Vogel expects his opponent to do this with a pair like this too often. So nice play, Tolerine.
Bluffing with the best hand.
He was just value betted.
So yeah, to catch people up to speed, Ivy has not re-entered. So that's it. He's out the tournament. Because on the pro side of the bracket, you have an hour to re-enter if you bust. On the invitee side of the bracket, you can take your sweet time. You can come back tomorrow, start of day 2, max late reg. And on the VIP side as well, you have, what, 2 re-entries?
2 re-entries.
So, yeah, good luck to all the invitees and all the pros. But yeah, Ivy's out. He hasn't re-entered, so maybe that's him done for today. Well, it is him done for today.
It is him done for today. That's right. I'm just taking a look at who's been eliminated. Jamil Wakil also out. Not sure if he still has time to rebuy. Anatoly Zlotnikov, Gary Katz, Tyler Monchek, which you saw earlier. Those are the 5 people eliminated. But of course, the invitees have opportunity to rebuy.
35.
Jamil actually got set over setted against Steven Chidwick for 300,000 chips on the Ace 10 3 rainbow board. Brutal. Mr. Foxen. Jack 8 suited. Yeah, he always strikes me as the guy that's not going to sit back and just lean on you. But Watson's got game. He'll fight back.
Classic Foxen. Finds the aggressive line pre. So what's has flopped best? Feels like a board texture that you'd expect Foxen to continue on at a pretty high frequency here.
Yeah, I would expect him to bet, especially on king high texture. He's got all those ace kings. He can fold out a lot of pocket pairs lower than the queen. He has that jack of spades for a backdoor flush draw. Also blocks continues like ace jack, jack 10. So it makes a lot of sense to fire a c-bet.
That's a boring turn card. Boring in the sense that Foxen's now ahead of some hands like ace 10, ace jack, like jack 10.
Yeah, so he doesn't need to turn his hand into a bluff, I would say, because he beats those hands you just mentioned. For like 6-7, ace jack, ace 10, that would check call. It just likely checks down unless the river card improves one of the 2 players. Yeah, so here, likely just a check down. Queen 10 would be too thin of a value bet, I would think.
This is Alex Foxen we're talking about. Well, no, he does take his showdown. So Watts with a nice little pick up there, trending back in the right direction. Still 2/3 of a starting stack.
On the 7th card or the 8th card?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe pre-flop.
I had the solid third best hand. Sometimes third place is decent. In this case, it was really not good.
Yeah. Sammy has third place when he had pocket 9 and pocket jacks. He win the hand.
True.
He had fourth place.
Fourth place.
Yeah.
Pocket fourth, I don't know.
Fourth place. Oh, no. You know, he had ace 4 probably.
He had 4-5. He's a psychopath.
4, 5. Who knows? We'll never know.
Oh, we will know. What do you know?
Until a half hour from now.
Just tell us what you have.
1 hour, no, still got 40 minutes. We know.
Richard, you can know anytime. Just ask.
Cannot, I cannot ask.
Well, it was neither ace 4 or 5-4.
Either or. Okay, take it. Hell of a hand to defend.
Sammy's really enjoying himself out there.
Yeah, he plays an 818K stack, 545 big blinds. A lot of big blinds. Overall tournament chip leader is Same. Gabriel's in third after taking out Monchek.
So I was saying, is Lococo playing as an invitee? He is indeed. Took down this event last year.
Jasper just called Queen 6 suited in the cutoff versus UTG. Big slick now.
I love when you save me.
You were gonna do something crazy? Yeah?
Well, I can't call with the hand I have.
Oh, okay.
Especially not against Richard. So I only have crazy left.
Think they're scrolling TikTok or?
They got the same feed.
Just relax. It's a good relaxing tournament.
4?
No, but I'm saying
Level 4.
So he'd repeat again.
Yeah. And it starts going up.
Wasp seems to have like a game plan here, similar to Jasper, which is just like peeling these kind of like disguised hands, try and drill a flop.
Yeah, willing to do it with deep stacks.
That's 4,
Something
right?
you just don't see on the pro side. The idea is that they think they can get more value at this type of table post flop if they make their hand.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember each time. I'm sorry.
Look at this 3-bet, this tiny 3-bet in position. Really just not going to achieve much here.
For me.
Does get to inflate the pot in position with a, I would assume is always the best hand when no one 4-bets pre.
No longer the best hand. Was with the pair of fives. Einhorn 2 overs, backdoor clubs. And Drane with that queen of hearts potentially working for him. Does he want to continue on the merit of ace high? No. Wow, what a slow roll. And the 3 of hearts, not the card. Instead it's the 4 of clubs, which gives Einhorn a flush draw and a wheel draw. I think Ross is going to be going anywhere just yet.
Yeah, pair and a gut shot. Ace queen should be out. Ooh,
wow.
Bingo.
What a brutal river card.
Oh, he checks it. Oh, man.
Oh, that is a sneaky check there from Einhorn. And look at this. Nearly full pot from Eric. He's going to be headed to the rebuy desk, surely.
Yep, bye-bye Washington. I don't see how he can fold for his last 35K when he's got the straight on board in a 3-bet pot.
What a disgusting river card.
You a flush?
Oh my God! I had king 7 on hearts.
6 of clubs. Wow. All right. Good luck.
Game, buddy.
Good game.
Sick. Another elimination on an invitee side.
King 7 on split.
You what? King what?
King 7.
King 7 of clubs?
I had a straight 2. King 7 on club. Be careful.
GG's, was.
He's out.
Well, we were just saying, you know, these guys trying to get involved with these suited one gappers and connectors to try and make these types of hands. And, well, the flip side of that is you can get coolered.
That's right. You get punished.
David Einhorn scooping a big old pot. He's up to 451K. That was a savage check.
Yeah, because
That
if he
was-
just bets out, then Wasserson just calls and still has like 40, 50K. But there he just loses max when Einhorn opts to go for check raise.
That was a sick check.
1,500.
I love that old school style of, you know,
I
get trappy, you know.
Tap the table. Gotcha.
Bet turn, check river. Oh no, 4-liner on board. Oh no.
Oh no, flush.
Oh no, flush. I check.
It's like, gotcha.
Got him.
All right, a real hand for
Have one more
Jasper.
player coming, or
Yeah.
Finally.
Why were you calling him Jasper earlier on?
You were.
I was?
It's Jasper, right?
It's Jasper, yeah.
I need more chips
That's
now.
right. Are you trolling me right now?
No, I'm so confused, bro. Oh, hang on. Whoa.
I prefer short-handed.
Whoa,
What is
whoa,
going
whoa.
on?
Short-handed is fine. 6, 5, 5 people.
Has he only flat called? He's only flat called with the queens.
Thank God.
Wow. Oh, he might still go broke.
Still loses a lot.
Might still go broke here. So Richard 3-bet pre-flop. There's a small 3-bet to 12K. Jasper just called in position. I tell you what, he has done well to not go broke so far. Can't guarantee that he won't overturn and river, but
He's just going to call down. Let's see. Depends on how big. Get sized up here, was it? 30K-ish?
what was this, like 60% pot? Jasper's just going to make the call. 110 in the middle, 153 back.
Yep. That river card is so clean. And it's a good card for Jasper, too.
See a big bet here from Richard.
Yeah, he's probably going to at least 75K.
Both flush draws bricking.
61. Yeah, it's a side call. Your opponent might be value betting like an ace jack at 3-bet.
I'm probably not gonna fold, just so you know.
That's music to the ears of Richard. It's one of those hands where Jasper's gonna lose the pot, but has to be proud of himself for not going broke here. I think a lot of other players in this setup lose their entire stack. He's gonna have 90K back, which is still very healthy.
12 free flop.
If he gets away from this, it's going to go down as one of the folds of the tournament. He can't find it, understandably so.
He knows.
Queen. So, yeah.
Nice hand, Richard.
What an amazing fold, but it seems near impossible, especially for that
Oh, they're all
size.
playing real hands.
Not you.
Where's 2 jacks when you need them?
That was a good time.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like Jasper lost the minimum there.
Back to 92K.
Nice straight on play.
Yes, sir. Oh, it's on you.
I can't see the cards.
Nice. 12,000.
Richard Young using those Jasper chips. 3-betting ace-8 offsuit against Gabriel. Like this from Richard, playing off his image. Gets the better hand to fold.
Take it, Richard.
I'm going broke, Randy's going broke. Most people at the table are going
Two
broke.
empty seats.
Jasper did not. Well done. Wait for some players to be brought over by the looks of things, because had a couple of bust outs. Who's joining us?
Wow, these two level.
New
Very
face?
quiet, you.
Yeah, sure.
I know.
Hi, how are you?
Just taking a nap.
Jasper, nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you.
Well, let's flip it back to the pros. Ben Tollerine, suited connector, first position. Auto raise. Maciekowski in there. And well, Fritz got Queen 10 suited.
I'm keeping tabs on this updates feature, by the way, Randy. Jessica Tussaud has been eliminated elsewhere in the room.
Oh no. I think this tournament is really nice when they use the updates tab.
Yeah. Keith Lear also busted down to 90. So a few people on the outside potentially going to re-enter. Zubov, the 3-bet. Final tabled this event, if I'm not mistaken. Or was it the main that he final tabled? I know it was one of the two.
I'll take a big peek for you.
We may. Oh, I was about to say. We might have a multi-way 3-bet bot here.
Yeah, Zubov actually got 4th in the 100K main in Paradise.
4th, okay. Nikita gets out of there. As does Fritz. All right, take note. I'm probably calling all 3 of those hands, so.
You throw this hand on the invitee side, it's a 4-way pot to the flop. It's just different over here. Just play solid poker. Make your bluffs from time to time.
Ducks in the cutoff when we're this deep. Gets a V-pip.
Mm-hmm.
Flop a set. King 7 of diamonds for Watson.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Sometimes players opt to 3-bet, some flat, some even fold. Let's see what appetite Watson's got.
13-5.
They're fighting.
Some diamonds dead. Not that that's necessarily what Watson needs to win. He's got the pre-flop aggression. Also has the button.
Yeah, he just needs Zubov to whiff. And the C-bet usually wins on the flop. About 100 big blinds effective.
Get a food menu.
See if Zubov can do what Taylor von Kriegenberg did earlier on in this tournament. Find a deuce. Does not. Watson with the best of it on the Queen 7-4.
Probably coming with a small sizing for Watson just to get some value from worse, and also to protect. The 7 is very vulnerable to an overcard. You bet small enough, maybe the 2s even hang around.
8,000.
I don't know, man. Feels dicey, Randy. Out position.
You would want to have a heart in hand.
Feels like it's so hard to improve. I guess maybe there's a world where Watson slows down. We just get to get our deuces to showdown. I don't know.
I think it's reasonable. You could. If he had a heart in hand, he probably would consider it. Without it, he just feels he's continuing too much. They're just, no set, no bet.
Is that what they say?
That is what they say.
What's one of your favorite poker sayings from the last few years?
But what is the sayings these days? You tell me.
Oh no. GTO.
Not like that.
Yeah, not like that. That's definitely Casino Royale.
What else has Martin got up his sleeve?
That's true. Yeah, Martin's definitely coined a couple of his own. Yeah, Casino Royale. Not like that. Nacho's got some.
Oh yeah, scam.
Such a scam.
It's just those two, really. That just has all the lines. Remember you had that bingo card?
Yeah.
I get one more. Thank you.
Yeah, the Nacho Barbero bingo card.
You can probably make a Martin Gabrel bingo card now. So, Alexander Zubov, pre-flop raiser in this hand versus Vogelsang, flatty on the button. 9-7 suited, 1 gapper. It's a fair fight. Both players with a pair and a straight draw, open-ended. However, Vogelsang's is a bit worse on the bottom end.
GRO as well.
GRO, what's that mean?
That's one of Martin's ones. I don't fully understand it, but MLH saying that Cheetah likes to say he's playing the game. Yeah, that's a good one. Well, Vogel turns 2 pair. Zubov's turned a straight. Single raise pot. Check through on the flop.
Yeah, 3 clubs out there. I think Zubov should consider firing. If he had a club in hand, more likely to check, he still checks this one. And that should give Vogelsang the opportunity to take a free card. Mainly because you don't really want to bet fold a hand that can improve to a full house.
Well, somehow, Randy, this pot is only 12K.
Yeah, Zubov should be betting now.
Should be. You said that on the turn.
Because if his opponent didn't bluff on the 4-liner on the turn, they're unlikely to kind of try and represent the jack at this point. So now you kind of just have to do your own betting.
I think he gets paid off here. That's played. Though it does also feel like a pretty underbluff spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think Vogel's good enough to find a fold.
For this size as well, 2/3 pot, it's a bit greedy. He's going to get paid. So, elsewhere in the room, Eric Watterson has re-entered. So up to 103 runners now.
I'm
You can
sorry,
check
yes.
all the outer table action over on the Triton Poker Plus app. And follow your favorite players along. Get up multiple tables at a time, along with the live stream, of course. I don't think Einhorn's going to be folding this monster pocket pair. Saw him fold jacks incorrectly earlier on.
Gonna make it more.
49,000.
Seeing the bigger sizing.
People.
Give
I
them how
don't know
deep
why I
they
do
are.
this to myself. I like it.
I like this Gabriel guy. He's a funny guy.
Nice hand. Nice
You
bluff.
can tell.
What?
Nice bluff.
I don't think he was bluffing.
Nice bluff. One day I'm gonna have it, baby. Yeah. And then they're not gonna like it then. They're not gonna like it. I only do good with the bad hands. Have you noticed? Like with the 10, I know I had one time queens, but with the 10-7, I'm gonna stick to like real garbage. That was decent garbage.
Stay in the dumpster.
You love to hear that in a 250K.
All right, this is our next featured table.
All right. JNT, Sternheimer. Is that Monica Krabetz as well? And what about on the pro side? Who we got?
Which one is it? Which one is it?
Oh, there we go. The fans asked and we delivered. Nick
Archer?
Schulman, Danu Negreanu, Artur Martirosyan. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, this is the one. Mateos, Kristen Foxen,
Danny Tang,
Jesse Lonis.
Okay. All right, guys. We'll see you soon.
That's the one. That is the one for me.
It's pretty bad
Someone
for me,
did
though.
promise
I have like 40
to
before.
donate 200
I'll
euros
put it
to my charity if we got that table. And I don't want to say that I was the one responsible, but I was the one responsible. So feel free to head over to peakhumanity.org.
So this pot is Manuel Fritz opened. Got 3-bet by Foxen to 16K. Who's got Queen 10 suited. And he's going to start with a bet.
20.5.
Fritz has got the best hand. It's an alright texture.
Does Foxen know how to flat call pre-flop? Or is it 3-bet only?
He likes to be aggressive. That's how he builds big stacks. Ooh, ace on the turn. That's a fun one because it's a good card to multi-barrel with, especially when you've got a gut shot like this. Problem for him is Fritz has got hearts to go along with the 7. If it was just 7, 8 of spades, it would be folding to a double barrel.
But realistically, how much ace-X do you think Fritz has other than the 2 combos of ace-jack suited that are left?
Not too many.
5 seconds.
Is there ever like a slow-played ace-king in there? Like an ace-king-o doesn't want to play like a massive 4-bet pot this deep?
I think ace-king is definitely in there. Regardless, Fritz is going to be calling, and it makes sense why the Queen 10 is double barreling. River card's going to be a lot of fun. Really curious to see if Foxen follows through. Because his Queen 10 kind of blocks the very best ace-X's. Look at this pot.
One of the biggest pots of the day on the pro side of the bracket. Both players brick. Foxen 3-bet pre, barreled flop, bombed turn. Is he going to empty the clip here?
Well, it depends on how he expects Fritz to play Jack X as played. Like a King Jack, Queen Jack, are they folding the turn?
5 seconds.
Because if they are, then there's less hands that fold to the triple barrel. Foxen's concerns are like 6-7 suited, 6s, 7s, ace jack, jacks, and ace king. There is a lot of hands that could call down. Hands that would call fold, or hands like this. Pair with hearts.
Oh, he's given up, Randy.
Yeah, that's very nice for Fritz.
It's
so nice.
Relief for Fritz, I'll tell you that much.
I would take this showdown with 7. I think it's good enough. You beat all of the Broadways that whiffed, that doubled. You don't need to turn itself into a bluff to attack Jack X. Jack X isn't betting the turn. Well played, Manuel.
Yeah, well played both. Unsuccessful bluff there from Foxen, but you got to give it to him. It is exactly that style of poker that sees him run so deep in these events. Case in point, the trophy he lifted in this very room.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
You know what that song means, Randy? Time for a little 15% discount. You can apply the promo code TPS WSOP 15 over on the Triton Series online shop. You get that discount until the 11th of December. Get involved, chat. Buy some Christmas gifts. If you want your opponents to fear you at the table, get yourself a little Triton hoodie. The chat is really excited for that next table, Randy. I can understand why.
it's pretty much perfect.
See MB Lena Berry saying it's bittersweet to hear D-Nex say he just doesn't really care anymore because he's made it. I would say he cares, but we had him in the chat yesterday, Randy.
Okay.
And we were kind of asking him, you know, what's the dream in terms of amount of bracelets? Does he have like any particular goal in mind? Is there a number that, you know, he'd be really happy with? And he was like, you know what, Henry, I'm just enjoying playing golf. My main focus now is to try and become a scratch golfer. He's like, just leave the bracelets and the trophy hunting to the young guns.
Yeah, he did his damage.
He really did just complete the game, didn't he? Both these guys are going to be content to get their hands to showdown. Cat's actually going to look to get some value / protection. Doesn't want to give Makita's 6 outs a free river.
I think the Queen 10 is going to keep the King 7 honest. That's played. 2 overs to the 9 and the 4. Might even be the best hand.
Check, check.
Check, check. Looks good to me.
Had another re-entry in the room up to 104 runners. Looks like Jamil Wakil, after getting oversetted, is jumping back into this one.
Check.
Makita does eventually check it back. Randy, any truth to this? Jack Tyler saying, remember D-Nex owned Randy in that one hand on the big game?
Yeah, I lost a lot of money that hand.
Did you? What
I
hand
did.
is this?
I had queens and he had 7s and it was a jack high texture and he turned to 7.
Think he's still in?
Yeah.
You think he's still in?
It was a big game.
Bastard, should we go and get him?
Should we get him?
Get him in the hallway.
Yeah, it's horrible for him.
It's good for Samuel. It's good for Samuel.
No, it's not because
Oh,
we
yeah.
can break
All
as
right,
well.
yeah. Even more tilting now.
They're still talking about Samuel multi-tabling this 250K and 2.5K.
For his sake, I kind of hope he doesn't do so well in the 2.5K so he can concentrate on the 100x buy-in tournament, you know?
I disagree.
You want him to multi-table it?
Well, I think like the EV of making day 2 with the stack that he did, because it was 15% of field make it through to day 2, 10% bag. So he's basically playing like a 20K today, which he has like 100% of himself in. So it's close. Like in EV, I honestly think it's actually quite close. Let's see how he's getting on in that mystery.
He just needs to get envelopes and collect the big ones, right?
Let's have a look.
Jack 4 deuce. Ace 5's got a gut shot with ace of clubs. That's Foxen. Kiat's got an okay hand 9s, but the best hand belongs to Fritz. Worst hand's the one betting.
Randy, it says he's one of the chip leaders.
Maybe he's not actually coming back when he's multi-tabling. He's just sitting over there in the 2.5K.
Dude, he's currently 7th in chips. I'm not even trolling.
He's just going to sit out the 250.
Down to 76 players, apparently. All right, we'll keep tabs on that.
Still 3 players. Turn card. King. Might be a card that Foxen double barrels on, even into 2 players. It looks stronger. Especially because one of these players is sandwiched. They're more likely to make a bigger fold. If he does double barrel this, he should go like 3/4 or so.
18.
Yeah, I like this.
Randy, let's get you in there, bro. You've been dialed in recently.
Hey,
you've been in the lab.
So you want me to sign up on a pro side next time?
I'll buy a piece.
I'll be into 2.5K at the same time. Multi-tabling. Let's see how Fritz continues or not. It's a tough one. Well played, Foxen. That was nice.
Well executed against 2 players. Luban's saying, can somebody explain how the invitational aspect works? Yeah, we can. So the Triton Invitational, Randy, the first one was what, London 2019? The million, it was £1 million sterling, right? The buy-in for that one.
That's correct.
And in order for a pro to play this tournament, they have to find an invitee. So somebody who, a business person, doesn't play poker for a living, isn't studying or anything like this. And there's an auditing process, like a panel, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Jason Kuhn, Paul Pua, and Rob Young. Those 3 are on the panel. And if someone says, hey, I want to play the tournament, those 3 kind of discuss whether or not, this person qualifies as an invitee.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's kind of off to the bidding wars, I guess, because all the pros, there's a limited amount of invitees. They get to negotiating with these guys, whether it's coaching, whether it's a buying action, whether it's a free roll, or just a piece of action.
Put your name on a list and hope you get picked.
Yeah, or put your name on a list and hope that someone's just friendly enough to invite you along. So that's why there's a lot of people who would normally play this that aren't in.
Mm-hmm.
Weren't able. Michael Soiser wasn't able to find someone. Espen Jorstad wasn't able to find someone. Randy Liu wasn't able to find someone.
Should have invited me, man.
I'll invite you next time. Don't worry. Oh, hello.
I like Zubov's hand. What about you? Looks like lead is on his mind. Goes for check.
Wow, Randy, this feels like it's just not Eric Wasserson's day.
What do you mean?
We saw him with the straight against the flush, re-entered, and then snap lost pocket kings to Mark Hammond's ace king. He's down to 6.5K. He's down to 4 bigs on his second bullet.
You literally told me he rebought like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, literally 5 minutes ago.
Well, he doesn't have any chips anymore. It says eliminated.
Wow. got eliminated by Mark Hammond as well. Final nail in the coffin. Guys, check it out on the Triton Poker Plus app. We've got this updates feature tab where you can see all of this stuff happening in real time. That's where we're getting our information from. So do check it out, download it on Google Play or the App Store.
Yeah, that second bullet, it looks like 6 hands later was when the damage happened that you just mentioned.
Yeah, that's rough. That is rough.
But the queen's check back on the flop. There's the bet of 6K. I think check call's all right as played rather than check raise. Shouldn't really expect Jack X to be folding. Ace 10 plus wouldn't really look to bet turn, I would say, but he's counting out chips. Goes for call.
Thank you.
Doesn't get there. Brick City for Zubov.
Yeah, doesn't get there. But for Vogelsang, I think he should still value bet his queens despite the king coming along. Some king X's spades combos will just fire out turn, so there's less to worry about. You can still get value out of the Jack X. Maybe some ace 5s, 5-6. I think a value bet's pretty nice with queens as played.
So there is the bet eventually from Vogelsang. Nearly pot. So we're going into a 15-minute break. Randy, I'm just looking over on the app. A couple of names on the outside looking in. Phil Ivey, as we know, very early on, I mean, frame 1, lost the 10-8 against the deuces on the 10-8 deuce board, got stacked, and hasn't re-entered. So he's out. Because he's on the pro side of bracket, he had 1 hour to re-enter for 250K, decided not to, and that's it. No Ivy.
Ivy first one out and officially eliminated.
Yeah, and I feel like in these invitationals, Ivy's had a really bad run of it. Do you remember, I want to say it was Cyprus. It was like level 1, he got second nut flush against Linus Love's nut flush. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. He was
It's
also
just
the
like,
first eliminated then.
Yeah, so similar case here. So Ivy's out. A few of the invitees currently on the outside looking in. Kerry Katz, Tyler Monchak, Keith Lear, Jessica Tussell, Kong Pham, Albert Deher, and of course most recently, Eric Wasson. Second bullet, we saw him get busted out on this table, re-entered, and within 6 hands, kings against ace king. So he's going to have to fire a third bullet. I don't know about you, Randy. I'll tell him maybe take a break, come back, you know, max late reg. So yeah, good luck to him. Could be a 750K tournament. We're stepping aside for 10 minutes. Don't go too far when we come back, continuing coverage of this invitational.
I'm not feeling the pressure, no. You cannot put pressure on me. No chance.
In the YouTube chat, pretty reliable source for intel.
I'm seeing Schulman, Martirosian, Lonis, Mateos, Kristen Foxen, Danny Tang, and Dnex.
I think that story checks out. By the way, Schulman, a Hall of Famer, along with Dnex.
I was going to say most recent edition, but almost the most recent addition.
Who was the man
since
after
since
him?
Ms.
Because
Rocky was the
Grinder, yeah.
double entry that year, right?
This
year.
The auto in, I mean, as voted on by the members of the hall, they said this guy's going to win the PPC and the main in 1 year.
Yeah.
Let's go on and induct, shall we?
Skip the formalities. He earned it.
Meanwhile, Queens taking us from 3 up to 18,000. TVK wants to set mine the Ducks. And the suited one gapper on the button for Ivy, trying to set itself up for a big pot.
Yeah, the value in increasing that 3-bet size. Jaffe going 6x here. 18K still gets, oh, wow.
10-8 deuce. Do not adjust your screens. Top 2 against bottom set. Brace for impact with that overpair, holding the betting lead, but Jaffe checking. What's the thought process here for Jaffe? Does he think kings or aces are being slow played?
No,
Is he worried about tens or eights?
Sets. I think it's sets of all kinds. I don't think he's anticipating 10-8 suited for Ivy here, which makes matters even worse for him. But deuces, eights, tens, all fully in range for both Taylor and Phil.
TVK leading right out with the set. On this rainbow board, where you don't anticipate a whole lot of interaction with 10-8, are you okay with the risk of losing patrons?
Yeah, I think there's also action to get from Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited. I mean, there's some marginal holdings on this board that you don't want to let a king come off on the turn and just get 0 against those hands. Taylor might even get action from like 9s. But this is gross for Ivy, but I mean, Jaffe might even just get away. This is an under-the-gun range that has all sets. Ivy raising on the button when he can rep all sets. What's our best case scenario? Taylor's bluffing and Ivy has jacks? Nice fold.
I'll tell you what. Jaffe has really been impressive. Perhaps unsurprisingly, given what we know about his acumen, but just avoids real disaster there potentially.
By the way, I don't think Taylor is thrilled right now, by the way. If he thinks Ivy mostly has 2-pair and sets when he raises in this situation, like he's seeing 6 combos of pocket 8s and pocket 10s as real possibilities. Maybe even 7-9 suited as a bluff that just completed on the 6. I think Taylor's going to put the money in, but he's not going to love this.
Well, 20 became 60. So the betting lead now belongs to Ivy in position.
Did he check, or I don't know what's happening? Is he the small blind or the button? Makes sense. All right. Check.
Strange moment there.
Yeah.
I don't think it was posturing out of Taylor.
I think he got a little bit lost in this pot, thought Ivy was the small blind.
I wonder what Phil makes of this, if anything, by the way.
Yeah, I wonder too. I wonder if any alarm bells, I mean, even just getting called for 60K, you start to wonder, like, is Taylor going to put in all the money with jacks or queens right now? Or is this line going to look too strong? Because that's what Ivy's going to be targeting if he jams. Pop behind.
We know Phil's so balanced, but the longer he chews on this one, I think the better I'm feeling about my set.
It's true. You start to think that pocket 8s wouldn't have taken this much pause.
Right? We kind of reached that threshold where this isn't set of 10, set of 8s in my head. And boy, this is best case scenario, I suppose, for TVK. You saw he didn't love it, had the grimace on his face, was rather convinced that there's a real possibility that it was set over set. And there is still a very real possibility then those ducks get barbecued. If a 10 or an 8 roll off, but Ivy in bad shape here. 9% with 1 to come and over $500,000 chip pot. Can he find a 10 or an 8? No, it's a jack. And it's hasta la vista to 250K Ivy bucks as His entire stack absorbed by TVK. Big influx for him.
Taylor just putting in the money, knowing there's that outside chance that he's in a great spot. Did feel like that was his ticket to the rebuy desk.
I was so confused. When he
Bigs, 130 bigs. What's is in there? Queen 9 of diamonds from the small. Gabriel's going to defend the 10-7-0. Okay, 3 ways to a flop. Oh, my word.
Top 2 pair.
Against kings. This could be showers if Gabriel fast plays this. Monchek's bet big.
Fast play seems nice against a big sizing.
Something like 35K.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Just calls. Let's see a turn. Monchek needs some kind of scare card to slow things down. I mean, that does complete a couple of the potential gut shots that check raised flop.
Yeah, but it's not the scariest. Some connection, of course.
Hands like Jack 9 and 9-8 also now turn a pair. Perhaps wouldn't continue firing as a bluff.
He's got to make the decision here because 62K is, what, 40% of Tyler's stack. If he wants to commit, he's probably going to... Okay, he's just going to call. Could have considered jamming if he was going to continue. There's a path to kind of save himself the last 95K. If it's like an 8, a jack is very bad for kings. And actually quite bad for 10-7.
So you don't think he goes broke here?
The kings?
Yeah. I mean, I like what you're saying. Like this run out. Wow, Gabriel's found the jam. This feels a bit thin to me, if I'm being perfectly honest with you.
You're not wrong. But if he thinks that the kings will call, which it does, it's a great jam. Well played, Gabriel. Tough one for Monchek.
Yeah. Maybe Tyler didn't think that 2 pair would jam like that. Putting Gabriel on like a busted spade draw. That's a huge pot.
And there's that elimination.
Yeah, 360K pot. Going Andrande's way.
Open table 7.
Well played him. I wouldn't have been able to get that many streets of value from the 10-7, so well done, sir. These kind of like disguised hands, try and drill a flop.
Yeah,
And
willing to do it with deep stacks. Something you just don't see on the pro side. The idea is that they think they can get more value at this type of table post flop if they make their hand.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember each time.
Look at this 3-bet, this tiny 3-bet in position. Really just not going to achieve much here.
For me.
Does get to inflate the pot in position with a, I would assume is always the best hand when no one 4-bets pre.
No longer the best hand. Was with the pair of 5s. Einhorn 2 overs, backdoor clubs. And Andrade with that Queen of Hearts potentially working for him. Does he want to continue on the merit of ace high? No. Wow, what a slow roll. The 3 of hearts, not the card. Instead it's the 4 of clubs, which gives Einhorn a flush draw and a will draw. think Ross is going to be going anywhere just yet.
Yeah, pair and a gut shot. Ace queen should be out. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Bingo.
What a brutal river card.
Oh, he checks it. Oh, man.
Oh, that is a sneaky check there from Einhorn. And look at this. Nearly full pot from Eric. He's going to be headed to the rebuy desk, surely.
Yep, bye-bye Washington. I don't see how he can fold for his last 35K when he's got the straight on board in a 3-bet pot.
What a disgusting river card.
Do a flush?
Oh my god. I had king 7 on hearts. Jesus.
6 of clubs, wow. All right, good luck.
Game, buddy.
Good game.
Sick. Another elimination on an invitee side.
I had king 7 on split.
You what? King what?
King 7.
King 7 clubs?
I had a straight 2. King 7 on clubs. Be careful.
GG's, Ross.
He's out.
Well, we were just saying, you know, these guys trying to get involved with these suited one gappers and connectors to try and make these types of hands. And, well, the flip side of that is you can get cooled.
That's right. You can get punished.
David Einhorn scooping a big old pot. He's up to 451K. That was a savage check.
Yeah, because
That
if he
was-
just bets out, then Wasserson just calls and still has like 40, 50K. But there he just loses max when Einhorn opts to go for check raise.
So feel free to head over to peakhumanity.org. Welcome back to continuing coverage of this invitational 250K buy-in here at the Atlantis on Paradise Island. Randy, I'm just looking at the leaderboard right now, and not surprisingly, perhaps, it is the invitee side of the bracket that are just crushing the top 10. I want to say, is that 9 of the top 10? Everyone bar Chidwick at the top of the chip counts, and it probably comes as no surprise because the hands that we witnessed there in that frame, a lot of the big action came from that side of the bracket.
Yeah, the thing is, the pros, when they're 300 big blinds deep, 200 big blinds deep, they're not just getting and splashing. They're not flatting as many of these hands are willing to kind of get in there and, you know, get coolered, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah, just Chidwick, he's the outlier.
He is, and we saw the likes of like Sammy with that cold 4-bet with the King 5, and I'm loving it on the invitee side of things. So yeah, definitely want to keep tabs on those guys. But on the pro side of the bracket, you know, looking down at the rest of the field, there aren't many people that have bust from that side of the bracket. Everyone still in, actually, bar Phil Ivey. He's not going to re-enter, Randy.
Yeah, he just felt like it's not his day.
One and done, got the top 2 against the set. But elsewhere in the room, you know, a couple of short stacks. Alex Theologius, Jason Kuhn is currently down in 84. Still 55 big blinds, very healthy. Adrian Mateos as well. But not the start that they would have wanted in this 250K. I guess the strategy kind of remains the same, Randy. The blind's going up to big blind 2K. So if you are on a starting stack, you've still got 150 bigs. We're still treating this like a cash game, kind of, you know.
I think it's very clear that a lot of the players are treating it as a cash game just based on the size of these pots.
Dude, let's throw it down. The viewers are asking for table 13. We've got table 13. We've got Mateos, Foxen, Tang, Daniel Negreanu, Shulman, Martirosyan, Lonis, Von Kriegenberg. This is going to be fireworks. And then over on the invitee side of things, how about this? We've got JNT, we've got Sternheimer, we've got Elamwi, we've got Kravitz. Let's go.
Yeah, there's going to be some big pots. I guarantee it this frame.
Who do we got on the gold table? Wakil, Kuhn, Ivinger, Petrangelo, Haxton, Mockery, Theologius, Jaffe. He'll be swinging over there if there's a big pot going down. But this is the table the viewers asked for. This was a direct request.
These are always fun spots.
The minimum raise?
Right.
Oh, there we go. Artur with the live misclick. Didn't realize that Taylor had opened from under the gun to 6K. And look at this. Danny's got aces in the big.
Wow. Because it may look like he's trying to take advantage of the misclick.
Insane table. I wonder, I don't even know how to approach this spot. But yeah, you're right. It may look like he's trying to take advantage of it.
And I think that might get Archer to come along with ace-3 suited. King-Jack offsuit likely out. He would want to play 4-bet or fold.
Taylor lets it go. Don't do it, Artur. It's the reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year against last season's Ivan Liao Player of the Year. And yeah, we're about to see a 5-bet.
He might. He might. He might call. I just don't think he's ever folding.
Okay. You can breathe. Just calls. 69K in the middle. Nice.
Ooh, that's nice. Club, club, club, club.
One more club needed. And it's going to be showers, Danny Tang. SPR north of 2. Around 2.5. Do we just go big across 2 streets? Set this up for a turn jam.
I mean, you don't actually have to bet too big, given he's only got 160K back to still even get a turn jam in.
That looks like he's playing 3 streets. 28.5. Around 40% pot.
I mean, you can go either way with Archer's hand. Call or jam.
This is Artur we're talking about.
In position, calling's probably a little bit better. He's going to jam, and we know aces is calling. Let us run it.
Good luck, gents. Artur would much rather see queens or kings there to have that live overcard. As he sees he's run into the blades, but clubs are live. Be a dirty way to do it. How's your luck, Artur? Not lucky on the turn. One more pull. That's some broccoli. To send Danny Tang to the re-entry desk. Danny's going to hold.
I didn't want to say anything in case I was wrong, but I knew you were going to win, Danny.
Really?
I knew you were going to win.
Really? I did not know that.
The card spoke to me. I felt it.
I kind of felt it too. I was kind of willing it for you, actually.
I lost.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I was like, it doesn't seem fair.
I've
you
lost
know?
so much chips to him over the years.
I know. So I was cheering for you.
Nice.
Marta Ocean's Danny Tang's boogeyman.
And Negreanu apparently knew that Danny was going to win that hand.
Sometimes you just know.
Very strange situation.
I know.
Randy, how about this? We were talking the other day, right, about when we were in Madrid 2022. We were closing in on 100K subscribers on our YouTube channel, and we were getting so hyped.
Yep.
We're 1,300 away from 400,000, mate.
That's it.
1,300 subscribers away from 400K on our YouTube. If you are listening and you're out there, you haven't clicked subscribe, Randy, we're not streaming tomorrow unless we get to 400K. That's what I heard. I don't know. Did you hear the same thing? You got the memo?
I did not hear that.
No day 2 unless we have 400K subs.
Look, guys, this is free content. It's the best in the biz. Best players are here.
$250,000 buy-in.
$250,000 buy-in. Like, it's a simple click. Enjoy the show for the next 2 weeks. We appreciate it.
Click that subscribe button. Drop us a like. We appreciate the support. That's all the production crew ask for every now and then, is the click of a button. And we're going to continue to bring you some of the best, if not the best, poker content in the world, free of charge. Thank you for your support. And hopefully Randy and I will be back tomorrow. I mean, hopefully.
Yes, thanks, guys. We know you'll do your part. And this one, going to be a Lonus Open of King Jack offsuit, flatted on the button by Kristen Foxen, Queen 10 off. Danny Tang in there. King 6 suited. And we're going to flop middle pair versus the gut shot for the pre-flop raiser.
I missed it, but the chat pointed out that apparently Ace-Jack was folded by D-Negs.
Oh, I did miss it too.
From early position.
This, you know, Sammy.
I saw him up on the leaderboard. I don't know.
So he's playing with my guy with Einhorn. So Einhorn asked me what I would do. He raises jacks. And then,
Einhorn does?
Yeah, and the hijack. Cut off, who's been 3-betting him a lot. Who doesn't have that many chips, 3-bets him. Young Asian kid. Lost flats the button. So 12, it's like, whatever, 4, 12, 12. Sammy, 50,000, small blinds. I said, fold. He goes, I did. I go, what do you have? He goes, King 4. King 4 spades. I go, sorry, buddy.
You can't. What are you going to do there?
Yeah, no.
You still have the 3-better behind you. And
Of course, yeah. Yeah. He had King 4.
and the other guys folded?
They all folded. Ace, Queen, pocket nines. I mean, what a good, you know, the guy's playing his image there, but I realized something.
I think the loss thing.
18.
You've seen him play, right? Sammy? He's snug, but there's one concept that matters. He's winning a lot of chips, and you know how that changes people. Like, and that's what's happening. And I'm like, okay, good note to have. Especially Rex, like they start winning chips, they just like they're going for it everywhere, you know. That's one thing I learned playing cash games with these guys. Like that's the most important thing, seeing how they play when they're, you know,
when they're winning versus losing.
It's so different from tournaments. People don't swing like change their game like they do.
I'd say,
you know,
probably the best discipline of anyone I know is like Ivy and Ted Forrest. Used to go to Bellagio, play the mixed game. Like within 15 minutes, if the wrong guys were winning, they'd just leave.
Yeah.
If the right guys were losing,
sharp.
they'd be there for 3 days.
Yeah,
Right.
Because you know, there's like a different version of the player.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, he plays good when his nose is open.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good game.
Right. It's so true.
But the discipline to just leave.
That's the stuff people don't talk about as much.
Yeah,
know,
like you
can't-
drive all the way down there, you stay 15 minutes, and then you just go.
Yeah, that's
You can't
crazy.
do that.
Sick.
I don't have that in me.
No.
When I played cash, if I start
What's it,
losing the
5?
session, I'm like, here we go, like 30 hours. I just like, I like the challenge, you know? We got to get unstuck.
Yeah.
Never leave. And the game, and to me, like the game was always good.
One of the coolest things I've ever
Stillwater.
seen. was the
Stillwater.
You were playing that like ladies cash game.
Yeah.
And you went in a deep tank.
Yes.
Showing it. Then you called and the room erupted, like applauding.
Yes.
I got a big play for you.
Yes.
You ready?
That was
Watch
crazy.
this.
That was a long
Never seen before on TV. Check. Check.
Nobody called the clock. I was like,
What is going on? You love to see it.
Never seen before.
D-Negs just
Extra
recognizing.
play, special. Just for you.
Doesn't want to waste time. Hands over with.
The
I didn't
250K.
think the 6-7 suited was ever going to be a spot that I... And also, you know what that does? It protects me from doing something.
Oh, I want to hear him keep talking. Open fold. That's a new one from the pro side. Negreanu. Over to our invitee side, Sternheimer, Queens versus Tom Hyung. Ace 4 suited, flats. There's Same. Henry, you know what time is it?
What time is it?
Mystery hand time. And it's JNT.
Right.
Look how deep they are. 600K between Sternheimer and J&T. Feels like Sternheimer has to just call here. They're too deep.
Yeah, they're way too deep. Two of the largest stacks in the room.
And you raise from under the gun.
Steinhammer just calls. What about Tom? I mean, Tom's super deep as well, and he's in position. Closing the action. Do we just pill here and try and find some diamonds?
I think it's all right given how deep they are. 200 big blinds.
He agrees. He's going to make the investment, so here we go. Three-way pot in a three-bet pot. 94,000 in the middle. We got the mystery hand of J&T. And we've got low cards. 6, 4, deuce, couple of clubs. I tell you what, Sternheimer is in a world of hurt here if J&T fires out a big C-bet.
J&T likes to play big sizings too, so I don't know if you can just read into the bet size. That's a smaller one, I would say.
I mean, in a multi-way pot, that's more than 40% pot.
I'm just saying, it's not like one of his 75% pot C bets that he does do from time to time. So here you got a call of queens.
Randy, I'm going with 7 deuce.
He's got 7 deuce. No, he doesn't have 7 deuce. You're just gonna put it all in on 7 deuce now. Okay. It's a good flop for ace 4 too, but when there's a bet and call in front of you, I'm not sure how confident you're gonna be about the pair of fours. Just feels like you always have to improve with this action.
This is exactly what we were looking for on the invitee side of the bracket.
Okay.
Here we go.
Look at this spot.
Going to a turn. 214 in the middle. Deuce of diamonds. Yes. Yes. That's the card I wanted.
You caught it.
That's the action card. Gives Tom the flush draw. We didn't want like the 10 of clubs rolling off. Deuce of diamonds. I'm back in action. Here we go. Half pot. Continue.
Well, the way J&T's playing his hand is he's got a big pair. It's a big pair of nothing. I just don't know how Sternheimer can fold right now.
The problem is, we call here, SPR around 1. How do we feel about a big bet on the river? And also we've got Tom behind, by the way. I don't know whether that is a concern. I guess if Tom has ace 4, he can also have 6s, 4s, and deuces.
He could, but Tom could also have like 9s or 10s or jacks.
I don't know, man. If 9s and 10s are continuing the flop, that seems a little bit dusty.
I mean, he's calling ace 4, so it's unreasonable. And the queens are out.
What do we think, chat? 1 in the chat if you think J&T's bluffing. 2 if you think he's got queens beat.
Does he have 4s beat? There is a world where J&T is playing the jacks very fast.
Yeah?
I think it's possible.
He's overplaying 10s or jacks?
Possible. I mean, sometimes he checks it, of course. But we do know there will be a river card.
My money's still on 7 deuce.
7 deuce? 7 deuce would beat the 4s.
Big river incoming. It's a non-diamond. Double paired board now. Front door flush completes. 4-1-4 in the middle. See, now, Randy, now I'm a bit suspicious. Because how confident are you in almost snap jamming river when the flush gets there? You know, if you've got kings, aces, even with like aces, ace of clubs, are you finding the snap jam? What do we think, chat? Bluffing or value? Ace king of clubs? Ace five of clubs?
I mean, it could be any kind of ace X of club, ace queen, ace jack clubs, possibly. Or value. Aces and kings, I think it could consider value jamming, but of course it's a bit dangerous because your opponent could just have an ace X of clubs that just got there.
So do we remove all non-nut flush draws? So we think hands like jack 10 of clubs, king queen of clubs, they're all folding turn.
For Tom?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so,
Okay.
for 100K.
So if we have aces, ace of clubs, we can confidently find the jam and try and stack, you know, queens and jacks. Well, we're going to find out.
What you
Tom
got?
folds.
Don't make
I'm
us
saying
wait for
bluff,
the
man.
stream, Jean-Noel.
Let's
Ace
go,
king
baby.
offsuit. Oh my God.
J&T is playing the game.
You'll see in a moment.
Can't wait for half an hour.
Wow.
He got the queens down.
Get a deuce.
Then the fours.
It's up to 900K.
He doesn't need a club blocker. He
Not
doesn't.
sure if we made a good fold, my friend.
That is a
That's 1 hour
ballsy.
delay. You're gonna make us wait for 1 hour? Jesus Christ.
I was thinking bowling ball, but I guess, you know, might be the same idea. Yeah.
That's going to go down as one of the hands of the day, if not the hand of the tournament. I mean, into two opponents getting queens to fold there.
Yeah. Bad read. Bad read.
Just playing his image.
What amazing play there. Like all of the epic hands that's happened at Triton, J&T's in there.
We need to get our own J&T Triton highlight reel.
There'll be a lot of hands in there, I'll tell you that. Well, let's flip it back to the pro side. Shulman's got ace queen.
Squaring off against his good friend, TVK.
Yeah, Taylor von Kriegenberg was the pre-flop raiser. No bet on flop or turn. Rear card's a 4. Let's see if he attacks. No 7 high would never win. He just gives up. That's tidy. Good discipline. I feel that if Shulman had the hand that he's trying to fold out, they would have just bluffed at some point earlier.
Fine.
9,000 plus.
I like the speed that Taylor was playing that hand. It's quick.
Whatever.
Whatever, bro.
Whatever, bro.
That was a cool hand.
What is in here? What the fuck? It's my laptop, basically.
This is such a cool table. How many bracelets have we got on this table? How many Triton trophies?
Raised.
You know, this man's got 7. Hall of Famers. Triton main event champions. Mateos took down the WSOP Europe main when he was, what, 18?
He was a baby. Doesn't have a big stack though. Mateos, that is.
Check.
You know that guy?
Little bit, not personal.
Is he Russian?
He's from Belarus.
Check.
Checks through on the Jack 10-9. 6 of clubs on the turn.
New dog yet?
We're getting him right after this trip.
Awesome.
Yes.
I think D-Neck's likely happy to just try and get this ace-king to showdown.
Yeah, after checking the flop and seeing another check on the turn from Mateos.
I think what we, like, I can see her having many dogs.
Yes, that's fine.
I'm not really a dog. I wouldn't say not, but I don't like the smell.
Yeah.
I don't like the hair. I don't like have to like.
So I completely agree with you on
But
that.
my kitty loves it, like crazy. I've never met anyone that loves a dog more than her.
Are you sensitive to, like, have you ever met dogs? Like, I don't think my dogs smell. Do you think your dogs do?
My wife does, but I don't.
I don't think
She
they do.
smells them all. She's like, oh, they stink. I'm like, smell like good dog to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think Yorkies have, like, I don't know.
If they're out,
Maybe I'm
she always
biased.
smells like you smell like outside. You know, like they
Yeah,
go
yeah,
for walks and they get in the.
They're the worst when they shout when they have a shower or bath.
And they don't shed or anything
What,
either. Oh, when they're like
Yorkies?
wet dogs.
Dogs.
Not Yorkies.
Oh, they
Yorkies
smell
have
bad.
like almost human-like hair. It's not fur.
You have Yorkie too?
Well, we're getting a puppy. I had a Yorkie for 18 years. I grew up
Yeah.
with a Yorkie. I love them.
Yeah, they're adorable.
Yeah.
Little
Oh, I
Ewok,
saw
my
you
guy Rocky.
Swallow. I saw her.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, they're the best. They're good dogs though. They don't have that smell. I don't like that smell either.
Yeah.
Like wet dogs. Not good.
Arthur's going to run into the blades again. So he's got the king queen. Fox sending the big blind. Ace jack of hearts. Do your dogs smell, Randy?
I don't go around sniffing the dogs, to be honest.
You don't got that dog in you.
I got that dog in me.
Arthur's in trouble here. Queen 9 trait.
He's in big trouble. This is a good flop for king queen. Even better for aces, obviously.
Bet 15,000.
And big sizing from Taylor von Kriegenberg. Taylor's the Ivy crusher, right?
He is indeed. Sent Ivy to the gulag. Bottom set against flop to top 2. The coldest of decks for Ivy. 51k in the middle. Don't want to get too excited, but if the brick rolls off, which it does, we may see 3 streets of value here from TVK.
It's such a good turn card for TVK. It brings more straight draws. It brings a flush draw, so he can go for a big sizing and get the queen to call.
Oh, she does.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Arthur's unblocking all of that stuff.
Exactly.
You mentioned.
Do you have a picture?
He is blocking like the king, jack, king 10. Maybe double barrels here.
They have big ones or small ones? Big ones are like super cute and like.
Fluffy?
If you say I would know.
Like how big?
No, the ones he has, it's not big.
Oh,
But then there's a big type of.
Doodle? Like a golden doodle or something?
131k. It's a clean river for the aces.
It's not bad for king queen as
Not
well.
giving me much to work with. Let's see. If you show me a picture. You don't have a picture?
Feels like 100k coming in.
It's going to empty the clip. 3 streets. And how good do you feel about king queen?
It just becomes a guessing game.
It's gone bet, bet, bet.
Yeah, right.
Let's not forget this was 3 ways to the flop. Now he's gone small.
Oh, he's gone small, so he's probably just forced to call for this price.
These are her dogs?
Yeah.
Seems like Taylor doesn't want Archer to hero fold a queen.
12, 13 years.
Tries to get the 65k out.
So they're great like that. But
I don't think Archer beats value though for this size. I just can't imagine TVK going for 3 streets with like queen jack.
Right.
But let's say I was.
What if it's the same hand? That's annoying, because then you
One of
got
them
to
will be in my
call.
head the entire night. I will wake up, I will go to the bathroom, I will come back, he would have forgotten about me. Go back and protect his home.
Oh wow.
So that annoys me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I hate the backing.
Yeah.
If Arthur can get away from this, I mean, he's already one of the goats, but yeah, he just can't. The price is too good. Aces get paid. TVK's up to 619,000.
I don't think it's that. It's like they are great with the.
I think TVK sized that to perfection. I think any greedier, he doesn't get paid.
Yeah, he kind of guarantees he gets paid off with 65K.
But when Katie's around, if the dad enters her room, they still back at it. It's just like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's funny.
Thank you.
What is QQPK? It's a new platform.
You look like you don't know.
Oh,
yeah, he's like,
That's currently based in Asia, but you can actually play anywhere.
Online poker?
Yeah. It doesn't have a license yet, I think. So it means you can play from anywhere in the world. But it's kind of slowly growing in Europe also, I think. They have the ambition of eventually, I mean, they all do, right?
Yeah.
Ace-6 suited in the mug from Negreanu. I'm just going to give Showman the opportunity to open Ace-10 off.
J&T found his way to second place. Let's go. In what? Oh, in this?
We haven't heard no scream yet, so it means the gold chest is still in there.
He does get some chip lead.
Yeah, but Jesse, you got to see how J&T got those chips.
It's a cool cop, man. Unless I'm all in against him. Yeah, then you got to root against him. I'm rooting against them.
Ace-10 versus Ace-Queen. Ace-10 is looking quite good on the 987 rainbow texture.
If I'm lucky enough to be all in against a guy like J&T, that's probably a good situation.
Doesn't necessarily need to see bet Ace-10 in this spot, because sometimes you hit this straight and your opponent will lead into you. Trying to rep the 10.
Feels like a spot where both are probably happy. Try and see a river card.
Yeah, I would be checking down Ace-Queen and Ace-10 as played. Could be an opportunity for Ace-Queen to turn himself into a bluff if
the first time I ever
maybe
played
that straightness
a
shows up, but
tournament, you
she's
were on
just
my
going to
left.
bet out
It was in
now,
it was
4K.
the second time I played. It was in LA, the fake NAPT tournament. That was a 5K, where Hatcham and Ramden and Osmus. I came in 4th or 5th or something. Do you remember this tournament? This is 2010.
I'm trying to remember.
It was at the bike.
Okay.
Okay, and I asked you. I was just starting to play, and you've been playing so much. I've been watching you on TV, and I'm like, does the blood still get flowing? And you punch the table, and you're like, and you hit it so hard, and you're like this kid or something like that, and everyone started laughing, and I was like, why did I ask that stupid question? But then you were nice after.
Okay,
good. Yeah, and you're like, yeah, man, I have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Now that was 15 years ago or something.
Yeah.
But
You don't play as much as you used to, right?
no.
Sports and stuff.
Sports and home games. I've been lucky. I have 2 home games in New York City. It's gone very well.
Nice.
But the tournaments are so tough, you know? I'm not built for it.
Yeah, it's a grind. It's like
grind, yeah.
it's a long time no eat type thing too. Like,
Yeah.
like I looked at the numbers here because I didn't know it was unlimited. I'm like, a pro's gonna lose like 2.5 this year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I'm not down.
Back on over here.
raise.
Looks like
I was
first
enjoying that, Randy.
Yeah, I was enjoying that. It's always good to have Daniel always get that conversation going. And, you know, Taylor's been pretty chatty, too. Like that. But let's take a look here. Tom Hyung, the man who couldn't hero call against J&T, 3-betting Jack 10 offsuit against Brian Lowell. To win.
Yeah, it seems like everyone has their first Danny Negreanu kind of story. It's pretty cool, right? I mean, D-Negs, Ivy, those are the two. Helmuth, I guess, those are the three that, you know, everyone in the industry,
yeah,
even outside of the industry, like mainstream. Yeah, it is. You know, you play against D-Negs for the first time, against Ivy or Helmuth for the first time. Everyone remembers.
Even when you become a pro and, you know, you get the opportunity to play with them, it's still like, you're a little giddy. It's like, hey, I used to watch these guys. I'm like, high stakes poker, WSOP.
I don't think there's many that have done more for the game than D-Negs in terms of growing the game and his level of celebrity. And yeah, you're right. Like, even to this, even in a 250K, people are still like chatting him up.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. J&T's in the hand, guys. Strap in.
You need like 2 seatbelts.
A couple of straight draws out there.
Yeah, like Tom's hand.
You know this Steve Enriquez guy?
I do not, but his name does seem a little familiar. I think he's
wearing a GG patch.
Yeah. I'm going to guess he's one of these players that does play quite a bit.
55.
5,500.
Tom's not going to be going anywhere.
Nope.
Despite the lack of a backdoor. He's in position as the open-ender. Man, Enriquez is pretty intense. He's just staring Tom down on the other side of the table before the turn was dealt. If Steve can find a double barrel here.
It's hard to double barrel on this card. Queens are never folding. Jack looks all right. I think Tom's has to find a spot to start barreling. Turn seems like a good start. No, gonna wait for the river.
Backdoor hearts get there. Well, Steve's just going to wave the white flag. They will chop it up. Unless Tom finds a bet here. Try and fold out an ace high, king high. Carve it up, guys.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't bluff at that one.
Winner. Oh.
You guys are really pros.
Good touch.
You should have said winner.
I'll take it.
That's good for the stream.
So I looked up this
I think they'll
Steve
show this hand,
Enriquez.
but not the hand what John Noel blasted. Ace 4 offsuit.
And apparently he was destined to be a football star. Debuted in the Spanish 2nd Division B at 19 years old. Then he found poker at some point. So some kind of transition at some point.
I'll take it.
I mean, early Christmas gift.
He's not falling on the intense system.
Sounds like your football career, Randy.
You're
That's how you got into poker, right?
Apparently he does some presenting and commenting for poker tournaments as well.
Yeah, Amit's saying he used to comment on Triton, the Spanish streams.
Okay.
Maybe he should come and do the English commentary and we go and do the Spanish commentary.
I'm trying to think of a Spanish word I know.
Muy bien.
What does that mean?
Very good.
Okay.
So you could be like, muy bien, Adrian Mateos.
I only know uno.
What about dos?
Tres?
Cuatro?
I'm lost at 5.
Eso sí que es. This is a funky 3-bet.
Monica Robic. No longer a Sukowitz, huh?
Yeah, married now. I do like this 3-bet on the button. It's nice to just get this hand heads up. Don't want the blinds tagging along, so here we go. 3-bet in position. She's going to struggle to win this one. Ace Queen 5. I don't think Tom is going to be check folding to 1 street. That gut shot draw. I would assume, I mean, you don't pill the 4-3 to then fold when you flop a gut shot, Randy, do you?
He shouldn't fold, especially not for his sizing. Draw to the nuts, backdoor clubs.
Check raise incoming.
Ah, it's a possibility. Yeah. You can get better hands to fold. There are hands that will just feel they need to c-bet on ace-queen texture and just fold, you know, some pocket pairs.
In before float.
Float with 10-8 spades, that'd be pretty crazy. Can't really do that, especially because Tom's got a lot of ace-queen in his range that would call 3-bet check raise flop.
Nice little pickup there for Tom. So we've got the boss stack of JNT at this table along with Same Alamwe. Elsewhere in the room, we're up to 106 runners now. That's Jasper Ma has been eliminated. Armin Goj, Alex Theologius, Ding Biao. How did Ding bust out? Let's have a look. Looks like it's 9-10. Flopped top pair against the flopped straight. And he just couldn't get away from it.
The 10-8 suited. That's Monica's hand as she's taking to work once again against the same opponent. I think it's supposed to fold up the king 10 offsuit.
Yeah, this one should work. It's never a bluff 2 times in a row, right? Almost Poke saying so if Steve is a Triton commentator and is playing the tournament, when are you guys going to play a Triton event? Randy and I have retired from Tritons. I mean, for Randy, didn't go too well.
Okay,
played
man.
4 events, played the 100K main, fired a few bullets. I think you bubbled that one.
Yeah, Justin Bonwell retired me. Let's say that.
Yeah, exactly, guys. Omits, can you not bring up traumatic experiences, okay? I fired a 25K, managed to find a min cash, and I was like, you know what? I'm happy with that. I have the highest ROI out of the commentators. I don't want to ruin that.
Yeah, you got it.
Truth be told, I can think of, personally, better ways to spend 25K, because I'm probably not making that much against these crushers.
So Same's got kings against J&T.
Two of the biggest stacks in the room.
Ace king for Steve Enriquez. Ouch. I mean, chips are just going in, right? He squeezes.
That, but they're like 125 bigs deep.
Yeah, but Same's going to 4-bet kings, and unless he just calls a 4-bet. I think that just goes in always because of the way Same plays.
Comes with the 4x. Sternheimer's got aids. They're going to hit the mark.
Annoying, but necessary.
Well, the good news is for Steve that Same can't flop a set. The bad news is...
The obvious news is what?
He's got 3 outs, mate.
Needs the spike. There's the 4-bet. And it's to 85K, so the larger your opponent 4-bets, the more likely you just have to just shove this in pre. You don't want to like call 4-bet for that sizing and end up folding like the same hand. This would have to be a jam. The guy that has king 4 in his cold 4-bet range.
Yeah, he's. I mean, look, Same's earned himself an all-in here. Like, his reputation is going to get him paid, most likely, unless the poker gods have other plans.
I mean, there are players out there where maybe ace king's a fold. This man is not that man.
All-in.
There's the all-in, and there's the snap call.
Aces. I need the ace.
Well, they are live. Same looking to yeet Steven Enriquez to the rebuy desk. He can just hold here with the kings.
Good luck. Come on.
Good luck.
Okay, now it's balanced. Now it's balanced.
Always to the all-in player.
It's okay, it's
Always to the all-in. Unless I'm against the all-in.
Let's see a flop.
No ace in sight. Does have some backdoors, jack or a queen, and of course, present a Broadway draw. Needs to find Barry, Randy.
One shot.
One opportunity to seize everything he ever wanted. One moment. Doesn't get there.
Nice play with the man.
Man, Sammy's up to north of a milli.
That's right. Clearly in second place
Clearly her
overall
good luck was
leaderboard.
better. So.
I need to do it to myself.
Yeah,
I got you for next one.
What can he do?
All right, we got a deal.
He's up against one of the craziest players I've ever seen.
Who's doing that?
Sam Mueller.
He's there.
He's got tips in both, probably.
Which guy?
He's
The guy opposite Patrick with
Seat
the
one.
sunglasses.
Seat one. You know who he is.
You can see Patrick's head.
I think he won the 25K.
Patrick's
brown Austrian kid.
The closest bald head in front of you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sean Winter
you-
Stables.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's sitting.
So he's going back and forth?
I guess
Well, he
so.
was, but now he seems like he's chilling.
Could you bag the 2,500 online?
No, he didn't
No.
realize that it crashes this.
Yeah.
And then he had a top 5 stack.
Not a terrible problem to have.
I mean, it's just unbelievable for some people, right? Like, this guy's playing a 2.5K and a 250K at the same time.
45.
Daniel's like, seriously?
Well, Chrissy's like, yeah, fair enough. It's not the worst problem to have. You know, you got a healthy stack in both.
Why doesn't he play, like, the random daily that's happening here, too? 3-table it.
They're down to 66 in that one as well.
Okay, so Archer opens the Ducks and the cutoff. Mateo's flat small blind with Queen 10 off suit. Opportunity now for Foxen to close it for 2,500 more, which she will.
Randy, the dream's over.
For?
Looks like Sam Muller's out of the 2.5K.
Ah.
Yeah, busting 72nd place for 4.7 thousand. GG, sir.
I mean, I'm sure he wasn't playing optimally over there. Like,
Yeah.
he's pushing variance, obviously.
Probably, yeah.
All right, so Mateos with the lead from the small blind, hitting top pair. Foxen's hand's not bad. Bye-bye, Ducks.
You didn't see it, right?
No.
He
no.
folded flustered. But
I didn't see anything.
Open ender now for Foxen. I mean, Mateos has just got to continue to bet, I would think, after leading the flop with his stack. 25K in the middle. Oh, he's going to check. I wonder if it's the check jam or just check call. Free card would seem pretty good for Foxen. Unless she thinks she always has the best hand.
Yeah, I mean, these are wide ranges, right? Blind v blind.
I mean, Archer opened the pot.
True.
Huh. I guess the logic for Foxen is if Mateos led into multiple players on the flop of a 10, that he would want to continue to bet. Hence why she's betting. So this check from Mateos has worked out for him. And he's got the bet out of Foxen with middle pair.
Foxen breaks. Tails with the check mark. 42K in the middle. So he's going to bounce back into the right direction. Still rough start to this 250K for El Conquistador. Is he thinking lead now?
It's such an odd line.
I think he's considering it, Randy.
So lead, check call
17.
lead. This is a Mateo solver.
We are deep in the weeds here, my friend. Right, intricate part of the game tree. Good luck solving this one.
He's putting Foxen on a hand like this that's trying to buy itself showdown for small turn bet.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And I think Foxen just has to pay this off because maybe it's some kind of desperation bluff with like a queen jack, king queen. Oh, she's turned the 9-8 into a bluff.
Wow.
Rips it in.
There's an insane leveling war going on right now.
Well, this hand is sick.
It's got to be one of the hands of the day. So much going on here. As Randy pointed out, when opened by Artur, call from the small, call from the big. Mateos led the flop. Chrissy called. Turn. Adrian checked. Chrissy bet 8.5k. Mateos called river 5 of spades. He's then led out 13k. And now Chrissy is bluff jamming her 9-8. Which feels strange to me, Randy, because like the 9 could be good. Like it has enough.
I think it's strange, yes.
This is such a fun hand.
I think Mateos just has to throw it in the last 35k. It's not much more. Yeah, this makes sense. Well played, Mateos.
I mean, well played by both. That was a fun bluff. Mateos gets the double up to 139,000. Trending in the right direction, Randy.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred Foxen's jam if Mateos was deeper to just put more pressure. But Mateos just did one of those side calls like, my line is so unique, maybe you're just attacking me.
Fucking level poker here. King the top.
That was a fun hand. That was a really fun hand.
It was unique.
Mateos is a station. Can't fold top pair. What a fish. Randy, you been shooting at the craps tables?
Craps tables.
You been playing any blackjack?
I'm not telling. It's a secret.
Well, if you do, drop me a message, mate.
Oh, you join me? Yeah. Let's go tonight.
Throw some dice.
All right, Mr. Small Ball Poker himself, Daniel Negreanu, in there with 9-8 suited. Queen 10 of clubs. Out. I think something small to note is that
How was
Taylor
that fold, by the way?
Kriegenberg uses larger pre-flop raise sizes. But what were you saying?
Just the Queen 10 suited fold there from Adri. Interesting.
Yeah, I think he's doesn't like that Taylor raised under the gun and Negreanu was willing to.
Oh,
8-9. Oh yeah.
Okay, D-Nex.
Yeah, he's confused.
Taylor with the flop check.
Yeah, built that pot. I like that he bets really small. Look at that.
I have a full house.
You got a full house?
8-9 suited.
Clubs? Pick a card, either card.
Clubs?
There's
Clubs, I knew it.
All right, close enough.
What?
Unlucky, kind of.
Well, he said full house.
Had nothing.
No. In my head, I just said pocket nines.
Oh, yeah,
and then
yeah.
that board came, and I was too psyched out to do anything.
You're like, I'm not doing it.
But you would have bluffed me on some other board.
Yeah.
Wow. Snap folds the ace queen. I mean,
just for 5K
spooky.
into 20.
Hey, dude.
I was hoping you would
Fucking ace queen. What am I doing? Just get out of there. I had ace queen. I'm just out of there. Just take it. I'm not fighting.
I debated letting you make a pair.
I was gonna check.
It didn't seem like I was fighting this one.
No.
You were not interested in fighting.
I already thought if the queen comes, I'm checking the turn.
Yeah.
I already.
I'm
said,
over it.
Yeah. I had a bad feeling.
Yeah.
The ace was the money card.
I could have got a bet or two, maybe.
Negreanu folding threes.
Yeah, you get some.
You have to pay a little something.
Daniel, I have good news for you. You have won 25K next to the red.
Oh, beautiful. Muchas gracias.
That's really good news.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Muy bien, Randy. Muy bien. Found the 25K chip. Muchas gracias. It's Adrian Mateos.
Any more?
You need to win.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Danny Tang 3-bet versus Foxen.
Okay.
Marginal hand here on the button, but
Bets are winning.
I think Foxen's going to continue in some manner. Position, super deep stacks. Ah, she's just folding. She looked like she had some fight in her. King 6 suited for sure is never folding.
Brown's dead.
Dude, there's a lot of sports betting going on. I don't know, like, is there some football or NBA? Nacho, Danny, TVK. It's like, are the stakes not high enough with this 250k? You gotta have money elsewhere. Chip counts at the red table. It's Taylor out in front. Adrian Mateos the short stack, but after doubling up, he's got a very healthy 55 big blinds now. Still a long way back up to starting stack. Blue table. It's been the Same Elamawe show. That massive bluff earlier. Practically doubled up. Level 1. Jacks against ace king.
Excluding money would be that one, so don't exclude it.
Which one?
What do you?
Either this one or the PPC again.
Ah, PPC.
Yeah.
But this would be like 8 times more than
money-wise.
Yeah, but
yeah, maybe
PPC,
okay, maybe,
bro.
Maybe 6.
I enjoy it more, like mixed game.
how many times did you win it?
PPC?
Once.
You know, Grinder won it 4 times. Grass has
It's
won it 3
crazy.
times, and Jungleman's won it 2 times.
So crazy.
And it's only been around like 20 years. It's crazy.
It's stuff like
Nick,
this
have
stuff
you
you
won
don't get to
No,
be in.
you will.
Yeah, I think so.
I think
The guy
so.
just
What's that? Who will
showing
what?
up and winning.
Who?
Nick.
He hasn't won it yet? No.
That's yeah. I said.
I've been really wanting to try
He'll
play
win
that. But then all the
Remember when
best
you
players
slow rolled
always-
me on deuce?
Oh my God, I felt so bad. I was vlogging, and like I went all in with a really nice
Okay.
draw, and he called with Pat 9, and I looked at the card, but I had the vlog camera up, and I looked at it, and I'm like, fuck, pair, like this, and I threw it up, and it was a wheel, the nuts. And he's like,
took it pretty
30 years?
well.
He was ticked. No, he was pissed. He's
No,
like,
no, but I took it okay, though.
Yeah, you did. You were like 30 years of playing, you still don't know how to sweat your own
Okay,
fucking
maybe
cards.
not.
He's been playing for 30 years, he doesn't know how to fucking sweat his own cards. Yeah. Yeah.
Just 1.7 out.
Can I watch that?
No big deal.
No big.
You got to go in the vlog archives. It's
Okay,
probably
He's like, this whole thing, he's like, this whole thing was a lot. The vlog, the
It
camera.
wasn't the year he
squeeze.
won, though. I feel like it was a year
I
before.
came 5th, I think, that year.
Yeah.
Do you think chat?
I remember this.
GT, whatever it is. Do you think I could find that clip in your vlog and it could?
I'm training
Maybe.
for that right now, bro. I'll be
Maybe.
ready next.
I know you will.
Maybe I
I don't know, they're advanced now.
Be a sleeper in that one.
Oh, there is a hand going
There's
on.
a lot of vlogs to go through.
New blood. I respect.
Need to find the highlights.
Yeah, yeah. But AI can like watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
In, like,
Who cares though, Randy?
a second and give you a synopsis
Yeah.
of what's in it.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
It is a bit cooler though.
Mateos might get another double up.
Yeah. Mateos is the type of guy to go for all the chips by the river.
I mean, Taylor did well to just flat call pre against the hijack open, but yeah, you're right. Look at this sizing from Andrew.
I think I had deuce 4, 5, 7 and thought I had deuce 3, 5, 7.
Yeah, of
So then I caught a nothing across and that's dead.
You're
Right?
vlogging for the people, man. I get it.
Yeah, I thought I was dead.
I get it, of course.
We have 3?
You didn't say pair too. You just
don't
kind
have
of gesticulated like it was
It's
a
like-
yeah.
Yeah, like
Perfect.
turned it up though.
Yeah.
Like big houses
Wheel.
with, like wasted space, you know?
Love.
Yeah.
I think it's because I'm from Hong Kong.
Yeah, yeah.
So I didn't.
Bad timing.
Adrian with not the reaction we were expecting.
I think this is just one of those. If you got it, you got it. But I've got
Yeah.
outs.
I don't know. Oh, sorry. Queen. Hi, Sam.
Wow. Adrian's 1 card away from being back up to starting stack. What an orbit and a half it's been for him. Just needs to fade the non-spade queen. Which he does. He improves to the nut flush. Ay, ay, ay.
Adrian Mateos, man.
121.
Good on him getting that full double earlier against Fox, and for him to get more chips here.
I already threw one in, yeah?
It's not the man you want
I
to
already threw
be.
you a time bank. Yeah.
Want to be giving chips to. Yeah, so it sounds like Shulman was slow rolled because of the vlog by DNX in the PPC. I love Shulman as well. He's just like, just 1.7 up top, you know.
Kill the guys in No Limit, you know, in Omaha. What do you mean, the 50K PPC? What? Oh, they have a chance because, they have a chance to win.
No.
Because they play big.
So every year when I'm there, I'm like, maybe I want to get.
Oh, you want to be the guy? You
Yeah.
should play 100%. Like that's what Brewer
See,
does.
that's what they all do.
Wait,
Brewer
to play
plays
what?
in the mix game.
Yeah,
if you're like really good at the big bet games, you have kind of an advantage in those. And
Okay.
like Brewer, I mean, he plays 3 of the games that are big bet, and he plays pretty aggressive in all of them. Like he's playing a lot of hands, try to get, build a stack. And then
the
more
tournament is
conservative.
so slow.
Yeah, it's a grind. You can't fluke it.
How much is it about?
5 days, like 100-minute levels.
Yeah.
I
And I
said that's
realized-
my goal. I want to be 65 and play that.
Yeah.
Win it. But I better start learning the other games because I have no idea what's happening.
6-6. Thank you.
Kings now for Danny Tang.
I'm trying to find this slow roll, Randy, for us.
Kristen was wondering if you can use ChatGPT to find it.
Yeah, that's what I'm using.
There's probably some clips out there, I feel, just at hand. But you don't have to go through all of Daniel's vlogs.
How much?
If anyone finds it, do let us know. Would love to see that. It sounded like it was from the PPC a few years back. The year that Daniel came 5th. I guess we can find that.
Archer making the call of ace queen. Lona should come along too. Gets to close the action. His hand's very easy to play posts. Can win a big one.
Wow. That's C3.
Everyone I
3-bet
know
pot
knows
with
it's
3
good
players.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they all say
Thank
they're
you.
good, dude. I don't know you that well. You haven't, they speak highly of you.
I try to be, man.
Good.
I was raised well and
Where'd you grow up?
try to be. Me and Bucky grew up in the same town, Stoneham, Massachusetts, small town.
Yeah.
Nancy Kerrigan's from there.
Oh yeah, that day.
But
What a story that was back in the day.
oh my God, I know.
I used to watch Inside Edition every day.
Yeah.
Dun dun dun dun.
Yeah.
I remember that.
But got lucky. Been lucky.
I think we all did. Everybody here.
My luckiest thing is I've been able to meet really good teachers throughout my life and have really good friends. Yeah. And have a lot of people I love kind of it didn't go so well for a lot of people,
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It could have been, a lot of you just appreciating the fortune that you had. It's valuable.
yeah. But I try to be, man. It's a battle,
All right, I think I found it, Randy.
Did you?
Girlfriend thinks the opposite of me right now, so
She thinks you're an asshole.
that one's always tricky.
You know what I got in trouble with? I put it in the vlog, so it's fine. I left 5:30 in the morning to get on the flight, and I kissed my wife because I'd say I love you, whatever. Then I left, and I just was packing shit, and I didn't say she was asleep, and I didn't say bye or whatever.
Yeah.
She would, you know, she was like, obviously gave me the, and I was like, so I did in the vlog. I was like, listen,
Yeah.
oopsie meter. I have an oopsie meter in the vlog. I
Yeah.
said, big mistake. Much
Yeah.
bigger. Yeah, it was just dumb. I
You
wasn't
didn't even
thinking-
think of it. I get it.
Yeah, I was thinking about like what I need to bring, and and I just left and like, oh, oops.
I was doing the same thing, packing the night before, and I wasn't paying any attention to her, but I was. But
yeah,
eye contact's a big thing for her, and I always, if I'm packing and thinking about the
it's
tournament,
hard.
I'm talking, you know, guys don't give a shit about that. You're shooting the shit, whatever. Because Nick was staying over too. I don't have to look at him when I talk to him. you know?
Yeah, you're.
But-
He just cries himself to sleep.
Yeah. I never seen this guy so steamed up after that chess tournament, man. He came home angry.
I was winning.
What'd you play? One match or more?
I played 4 in the
Oh,
night,
wow.
but
Did you
I
win
wasn't
any?
live to win the tournament. But
Did you win a couple of them?
I had 1 point.
So a draw.
But no, like
a one win
point.
Nick out in the chess streets.
I didn't know he played the chess.
It was a bye though. Doesn't matter.
There's
a point.
Oh, the timing was perfect.
Poker would be so interesting with a chess clock type thing.
Yeah, I'd like to have that happen. I think we got to get to that point at some point. It punishes the right people. It just does. The people that waste 40 seconds to check, when you know what I mean? Like now they have to pay for it. Time is a commodity. Now it's free money, free time.
On live they did. Like
Yeah,
GG
it's just luck
Millions.
for the final tables.
I like it.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
If you save time, you get more in the final table. It's fair.
Yeah, and also final table you have to play fast. If not, you are outrun out,
Yeah.
out of time at the end. How much is the bet?
18,000.
I think online
looky
is
here.
pretty easy to implement, but live
Yeah, it's
is-
harder live. It can be done.
5 seconds.
Maybe easier with like small tournaments like these.
64,000.
This hand's over and done with. I mean, Randy, I feel like if you had a chess clock, you would have all of your time left. You used to max speed run 20 tables. You were making your decisions in split seconds.
That's right.
So that'd be to your advantage.
Yeah, so I would just, maybe on the final hand of the tournament, it's heads up, I just take a 30-minute break.
Sure.
I do
Yes.
laps, and then I call and slow roll.
And there's
Stretch
some
your
things
legs.
with the chess clock, you'd have to adjust. Like, you can't just give people infinite clock. Then they all around the bubble, they can use 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So you'd have to make it like 60 seconds pre, no matter what.
Yeah.
Right? Otherwise,
Some maximums.
yeah, some sort of maximum, especially around the bubbles. Because what if a guy just hosts 20 minutes and he's like, all right,
All right.
you know, he's got like 6 bigs.
Yeah, you have some caps.
Just pre-flop,
For
after
pay-
flop.
For pay jumps maybe too, or something like that.
Yeah.
We need to just get the brightest minds in the game. People like Dean Eggs, Adrian, they've been doing it for a long time. Get a massive whiteboard. Everyone gets a Sharpie pen. And we just start spitballing ideas. Shake things up. Does feel like poker is struggling to capture some of the newer audiences, unlike chess has done so well. Other video games, mind sport games. What would you change, Randy?
What would I change? No, I think it's fun. I think it's pretty good as is, but yeah, I think the chess clock's a good thing. How they'll do it for live poker is tricky, of course. Or maybe they introduce final 2, final 3 tables would kind of make sense. Something where they can manage and have someone watching all the chess clocks. But I think this is more interesting. Having mystery hands. In comes Mateos versus Danny Tang so far.
Jack 10 of spades.
It's definitely in range because it's a small blind flat versus UTG. Hands like king queens, nines, pocket pairs, ace queens, ace jacks. Just not the very top shelf.
Ooh.
Oh, I like the set of sixes. Beautiful.
Jack 10 of spades would be an open ender as well. So
that's right.
Here we go.
I also think like pocket pairs like eights and nines are in range for Mateos to just call to open raise. Kristen might even just lead here on a flop because this texture of 9-8-6 against a UTG open isn't really looking to c-bet. Even over pairs aren't really looking to c-bet because they don't want to get check raised by a strong blind range that has two pairs, has straights, has sets.
So you're a fan of this lead, yeah?
Yeah, I love it. Especially multi-way. So Danny should be out here with ace king high.
5 seconds.
Well, these two are going to tango once more. You said 8s and 9s are part of the flatting range from Adrian, as well as some of the suited broadways.
I would say the sets go down now with just call there. I think he would strongly consider check raising sets on the flop.
Jack of clubs completes the queen 10 suited.
Reasonable. Queen 10 suited, it's Jack 10 like you mentioned. Some kind of heart type hand. Regardless though, Foxen needs to keep betting. Just got a set of sixes on two-tone with straightiness. I'd go big too.
How big is big? Like full pot?
Roughly, maybe 30K.
29.
There we go, she is agreeing with you here. 29K. Does Adrian ever have like 7-5 or 10-7, do you think?
No, I think it's 0%.
Okay.
Because it's a UTG open from Danny Tang.
So
if it was like a button raise, I could see it.
Right. Invitee side of the bracket, maybe, but on this side.
Agree.
105.
Oh, man.
Ooh.
That is a big check raise, Randy. That's 3.5x. He wants to play for stacks by the river.
So he's saying he has queen 10.
Yeah.
Or possibly jacks.
Or 1 hour. 1 hour.
I don't think.
And you're taking 8s and 9s out of the equation just because of the check call on the flop.
Yeah, I think it's very low frequency for 8s and 9s now.
A lot of people.
She's making a call.
Yeah.
How comfortable? You're not really comfortable here with the 6s, are you?
No.
I think they can match.
Backdoor clubs get there. Is there ever like an ace 10 of clubs, king 10 of clubs?
Yeah, I think ace 10 of clubs and king 10 of clubs are definitely in range because it was such a small bet on a flop of just 7K. Those hands would hang around. They would flat small against UTG. The deuce of clubs it's not a good card for Foxen. I think he can still have queen 10. He still had a set of jacks.
Announced. Set of 6s reduced to a bluff catcher. And Foxen may be thinking back to that hand earlier on where she bluff jammed the 9-8, doubled Mateos up. She's now thinking, look what I've done. I've unleashed the beast. Gave him the ammunition to start playing big pots.
Yeah, so Mateos's bluffs usually revolve around the 10. So like king 10 of hearts, king queen of hearts. And there's a club variety that gets there.
Cadix Day making a great point saying, I don't think king 10 or ace 10 of clubs would check raise on the turn, just in case it gets jammed on and be forced to
The answer
call it
is
off. He's got the
anytime,
goods.
Good fold. Set of sixes.
Anytime.
Anytime?
For VIPs, yes. Invitees.
Adrian's up to 400K in just a couple of orbits.
They can re-enter anytime they want, and they have 3 bullets.
That's an amazing fold.
Within the hour.
In the right fold.
Makes sense.
I wonder if she still folds if it was like deuce of spades.
So you think the flush getting there kind of helps her?
It definitely helps because some of the semi-bluffs get there.
Right.
Another well-played hand between those two.
Yeah. No, they've been going after it.
This frame of play has been amazing.
Randy, what's the update on whether we're streaming tomorrow or not?
The update is that we need more likes and subscribes.
So the agreement with the production team,
400K.
I believe it came from Andy Wong directly. If we don't have 400K subs, no day 2 coverage.
That's what you say, if that's what you say.
Those of you out there that are enjoying this coverage and haven't clicked subscribe yet, do take a couple of seconds, show your support and love for the Triton Poker Series. Would love to get to 400K by the end of the day. We've been grinding away for the past few years now, really just trying to put the best content in the business out there, free of charge. You've got the highest stakes players in the world, you've got the highest stakes poker in the world, all for your viewing pleasure. How far away are we, producer James, from 400K? Says we're close, Randy.
Well, why don't you be the one to get us over 400K if you're listening in chat?
Jason Tactical saying he just subscribed. Thank you, mate.
I just saw.
Man, we've had a lot of premiums over here on this table.
You saw his cards?
No, no.
Oh.
I just saw he's not here.
It's okay. Daniel, I have like 290. You cover?
I got, yeah. 360, 360.
Thank you.
Nick's going to come in with the flat.
Yeah.
Early position, 6-5 of spades.
Hasn't played many hands so far. Gonna go after Negreanu with the call. That's a big, so great for Martirosian this level.
26.
Ho ho ho. Bad timing.
Oh my word.
And he's got jacks.
What is going on at this feature?
Wow.
I mean, what do you do here? Cold 4-bet to then fold?
No, I think cold 4. Wow, he's not even going to consider it.
Ace 10 of clubs hits the mark.
That was interesting.
There's a lot of hands out there that we could have seen a flop with. Artur's ruined it for us, Randy.
Yeah.
He's ruined it.
And you know, Danny's loving his fold now when he sees that. You know what's the funny thing is, that hand?
Artur ruined it. That's
Probably.
what the funny thing is.
Unlikely that you had a hand you wanted to get it in with.
I think Danny 4-bet. Negreanu might even lay down his hand. It's kind of funny how that could have played out in many different ways.
Looks like Monica's chipped up nicely. Almost 400K. She had about 240 last time we were over here.
Couple sevens for Brian Lowell. He's got the puck. He's got the hockey sticks.
Raise 6,000.
I'm not going to get any action from the blinds unless Jack 4 decides to do something wild.
For Robbie.
I played a similar hand last time we did this. It didn't work out for me.
Wanted you to call.
What did you have on that 7, 7, 3, Jack 4, Queen? I mean, we'll see.
Yeah. I had it.
No, I know. I'm curious what it was. Not like I believe that I pulled it, obviously.
I had a 7.
A 7. A7? That was like the only thing I could like think of.
King 7.
Yeah, King close enough. Yeah. I had to hit a Jack on the turn.
What are you like, Randy? Do you tell players what you had, or you make them wait and wait for the stream to catch up?
Kind of depends on the pot. You know, if I put on some sick bluff on something, usually I'm making them wait.
Yeah.
If I got the goods, maybe I'm more likely to tell.
Keep them guessing.
But you know, obviously, if you share, you gotta. Your opponent should share.
Oh, hold on.
Ace Jack suited.
Allow me this time, please.
All right, it's only this time.
Tom's like loving it.
Step away.
There's one of his aces busy in the big blind. Tom started the hand 65 big blinds deep.
I bet a part of him is wondering if he should just slow play the kings, because Same is the type of guy who just 3-bets random hands and won't be calling a 4-bet.
King's the hand you want to trap with?
Aces for sure. Kings if your opponent's very out of line. But in general, you 4-bet kings more than aces.
What about click? I like clicking here.
Well, like 45?
Yeah.
Whatever you can entice your opponent to do to give you action. What do you go with?
Yeah, he's gone really small. I really love this.
You give me a discount this time.
Yeah, this is very good because he's gotten his opponent to call. Face Jack suited. North of 1 SPR.
Well, this could be trouble for Sammy. It's flop top. It is a very sopping wet texture. I mean, losing to king queen suited, all the sets, all the overpairs. We're now ahead of ace queen, ace king, but that's about it, Randy.
Yeah, but I just don't think he's the type of guy that makes top pair, top kicker, and gets away. I think Tom might even be able to just jam this flop.
Yeah, I agree.
Get off the action against hands like this. Wow, I am a bit surprised about that check back. He's very concerned. And that's going to make Same love ace jack as played. No surprise here.
Tom's seeing monsters under the bed, Randy. 4-bet pot. Gets the jack 10-9 flop, and he's just not loving it.
Yeah, he's like, sets, king, queen, jack 10. I just can't fold kings here in this spot with this stack. And here we go.
He gets snapped. He's going to be surprised to be ahead, relieved to be ahead. Randy, last time I got snapped like that, my opponent had a royal flush. And I was out the door.
In this instance, it's top pair, top kicker. Behind, 11%.
Ace or a jack needed. Tom manages to fade.
110, 120, 129.
We need a heart rate monitor.
120.
Because I reckon his
29 confirmed.
150 BPM minimum right there.
Of course. I mean, if I got, yeah, like you said, if I got snapped so fast like that, you would just think you're drawing dead almost.
Yeah. It's like, okay, queen for a chop.
Nice hand. King's like a hand of the day for you.
It worked this
Win
time.
some, lose some.
Now it's even.
Exactly.
All right, so 13 minutes till we go on break. Who we got on the next table?
Esa is very good.
All right, Santosh and Talal involved in some big pots. Looks like Talal's playing about 600K. Got Wang Ye.
Is that Wasserson?
Is that on his
final
third bullet? Wow, Albert De Hair also on his second bullet. Then let's see the pro side. Who we got coming over? Oh, we got is it these guys again? No,
it shouldn't be these guys again.
Okay.
Let's get over.
Oh, we're going for a walk. Oh, Patrick Antonius, I see.
I see Winter.
Danilo.
Bryn Kenny.
Got Clement Deng. Seth Davies. Oh, what a table.
Any
it's
table with Bryn Kenny is a good table.
Brandon Wilson, that is quite the table. Oh, yeah. That's what we got coming up. Love that.
Raise 5,500. Pass. Pass. Call.
Shrey is using the updates feature over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Saying that Muller was involved in a big cooler.
Check.
In a good or bad way?
In a bad way?
Was that a question mark?
Because it looks like he's out the tournament, so...
Oh, yeah. That would be confirmed.
So I don't know what
All
hand
right,
they're referring
I found a hand. He had sevens versus queens on queen 7-6.
Okay. Turn queen.
Turn queen. Death by quads. A lot of people getting down by quads today.
Yeah, and in the PLO as well, like last night, remember?
Yeah. It's even harder to do with just 2 cards.
Check.
Anybody else out? That's new.
Yeah, see Hopkins eliminated. Looks like Michael Monchek.
No, both Monchek's out.
Yeah. His ace queen, no good against Javed Ismailov's aces. 50 big blinds apiece. Dude, they're dropping like flies, you know, this frame.
Oh, Nacho, he's gone too.
Yeah, up to 109 runners now, 82 left. Let's see on the pro side, has there been... Yeah, Nacho's out. How did Nacho bust?
Taking a look right now for you.
Looks like it was jacks against queens, all in pre-flop. No, sorry, I apologize. It was a single raise pot. Early position open from Kulev with queens. Nacho flat, 1 seat over in the low jack with pocket jacks, and it came queen jack 6. Are you kidding me?
Is everyone getting set or resetted today?
Wow.
I think Nacho's fuming.
Oh, he's going to be steaming. Set over set in a single raise pot.
Raise 5,500. Pass. Pass.
I don't mind getting set over setted in like a 1-2 cash game, Randy.
Okay, thanks, buddy. Wow,
You
Captain
know,
Obvious.
when it's a 250K buy-in, I don't know how I feel about it. There's been a lot of that.
Yeah, you know how Nacho is watching his sports on the laptop? You think he broke the laptop?
Well, I've heard the sports haven't been going too well for him as well.
Kind of sucked for him that he got 2 final table bubbles as well in the PLOs, 8th and 8th.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like much here. Just a good old top pair. It's going to get a quick fold from the big blind.
I think I just saw Ibinger in the background. Is that his famous orange hoodie? So maybe the reason he had the jacket on in the PLO is because he's like a business person in the PLO streets, you know? Whereas when he's in the Hold'em streets, he's got his, you know, I'm a pro hoodie on.
It is kind of funny because I would think that if someone traveled all the way from Austria and he brought that suit blazer, he'd be setting up for the 250K Invitational, but no, it was for his PLO debut.
Yeah, he's like Joe Trent style. Yeah, he's just got the jacket on, the blazer. Bob asking if we hit the 400K subs yet. Don't believe so, mate, but I did see a lot of people saying that they just subscribed, so massive thank you to everyone that has recently subbed, and of course to all of you that have been subbed before that, you know, supporting us on our journey. Over here looks like all in and a call. Looks like Yo Viral has a 7 against Sergio Fernandez's 6s, and it came ace of clubs on the river. It was a very small all in. Sergio Fernandez was down to just 11K, 4.5 bigs.
Good game, sir. Sometimes the cards don't fall your way.
How did he lose the brunt of his chips?
Let me know.
It looks like it was just a slow grind down, if I'm being honest with you, mate.
Oh, death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Things just never really
33.
got going for him.
33,000.
Oh, sorry.
Brian's going to go ahead and squeeze kings. Should get some folds. Unless Sternheimer's interested to play out of position with ace-10 suited.
Pass. Pass. I just watched the hand. You have pocket queens? Do you check it? Huh? Do you watch the video?
Yeah. You had aces, right?
Yeah.
You had aces, right, that hand? Jean-Noel?
Hmm?
You had aces, right? Yeah.
50% correct.
And you have? Sometimes the card reader doesn't work.
A pair of 4. Ace 4.
Raise 6,000.
That's brilliant.
That was an epic hand.
Sometimes the card reader just doesn't work, you know?
Lights buff.
Pass. Raise 18,000. Pass. Pass.
Just taking a peek in the leaderboard, it seems like the top 10 only has 1 pro.
Chidwick?
Not Chidwick anymore.
Really?
It's Kaihan Mokri in 9th.
Oh, yeah.
It's good to see Javid Ismailov in the top again. He's a lot of fun to watch.
He's so fun, dude. But the thing is, you know, with Javid, he's got 1 million chips now. Check in on him in a level and a half.
Yeah, he has 3 million or 0.
Right, exactly. He's either bagging chip lead or he's out the tournament. There's no in between. He's been a fantastic addition to Triton. He really is entertaining.
Yeah, and he's just a happy guy.
Yeah.
You know, I like that. This one, a Monica Open, 3-bet from Philip Sternheim with the 10-8 suited. 10-8 suited seems to be the hand to be 3-bet at this feature. And it's always involving Monica in some way.
22?
Bet 22,000.
Sizable C-bet here.
It's a tricky one of ace-10 suited. Do have that backdoor nut flush draw, which is very important. Immediate wheel draw, as you can see. It's always tricky because sometimes you're check calling, they've got a bigger ace. So you do need to try to find ways to bet at some point usually, even unimproved. Oh yeah. How good is that?
Yeah, turns the straight. Now she's just praying that she's up against an ace-king, ace-queen that she's got a massive free roll against.
Right.
Philip should never have a 6.
I mean, Philip just has to give up here, I would think.
Double barrel and try and fold out like, well, I guess we block 10s and 8s, but 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s.
Well, he's betting again, but I don't mind him betting, but I wouldn't mind him taking a check bet line because it's not unreasonable if Philip did have the ace that he would still check back this turn to try to pot control against the 6. So I think he could have took a check bet line for a bluff, but here he's just going to do it now. I kind of don't mind check raise with the ace-10, mainly because your opponent, if they're bluffing and representing the ace, they aren't really going to follow through for river bet, but now you can free roll against an ace. But she went with check call and hits the flush, and look at that board.
Wow.
Straight on board. She should lead. She needs to lead, I think.
I kind of disagree, Randy.
No, you like check better?
I love just letting Phil try and get her off of a chop. Check it on over. Because Phil should, in theory, I feel like, have more 7s here. More flushes.
Mm-hmm.
Just slide it on over and give him the check. Let him try and get us off of a chop.
Well, it looks like she's not sure. Should she try and check and induce a huge bet to try to move each other off a chop? Or you need to lead if you're not sure if your opponent would try to move you off a chop.
Yeah.
Like if it's a pro, you kind of always check. She's just going to do leading herself.
I like the bet. It's a big bet. Make it look like she's trying to steal it.
Yeah, this is pretty gross because a lot of times you are chopping this pot.
Don't do it, Sternheimer. Don't you do it. Don't go for the rebluff.
Sometimes players do go for it.
Monica's going to be up to nearly $500,000. If Sternheimer calls, should be playing 600K.
Well, if you're calling, you're definitely calling for half the pot, obviously, with the board being a straight.
I don't think he's ever jamming after this kind of like tanking and some of the facial expressions.
I wouldn't jam with the flush coming in. I think there's more merits to jam bluffing if it was 6 without the flush getting there. Because you do have to be concerned your opponent does have a hand like this, ace-10 suited.
Yeah.
Ace-5 suited, diamonds.
I agree. It does suck that you have to call 125K to win half the pot as well.
5 seconds.
I mean, he could be up against 6-7 as well.
Nice fold.
Maybe.
Feels like that. An ace-5, ace-4 of diamonds.
2 more? Just one.
If I do this
That one sucks. That one sucks. You kind of, you expect to get paid there, right? Maybe a little bit too greedy.
Ready for a collision?
Well, yeah, we're about to go on break. Is Artur going to be joining us? He's got the best hand currently. These two have played dozens and dozens of huge spots at Triton over the last year, especially this season just gone by. Artur, of course, the Ivan Leal Player of the Year. Jesse won the main in Montenegro, won a couple of titles, plenty of final tables with Artur. But here we go, heads up to a flop, 102K in the middle. Jack, 8-4, rainbow. Both players with ace high.
Not really the board you're looking for if you're ace king or ace queen. 4-bet pot. It's like, please fold, please fold, please fold.
The way he flicked it in. He's like, well, I guess I have to see bet. It was a very nonchalant 25K flick in as well.
Might peel one here for Lonis, given he's got backdoor nut flush draw, small price, aggressive opponent that has bluffs in range. He folds easy and wonderful for Archer.
Discipline fold. That was a rough frame for Artur. Was peaking at around 550K over on that table, and then, yeah, tangled with Danny Tang, obviously, that nut flush draw running into aces. Ill-timed 3-bet against Daniel Negreanu's ace-king. How about that frame for Adrian Mateos? Was down to, I want to say, 65K at one point, then had that spot against Foxen, found the double, then not too long after that, found another double against TVK. So Danny Tang going to be going in as chip leader into this break. On the golden table is Kyan Mokri, the only pro that is in the top 10 currently, as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Lou alongside myself. Randy, a lot of chips being exchanged in that frame. I don't know how to explain it. We keep expecting players to just try and wait for day two, but you know, you got someone like JNT, for example. He's just dunking on people out here, just going for the 1-2-3 with the ace king, getting queens to fold. I mean, just a stone bluff, and he's what's sat currently 5th in chips overall.
Yeah, chips have been in motion, like slam dunking, like you just mentioned. It was a great frame of poker. I loved it.
And for some people, this tournament has turned into a 750K buy-in. Wasserson doing 2 bullets in the span of an orbit and a half. He's had to buy his 3rd time into this tournament. So, yeah, the price of poker is as expensive as it gets here in Paradise. Randy and I are going to be stepping out. Ali and Kevin are going to be jumping in, and they're going to be taking you down to the end of this day one coverage. We'll see you very shortly.
I'm not feeling the pressure, no. You cannot put pressure on me, no chance.
Yeah, they're way too deep. 2 of the largest stacks in the room.
And you raise from under the gun.
Hammer just calls. What about Tom? I mean, Tom's super deep as well, and he's in position, closing the action. Do we just pill here and try and find some diamonds?
I think it's all right given how deep they are. 200 big blinds.
He agrees. He's going to make the investment. So here we go. 3-way pot in a 3-bet pot. 94,000 in the middle. We got the mystery hand of JNT. We've got low cards. 6, 4, deuce, couple of clubs. I tell you what, Sternheimer is in a world of hurt here if J&T fires out a big C-bet.
J&T likes to play big sizings too, so I don't know if you can just read into the bet size. That's a smaller one, I would say.
I mean, in a multi-way pot, that's more than 40% pot.
I'm just saying, it's not like one of his 75% pot C bets that he does do from time to time. So here you got a call of queens.
Randy, I'm going with 7 deuce.
He's got 7 deuce. No, he doesn't have 7 deuce. You're just gonna put it all in on 7 deuce now. Okay. It's a good flop for ace 4 too, but when there's a bet and call in front of you, I'm not sure how confident you're gonna be about the pair of fours. Just feels like you always have to improve with this action.
This is exactly what we were looking for on the invitee side of the bracket.
Okay.
Here we go.
Look at this pot.
Going to a turn. 214 in the middle. Deuce of diamonds. Yes. Yes. That's the card I wanted.
You got it.
That's the action card. Gives Tom the flush draw. We didn't want like the 10 of clubs rolling off. Deuce of diamonds. I'm back in action. Here we go. Half pot. Continue.
Well, the way J&T's playing his hand is he's got a big pair. It's a big pair or nothing. I just don't know how Sternheimer can fold right now.
The problem is, we call here SPR around 1. How do we feel about a big bet on the river? And also we've got Tom behind, by the way. I don't know whether that is a concern. I guess if Tom has ace 4, he can also have 6s, 4s, and deuces.
He could, but Tom could also have like 9s or 10s or jacks.
I don't know, man. If 9s and 10s are continuing the flop, that seems a little bit dusty.
I mean, he's calling ace 4, so it's unreasonable. And the queens are out.
What do we think, chat? 1 in the chat if you think J&T's bluffing. 2 if you think he's got queens beat.
Does he have 4s beat? There is a world where J&T is playing the jacks very fast.
Yeah?
I think it's possible.
He's overplaying 10s or jacks?
Possible. I mean, sometimes he checks it, of course. But we do know there will be a river card.
My money's still on 7 deuce.
7 deuce? 7 deuce would be the 4s.
Big river incoming. It's a non-diamond. Double paired board now. Front door flush completes. 4-1-4 in the middle. See, now, Randy, now I'm a bit suspicious. Because how confident are you in almost snap jamming river when the flush gets there? You know, if you've got kings, aces, even with like aces, ace of clubs, are you finding the snap jam? What do we think, chat? Bluffing or value? Ace, king of clubs? Ace, 5 of clubs?
I mean, it could be any kind of ace, x of club, ace, queen, ace, jack clubs, possibly. Or value. Aces and kings, I think it could consider value jamming, but of course it's a bit dangerous because your opponent could just have an ace, x of clubs that just got there.
So do we remove all non-nut flush draws? So we think hands like jack 10 of clubs, king, queen of clubs, they're all folding turn.
For Tom?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so,
Okay.
for 100K.
So if we have aces, ace of clubs, we can confidently find the jam and try and stack you know,
Right.
queens and jacks. Well, we're going to find out.
What you
Tom
got?
folds.
Don't make
I'm
us
saying
wait for
bluff,
the
man.
stream, Jean-Noël.
Let's
Ace
go,
king
baby.
offsuit. Oh my God.
J&T is playing the game.
You'll see in a moment. Can't wait for half an hour.
Wow.
He got the queens down.
Get a deuce.
Then the fours.
Comes with the 4x. Sternheimer's got 8s. They're going to hit the mark.
Annoying, but necessary.
Well, the good news is for Steve that Sammy can't flop a set. The bad news is...
The obvious news is what?
He's got 3 outs, mate.
Needs a spike. There's the 4-bet. And it's to 85K, so the larger your opponent 4-bets, the more likely you just have to just shove this in pre. You don't want to like call 4-bet for that sizing and end up folding like the same hand. This would have to be a jam. The guy that has king 4 in his cold 4-bet range.
Yeah, he's. I mean, look, Sam has earned himself an all-in here. Like, his reputation is going to get him paid, most likely, unless the poker gods have other plans.
I mean, there are players out there where maybe ace king's a fold. This man is not that man.
Calling.
There's the all-in, and there's the snap call.
Aces. I need the ace.
Well, they are live. Sammy looking to yeet Steven Enriquez to the rebuy desk. He can just hold here with the kings.
Good luck.
Come on.
Good luck. Okay, now it's balanced. Now it's balanced.
Always to the all-in play.
It's okay, it's
Always
balanced.
unless I'm against the all-in.
Let's see a flop.
No ace in sight. Does have some backdoors, jack or a queen, and of course, present a Broadway draw. Needs to find Barry, Randy.
Mm-hmm. One shot.
One opportunity to seize everything he ever wanted. One moment. Doesn't get there.
Let's play with the man.
Man, Sammy's up to north of a milli.
That's right. Clearly in second place
Clearly her
overall
good luck was
leaderboard.
better. So.
I need to do it to myself.
Yeah.
Have fun.
I
For
got you for
Enriquez.
next
All right,
one.
What can you do?
All right, we got a deal.
And welcome back to Paradise for continuing coverage of the $250,000 Triton Invitational. Ali Najad, joined now by Kevin Rabichow. Wholesale change here in the booth, but not really a whole lot of wholesale change in terms of the chip lead. Rafael Mota worked his way up to the top and has parked himself there for quite some time. 1.4 million as we dive right into the Triton Poker Plus app. And just look, Kevin, at the sheer volume, perhaps not unexpectedly, of invitees that occupy the top 10.
Yeah, I was thinking about that on our break, Ali. The chip counts obviously reflecting invitees near the top. That also maybe reflects the rebuy structure that we were talking about earlier, right? Invitees get 2 entries each today, whereas the pros only get 1. So chips flying a little more liberally at those tables, you would think.
I mean, you have to look down to Stephen Chidwick and Alex Kulev, 12th, and then Kulev tied at 13-14 before you start to see some of the talent from the pro side working its way there. And again, I said not unexpectedly, because when it comes to the action, the big ballooned pots have disproportionately, and as we're accustomed to seeing, been housed on that invitee side where things flow a bit more freely.
Yeah, I was talking to a few pros yesterday morning, and I was asking just about, like, how do you approach when you get a tough table draw, not just at this tournament where it's an all-pro lineup, but just at any, like, tough table draw in a field like you see at Triton. And I don't think there's consensus around, like, oh, let's just avoid spots and make sure that we keep pots small, but on the average, I do think that's the mentality that you see among these pros.
And it's strange because that does create an opportunity for those that are willing to precariously step out onto that thinner ice and maybe take higher variance, more aggressive lines to accumulate chips in spots that maybe they wouldn't otherwise. But of course, those swords are double-edged. As we dive right back into the arena here in Paradise Island at the Bahamas. Players filtering their way back from the break. No doubt during that break, there was plenty of shuttling through the stream to have some mysteries and some riddles solved in spots where cards were unshown, courtesy of the delay catching up. 83 remaining. Looks like some hydration taking place. Foxing among those. Here's a stacked pro table. Zubov's rocking that Triton scarf. That's been a consistent look for him. Around the shoulders, it's a bit more babushka vibes, but here we are.
I like that scarf. It's got heft.
Did you not get one? You got one, right?
I've got two.
What are you?
Lucky. I'm the lucky one. One is a commentator, one is a player.
Wow.
Yeah, I loaded up the closet.
Crab, you earned it the right way. Brandon Wilson, he's been doing some earning, sitting atop Clement Deng as part of the over $500,000 club over at the red table. Wangay's 646 has company in 2 slots in Shakurchi and Staffman at the blue table. And then there is Kulev, 562K in front of him.
I think Stevie's got 3 more zeros on the end of that chip count. He's actually ahead of Kulev at that gold table.
Oh, okay.
593,000.
Oh, yeah, he busted that guy.
Yeah, I think 593 in chips would be a difficult thing given the current denominations to be sitting on right now.
I don't think Stevie brought his own chipset with the 5 and the 1 denomination.
Folded around Albert Dyer, suited king for him. In the black on the day thus far with 423, putting some of it to work here from the cutoff. Not in the black whatsoever. Wasserson, as Henry pointed out on the way to the break. He's on bullet
At least he didn't
number 3.
Thank you, Santosh.
Suvarna and Staffman out of the blinds. Both defending. Three-way affair to the first flop of the frame with the blinds at 15, 3, and 3 is 3, 4, 7. Nut flush draw and a gutter for Suvarna. Staffman interfering with those 2 5s in hand, and somehow it's top pair for Dar.
This is action for everyone. And Albert, not mandatory to bet the flop, but now that he's opened the action, I suspect a lot more is headed in. Santosh is going to waste no time. He's raising. Awkward spot for Tyler.
I mean, you really were looking forward to taking a turn here. And all of a sudden, with 13 becoming 44 in front of you, you've got some real concerns about whether doing so would be kosher.
I think it's hard to continue here with a call.
Yeah, Tyler knows it. You can see that smirk, a little bit begrudged to be forced out of there. And now it's back over to Daher. Suvarna as a flat caller from the small blind in terms of range, check raising us. What do we assign?
I think we got to be worried about all the hands that have us drawing near dead. 5, 6 suited, pocket 3s, pocket 4s, very much going to call the small blind. Not to mention when Suvarna is bluffing. He's got a lot of outs.
Would he play those hands as a check raise on the flop?
I would expect him to. Front door flush draw available. Not necessarily wanting to go 3 ways out of position to the field.
And not necessarily wanting to be forced into this spot, unimproved on the turn with the board pairing 4, but up to the task is Santosh. 55,000. Continuing to apply pressure in a very credible seeming way here upon that king 7.
I think it's hard to shake Albert's hand at this point with this size. The 4 is going to make him feel better about his chances of King 7 suited being the winner. Wouldn't have minded to see Savarna slow down on this turn.
So the river we go, a red jack. And now Savarna at the crossroads. 222. Looking for a home. Is he going to open the front door and invite it in by barreling once more? Does a6 ever have showdown?
I do think ace high could be the winner. It's a little harder on the jack, because if Albert just had like queen jack of clubs or king jack of clubs and whatnot, he would have improved. But there's a few misses. Flush draws primarily. I like this shutdown from Santosh. And I mean, credit to Daher even thinking about doing something other than checking on the river. I think that's
thin, isn't
quite
it?
the standard play to just check, but I think he got the sense he had the winner once he faced check.
Just couldn't really necessarily come up with the payoff holding for Savarna, and that's part of the calculus.
You re-raise on the flop?
No.
Huh?
No, he check raised.
Oh.
Grace called.
Nobody bluffed. I fucked you. I had 2 clubs.
Well, that's one way to describe what you did, Loss.
I had 2 5s.
You had 2 5s? How? What? You didn't see the flop?
I saw the flop.
Oh, he raised the flop. Yeah.
13K, 44K.
Yeah. Should have gone all in.
Should have went all in. I fold.
I thought about it.
And Santosh calls, and yeah.
Santosh calls, and then you hold.
And Santosh gets his wish, finally. New table.
This
That's all
little
he
horn
wants.
here of Shakurchi, Daher, and Wasserson, these guys have some reps in terms of nosebleed cash action back in Vegas. Some familiarity with one another. Was taking us upstairs from the cutoff with the ducklings and 2 9s. For Wang Ye in the big.
He's just flatting. I think the option to 3-bet was there against late position, raise and call, but not mandatory. We're still playing 100 big blinds deep here. Don't want to overplay 2 9s.
He's 6-4 board. Pesky
8.
ace, leaving Wang Ye playing a guessing game
Santosh,
from this point
never
forward.
fold.
So you see Savarna did hang in as well with the 3-6 of spades. I didn't clock that, and he has hit middle pair and will peel with straight and flush prospects. And you see Wang Ye gonna tear one off. The overcall a little bit more challenging than the check call versus one opponent.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Wang Ye sticking around. I actually wouldn't have faulted him just folding the flop. Even though he has the best hand on the flop, unless it's just a full shutdown from Was and Savarna, he's not going to be able to see showdown.
Well, Savarna doesn't have shutdown on his mind as Was has ceded the lead. And in position from the button, having picked up that backdoor spade draw, he fires 38,000.
Okay?
And Was says, I'll make
Not
a
like
big
that.
fold for you.
What the fuck?
Did he show the 6?
Must have shown the 3 of spades, right?
Really?
It looks like too many pips for the 3, but I don't know.
Really? Because then deuce, I'm out.
No ace.
Pocket 3?
Oh, he did show the 3.
No ace.
Pocket 3s. Ah, I should have called. Fuck. I wanted to call. Huh?
Deuces who call?
I wanted to, but I thought it was dumb. So I didn't.
That would have been one of those bluff catching with the worst hand situations.
Back to starting.
Wise to avoid it.
I paid for 750,000. I have 250,200.
One thing is for sure, Talal. If Eric was as rich as you, he'd be the biggest whale on planet Earth.
That's 100% for sure.
Daher making friends. He does have a solid sense of humor.
Whatever, dude. So tight.
Queen 3 suited. Not so solid
Yeah,
pre-flop
deuces, I wanted
raising
to call.
range, apparently. Does have better clubs than Staffman, who hops in with
Actually,
the jack eight.
honestly, I wanted to go all in.
Dahr's one of those crafty cash game guys, too, that have a measure of confidence about entering the fray outside of kind of expected ranges and then having enough confidence in their post-flop navigations to avoid big trouble.
Yeah, and I think you get enough familiarity in lineups like this, you start to pick up on, like, what are the conditions I'm looking for to really step out of line.
Less than ideal conditions for having top pair, as you see Shakurchi close the action and has flopped middle set against top pair. Trouble on the horizon for Albert. Doesn't barrel it, and that leaves Staffman trying to lay claim with nothing more than jack high and some backdoor prospects.
I like this flat from Talal, recognizing that Albert can still have something strong behind, put in a squeeze. He's only going to flat with this one, weak top pair. Not strong enough to reopen the action.
Not unlike that overcall with the nines. Obviously, Albert recognizing the vulnerability of his hand, playing it as the check overcall.
Yeah, the queen, in this case, not going to be able to win the pot, but in general, a lot more likely than the 2 nines from earlier.
Sure. Talal's got the field drawing dead. Oh, and Staffman's ambitions are going to be ill-fated here.
Wow, that's a big bet. Looks like pot into 2 players.
And obviously he's trying to muscle his way through this one. It's just Talal's got way too much hand.
Graphic says 16. I think it was 6-0. 60,000 is the bet. Oh, well, this pot's going to end. Yeah, Shakurchi hoping to run into 2 pair, some big flush draw, but Staffman was bluffing with trash, so that should do it.
Yeah, this dumpster fire is going to come to an end. And along with it, the hopes of Tyler.
That was fishy.
Bluffing his way through that one, extinguished.
Talal, that's king 5.
I had a good hand.
King 5 or king 4? I had a queen.
Talal, pretty even keel in the aftermath. Not overly excited, knows this is a marathon, not a sprint. A 3-day affair, this Triton Invitational. You're on day 1, sequestered fields, divided between the invitees and the pros. Currently observing the invitee side. And then tomorrow, release the hounds. What we won't release here, though, is Wasserson's hole cards, as we've got a mystery hand upon us. Blacking out his under the gun raise to 6,500. What we do see is 2 red 10s for Talal. Played as a flat. Heads up to the flop. Bonus points if you can guess the hand right now, although obviously that's the most ambitious, with but a lone data point of an under the gun open to just north of 2x. 4-4 deuce board is quite kosher for Talal. Wasserson follows through with pace for 10. A little north of half pot, and Shakurchi bringing the check raise early.
This hand is being played very quick.
Yeah,
barely going to have time to get my guess in on Wasserson's hand, but I like this check raise from Talal. 4-4 deuce. Not likely to connect with under the gun. Wasserson can obviously have all the better over pairs.
And the Queen X combos as appeal for the extra 17 still retained?
Queen X of clubs for sure. Queen X of hearts no longer possible. Ace queen of any suit. I'm not sure. I don't know if Wasserson would have just called like ace queen of spades on the flop.
Doors open After Talal decides not to follow up with a barrel, and Wasserson's going to step through it here with a 30K barrel.
This size makes it pretty uncomfortable right away for the 210s. I don't think we expect Wasserson to play pocket 7s this fast, but maybe. There's still some chance that Talal has him crushed.
Obviously wary of the very real prospects. The 10s are no good. Shakurchi just flats, now a 5 on the end. And you don't have a whole lot of time left to register your guesses as to what Wasserson has here. With 133 in the middle, he made it 6,500 pre, followed through for 10, got check raised to 27, made the call, and then decided to activate, given the opportunity on the turn just now for 30, and here he is, putting a cherry on this one, 110K. It's business time.
So it's the kind of spot where if we're playing this as Talal, we want to think about natural value, natural bluffs. What hands is it easy for Wasserson to get here with? The big overpairs, kings, aces, queens, those all make sense. Oh.
10-9 of clubs.
And there's a natural bluff. 10 high clubs.
Queens, you said. You always think that.
Queens is nuts. He puts everybody on a full house every hand.
Well, smiles have been in short supply for Wasserson, just given those 2 bullets that he polished off. And I'll tell you what, tip of the hat to Was for finding that, because when you're on that third and final bullet here in the invitee side of the bracket, where opportunity is supposed to be robust, you know, not so easy.
That's exactly when everything started, yeah.
Exactly the downfall of everything.
Yep.
That was the downfall.
Yep.
The green parrot thing.
That's exactly what happened.
And BPM.
Yep.
But that was very, very hardcore.
BPM was so fun back then. And they're just...
Yeah, Playa was sick.
Those were
15 years ago.
Really good years, yeah. And they're just immediately gone. Just like that.
Santanera, wow, that was a good
Santanera was fun.
They got you off security duty this trip, huh?
Yeah.
No more security, Breeden. Your short stint is over.
6,000.
Danilo Velocevic here on the pro side of the bracket, who is our defending invitational champ from Montenegro. Is that right?
No, that's Pavicevic.
Oh, Pavicevic. See, this is the second time I've done this. I conflated Joao Simão and Joao Vieira earlier, and now you gave me a little VIC on the tail end, and I'm like, it's all the same.
Yeah.
I've gotten lazy in this regard. I need to tighten up the ship. Maybe it's that Caribbean vibe. I'm just too chill now. 6K becoming 24,000. Danilo relinquishing to Clemente.
I'm losing my goddamn mind with this startup.
I'm thinking he might have hit the third one.
Yeah. You came a little late.
Fucking hoovered your chicken real quick.
Oh, here it is. We got it. We're good.
There you go. Don't worry, your seed oil chicken's coming.
There it is. Good seed. Heated, yeah.
Yes.
Olive oil? Unlikely.
What am I supposed to do?
Can't do much here.
Thank you.
Looks like it's meal time for Sean Winter. Not talking about some sort of opportunity to snack on chips with ease. This is
something like some kind of
outing.
Existential decision, death by seed oils or death by starvation.
Do you make conscious decisions to avoid certain products based on the presence of palm oil or unethically mined seed oil or unhealthy ingredients?
To the extent that it doesn't take enormous energy, yes.
Well, I mean, turning around the package and reading
that's about,
is the degree of energy required, and yet I find it to be more than I'd like to expect.
That's too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, of course, in retrospect, as I come back to life on the quadruple bypass table, which I'm hoping I do, you know, maybe I'll have different sentiments, but for now, clog them up.
Visa during summertime.
I got gamble, crab.
I mean, it's.
I don't know.
Don't know if it's worth it to look at the back of like the box of Oreos.
It depends what
and
you
I mean, it's just what do I expect?
Scrutinize the ingredients list.
What do I think?
It's like I saw the front of this package. It's bright blue.
Come on.
What are like
Nothing healthy
Nacho,
has
what are the
ever been
drugs
packaged
everybody's
this
doing
way.
right now? I heard about this 2C drug. You do 2C a lot? Never.
Nacho's never heard of it.
Never heard of that one.
He's never seen it.
What is it? Let me Google it.
Who is somebody yesterday was telling me there's something.
Perhaps there are safer places to navigate the topic of conversation than street pharmaceuticals, gentlemen.
Doesn't understand English.
See, you run good sometimes.
Davies
Yeah, I'm running fucking great now.
strapping in with ace-5.
Not like this. Oh my god, the puckers are so good. Yeah, 2C is cool. Pretty common.
That's a popular one nowadays. Do people still do Molly all the time or no?
Way less.
Molly's not it anymore?
But yeah.
Top pair versus bottom pair on the monotone board. Sensei Knuckles.
Bet 5,000.
Little 5K follow through here from Davies. Bryn, not faint of heart, that's for sure. He'll go right into the murk.
Yeah, this one of those floats you make, you know, perhaps with optimism around what good things could happen after calling quarter pot on the flop, but no expectation of 7-6 being the winner right now. Kind of river dependent whether we might show it down or bluff, and that looks like one of those cards we might bluff.
I mean, I first go to Dominicana, then
When you gonna be there?
around.
Diamonds completed.
Oh, you're a fish.
Looks like bottom of range for Kenny.
Nobody's there in New Year.
Very easy to represent a small flush, or just any flush.
Stay in Buenos Aires for New Year's. We spend Christmas with our family and then we leave on the 27th.
Question is just small bet or large bet?
Because everybody leaves. So Buenos Aires is. I mean, for you, it's
17.
okay.
What he dials
But
up.
like all my friends, there's nobody.
Yeah, I just want like
And Davies
5-6
understands
days
that
there
this
or
is an open invitation on a run out such as this for Kenny to activate with all manner of kid.
Yeah, I have a recommendation. Text me. You have my.
Yeah, I think it's a close spot for Seth. I think you could justify a call there.
Winner in the bin, though, is Kenny. Bluffs
Try
one.
to get Noah to come now. He's coming, I think. For New Year.
Where do you go for New Year's?
Punta.
Huh?
Punta del Este. Second best place in the world after Ibiza.
Is Uruguay?
Where's that exactly?
Yeah, Uruguay.
Oh, yeah.
All the way south.
They still have poker there a lot? They used to have a ton of
They have
poker.
they have a tournament there. Now it's the final. Yeah, they have actually really good tournaments there.
Yeah. That was the spot for a while.
It is, still is. I mean, the thing is like way smaller buy-ins.
It's like what, 1.5K and 3K buy-ins or something?
Main event is 1,600. And 5K and used to be sick, bro. We used to have this tournament, 5K, you remember it? The final? 5K, 750K for first.
Yeah.
A6 offsuit on the puck for Winter. Reasonable open. King 8 off. Going to be a reasonable defend here from Nacho.
You gotta speak some Spanish, though. You go there.
No. Uruguay, no.
7-5 deuce. No pair anywhere. Normal circumstances, these board textures we often refer to as favoring the big blind defense. But against button open, when we know those ranges are wide, it's not impossible for Winter to be hooked up with this.
Yeah, I agree. And also, it's so disconnected that Nacho might not even have like all the good two pairs that you're hoping to have. He wouldn't have 7 deuce offsuit. He wouldn't have 5 deuce offsuit. So totally fine spot for Winter. don't think we expect to be able to get value or to bluff really with ace-6 high on the 10. Just continue to try to show down.
2 rounds of knuckles, board pairing 5, and so if Barbero thinks he needs to bluff, king high has some modicum of showdown value, although maybe we anticipate queen high and worse is going to get after us at some point for Winter.
I think we're just going to lose the pot with king 8, but at the same time, it's kind of too strong to bluff.
Yeah, it's almost like you wish that you had something worse that would free you up to get after what's in the middle.
Yeah. He'd be trying to fold out king or queen high. Sean would definitely consider calling with ace high, so it's not the recipe for a good bluff if your opponent thinks about calling with the very next best hand.
That one's not going to make the highlight reel.
I don't think so.
And that's okay. Much like Billy Bob Thornton famously told Thurman Merman in Bad Santa,
famously,
when he was opening the advent calendar fruitlessly because
Most likely, yeah.
Billy Bob's character had gone in and eaten a lot of what was in there, the chocolates. He said they can't all be winners, kid.
Do I remember right that that's your favorite Christmas movie?
I mean, how can it be anything but everyone's favorite Christmas movie?
Well,
Bad Santa, the original.
If I had seen it, then I guess I could weigh in.
You know, Kevin, I got to deal with Randy on the other side of the booth if I want someone who grew up under a rock and nowhere near a movie theater. But you, a man
You ever do Halloween
from
in Vegas?
Toronto
Yeah.
with Western
Halloween in
sensibilities,
Vegas is
I
fun.
expect that
Respect.
Bad Santa would have somehow
You
at
like
some
partying.
point come across. I mean, do me a favor, this holiday season, Crab, if you would.
Yeah.
Even all the drugs I like.
Which
are
is
out.
now.
Load it up. Well, not while we're in the booth,
That's kind of
but
a
you know.
Oh, I've already.
disappointing, like, thing they
No,
do.
we can't stream Bad Santa while you're in here with me, man. I need you.
It's playing.
No, they do it. But
So too is the Ace King of Diamonds for Velocevic.
I'm
And
not a-
3-bet form, I would
still
imagine,
alive,
with
though. He said
7K
it's like sometimes.
raise and call in front of him.
He's kinda-
Antonius is
he's got his ear
6-7
to the
suited
ground
is
in the drug scene.
Yeah, for
in
sure,
very
they
bad
still do.
shape.
No, it's still live for sure.
Yeah. It's live.
27.5?
The thing that,
Here
like,
comes the
other
third
thing
scoop.
you said is it became very popular.
Ah, gotcha.
He's not going to jam. He'll leave chips back here, inducing size.
And replete with strength in consideration of the lack of tokens behind.
Yeah, this very polarized claim.
You know, the
And-
trouble is for Clement, this hand is a lot stronger than one that should be squeezable. 2 8s, right? In terms of proceeding?
I think the 8s are
they a fold?
just kind of squarely in there where they're losing to every single value raise, and they're maybe ahead of the bluffs, but we're not sure if the bluffs are 2 overcards or 1 overcard. It's kind of unclear. I think that's a reasonable pass from Clement.
Lower variance option, without question.
He also flatted from a very early position, so that's not a spot where he needs to play super tough defense. You know, he's already got a narrow range in the first place.
And one that didn't intimidate Velocevic. So nice pickup there for Danilo with the ace king. Taking the pressure off himself to outflop the snowman.
Rahul? Why is Rahul not here?
He's not good.
Hmm?
Oops, sorry.
Why no? You guys, he had a bad trip in Hong Kong.
Yeah. Lost
Have you
5.
heard about this
He won 10 last time.
format, Ali,
After that, he lost
where
JJ.
every folded card
bad,
gets
JJ.
exposed
for Manila.
for the whole
I
table to
almost
see?
came to Manila.
I have not.
I'm forgetting the name of it. I was just told about it. I think they were running it at the APT. And it sounded very... I was just reminded as Daher's hand accidentally flipped over as he mucked.
I love it.
Sounds like a pretty fun
Everybody
variation.
knows him.
I'm always
No, I don't mean like
in
poker
favor
wise,
of
I mean just
experimenting
I like
with
hanging out
new kind of variants that'll get our noodles jogged in different ways.
It can get pretty weird, too. You imagine, like, you enter the pot with pocket 10s, and then the players fold behind, and both of the 10s get shown along the way.
Right, right.
The value of your hand drastically changes.
Sure.
But everyone gets the info, so...
Yeah.
Sounds like a fun, keep you on your toes kind of format.
We should get a little commentator, you know, penny ante kind of deal going there.
Gonna throw that one together at the end of the day.
Throwing that one out is Shakurchi as the queen 10 of diamonds fails to yield fruit on the ace-5-4 board. Credit to Tyler Stafford, by the way, on the button versus under the gun open, found the 3x to 21K, and then found a wheel draw and a good texture to get Talal off his hand. Shakurchi, a sticky customer, by the way. We talked earlier during our first frame in the booth about those pesky opponents who tend not to seed ever. And count Talal among them. He likes to see turns and test you.
Yeah,
see
he's
if
tough.
you've got that second barrel at the ready. What we've got at the ready is a whole host of Triton merchandise, along with a little holiday cheer coming in the form of a 15% off promo code. TPS WSOP 15 will help you elevate your game with exclusive collection featuring high-quality items, perfect for any poker enthusiasts. It's a limited time offer through the 11th of December. Don't miss out. Head to our online store and gear up today at shop.triton-series.com.
Straddle is on, boys. Everybody has 20 big blind now. Santosh, you're sick.
You can make mean race.
So you want 6, 9? Oh, me? I can
I
only make
believe,
mid race? That's the rule?
I believe a few straddles came out. Ali?
Guys, that's not a real thing. Is this an actual dark raise, dark re-raise, manufactured double straddle here from Daher and Was?
I call.
I think what happened is
going on?
Daher put it out blind and announced it.
Whatever, dude.
Oh my goodness, look at this. Suvarna's breathless. He tried to get with a cheeky 4-bet on Jack 4 of hearts, targeting what he thought might have been some dead money.
Gotta show one.
And Was wins it.
Show one, pick.
Show the 8.
You have a 6.
Every single card.
Oh, the ace.
Show both, I don't care. Ace 9. What am I supposed to do?
Daher earlier
Great
saying
idea,
one thing's for sure.
Thank you, Habibi.
Was, if you had Talal's money, you'd be the biggest whale in poker. Shakurchi,
One more time?
incredibly successful. Made a bunch of money in the realms of finance. And huge philanthropist, by the way, and doesn't bring a lot of attention to it. Just quietly goes about his business, making the world a better place.
Okay, here, guys.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's not allowed.
Using your
It's not allowed
bankroll.
if you agree beforehand. You know, if you each
Oh, okay.
chose to do it. That's
Okay.
Understandable
that allowed?
restriction being communicated there.
Again?
The table can't
Okay, I
agree
call.
to establish new rules, but each individual player can make a
That's
blind
allowed,
raise.
blind raise, right?
If they so choose.
I see. Makes sense.
Dealer just kind of helping them stay in bounds with respect to this mischief here.
Yeah.
I wonder what the rest of the table is thinking. You know, there is a bit of peer pressure. It comes around to you and you don't engage in the practice when everybody else is kind of giving up the EV in doing so.
Oh, yeah.
You might end up with a bullseye on your back, you know.
I know how that goes.
Why? Because you're always the guy that's like, no, I'm good.
Wow, what the fuck? Check.
I'm going to be honest, Kevin. No judgment. I don't like this. I don't like playing props.
Yeah.
I don't like, you know, any of this riffraff. Let's just play poker. Let's just play the game.
I've definitely been in the cash game experience I've had, just like the whatever y'all are doing, it's fine. I'm in for it. I don't like to kick up a fuss about it. I feel like, I don't know, I'm doing fine. I'll figure it out.
I show 2 cards.
Some of these little propositions, by the way, on occasion, as we see Suvarna take it up to 25K and snack.
Oh, my big blind again?
They're very calculated. There's some people who are like, oh, yeah, no, we're all doing this. And they've, like, spent hours in the lab figuring out how to get the edge.
Yeah.
So funny.
Yeah.
That's the guy.
I thought. But he's always smiling and always talking.
Do you think any of this stuff is happening on the pro side of the bracket that we just witnessed out of Wasson Company? I don't think so. But you know how we'll spice things up? How about another mystery hand? And this time it is Sensei Bryn Kenny's holding. It gets a couple of question marks up in front of it as he raises to 7,000. Velosevich spinning the 2 4s. Brandon Wilson with King Queen off now on the button. Doesn't seem like he'll be doing the same.
Looks like a fine hand to flat or 3-bet.
And I think some customer dependency in terms of our comfort, given that we know Bryn apt to show up with the wider variety, unafraid to play all parts from all positions.
Could play into Seth's decision as well, although again, I think flat and 3-bet, both fine.
Keeping it tidy. Three-way affair, 25,000 and change. In the middle, have those guesses at the ready if you're out in the YouTube chat. 8-5 tray and a couple of spades. Swing and a miss for both of the scene hands.
Common choice here is to check over to Wilson, who's the most likely, more likely than Kenny, let's say, to have connected with this board.
But Davies in turn more likely than Wilson, right?
Yeah, Davies in general, but the widest of ranges. So overall, he's not going to have an advantage on this board. Just has the good stuff. Brandon with just like a total miss here. He could stab at this flop, but not mandatory. Turns top pair.
Pretty sweet texture here for Wilson. We saw Kenny decline to follow through.
Yeah, this now the time. I would expect Kenny takes a fair number of bluffs and activates here, trying to represent ace-king, king-queen.
Yeah, that's the credible part of his range as a pre-flop raiser from early. Check this 8-high board and then all of a sudden swing.
Yeah. Sizing matches as well. 21K, quite polar. I doubt he even goes as low as king-jack here, although maybe king-jack of spades, king-10 of spades could sneak in there.
And I assume we doubt that Wilson does anything other than flat?
Yeah. It's not quite a bluff catcher yet, but it's likely to be one on the river.
Intercepted the ball on the 50 up 21. Now I can celebrate.
You're good.
I'm good on that one, I think.
No reason for Seth to get involved.
Bro, Puka,
So he'll leave
He's so
behind.
Nah, bro, he doesn't even.
Kenny and Wilson here. Another 42.
He had a huge day.
Working their way
I mean,
into the kitty.
Stafford is playing out of his mind, too.
9 on the river, 6-7 gets there.
He overthrew the ball like
6-7 suited, definitely possible for Kenny. He would have opened it.
And then come off the throttle on the flop?
I think he checks most hands, if not all hands, on the flop. So I would give him credit at least at some frequency for his whole opening range, as long as it makes sense to bet the turn.
For sure. He's awesome.
You could certainly find some bluffs. Ace deuce suited, ace 4 suited come to mind.
You know, an overbet into this one gets real gnarly for Wilson.
Josh Allen had a huge game.
Oh my god. Insane.
Oh, interesting.
They ended up covering, right?
I confess, I didn't expect a check out of Kenny, just given the fact that it's a mystery hand.
Yeah.
And I would imagine Wilson presumes value is available to him.
Well, like I said on the turn, I think that there's some like king X of spades that could bet the turn thin with the plan to check. Wilson can also represent missed spades or a hand like ace 4 suited himself. So finding bluffs is no issue. I do think it's worth value. I think I would check king jack, but I would bet king queen.
So too does Wilson. 34,000 now.
He's a monster.
You know, I
mean, that's a
I don't want to
great
make
bet.
any presumptions. But something tells me this isn't going to be a flat call or mug situation. I think Bryn's taking us upstairs, and that's what's got the producers choosing this one as a mystery hand. Of course, we are broadcasting on the delay to protect the integrity of the game, but we are doing so live with the feed being beamed into us.
I love it when
Snow games are the best.
And there it is.
How many times have you seen Bryn Kenny in particular put people in this kind of blender?
He's one of those players, you know, we spoke about John Jaffe, level 1 today, finding the more out-of-bounds lines more often, finding more creativity and variety in his game. Kenny's another one of those guys who just finds variety. You have to give him credit here for having hands that most people wouldn't pot the turn, or most people wouldn't check the river after potting the turn.
How you feeling if you're Brandon Wilson right now? A little bit uncouth being subjected to this.
Yeah. If we're going to hero call here, I don't think there's any requirement for Brandon to take a stand with this hand, but if he's just suspicious or if he thinks something's off, then it's a great opportunity to call.
What story checks out in terms of value? You think it's more 6-7? You think it's more ace-king, ace-ace?
I think it could be 6-7 suited. I think it could be king 9 of spades, potentially. There's not a lot of other value that adds up for me. Something rivered makes a lot of sense.
You think it's value or you think it's a bluff? Let's start there.
I mean, just like king 9 of spades could be the value, 9x of spades could be the bluff. And that just, I don't know, I don't want to say it's natural, but that line tracks. Like every step of this hand for me tracks with 9x of spades.
All right, Wilson's into the bin, and it's the same hand.
Wow.
King, queen for Bryn.
Extremely thin. Maybe feeling like a free roll, and he just gets the best possible result.
And by the way, I didn't bother not mentioning that as part of that value range when we went through ace-king and aces. Not because of the interference of Brandon having the king-queen, just because you don't imagine that to be the one.
No.
And yet Kenny finds it.
That just feels like a dead sizing read on the end.
Come on, Seth, one time for the pool.
The dojo's open,
I
Crab.
have like 50 in each game.
Sensei is pulling no punches out
Need the
here.
Bears to score, huh?
We're driving now, we're deep.
Opened up the shoji screens.
This game is over.
Threw on his gi.
Always
And karate chopped his way through
they're-
Brandon
they're-
Wilson's
they're
stack.
terrible. They're so bad.
You know, it's either money every game. No, I think minus 150 or.
He's so nasty.
That's
I mean,
that's a really sick play.
like, the bigger the buy-in, the nastier I feel like he is.
Yeah.
And when you come up with that short list of players, you're like, under no circumstances do I ever want to pull my tournament ticket, walk over to my table and look up and see that man. Bryn Kenny, for me, is right there at the top of the list.
Yeah.
Genuinely. And he's very kind of deceptive because he doesn't present himself intensely.
Have you been
No.
to
You know what I mean?
minus 150?
No, I never.
I agree.
Always having a laugh, immediately back engaged into the conversation, and can lull you into this false sense of security where, like, this dude's not dialed.
Yeah.
Bullshit. This guy is stone
I'm actually a
all
fucking
over you.
genius. Everybody thinks I'm a pretty face.
Nacho continuing to be humble. Ace-Jack versus 10-9. Wilson back to work and outflopped here by the big blind defense of Winter.
Yeah.
Top pair sitting pretty. The Ace-Jack, not so much.
Seven.
Flop c-bet here from Wilson. Not mandatory, but kind of nice way to realize equity when you don't have a heart and don't have a great draw, rather than checking back and opening yourself up to turn aggression. Just set your flop price and hope to see showdown, I think.
Well, that price ends up putting another 14K into the purse. Sean not going to be bothered by the 6.
No, and maybe even inspired to lead on a third low card that connects with the big blind pretty well. Yeah. This is a pretty typical find and actually puts Wilson's hand in a difficult spot. I think Winter's going to float the flop with a fair number of unpaired hands. He's going to take his shot at this turn. And Ace-Jack also just has 6 live outs and the Ace of Spades blocker.
And you know, this is the kind of lead from Winter that's insulated, if you know what I mean, because as the big blind defender, even the stronger parts of Wilson's range would be arrested by that
Yeah, it's
check
not,
call lead.
It's not exciting to have, I don't know, red queens.
Right.
And start raising the turn, right?
You're just not doing it. Now, maybe Sensei, he'll put you in a blender there and say, no, I don't buy it. But most would be forced into the flat call kind of range there. As we flip back over to the party table, Was, Suvarna, Staffman all in for 7K, but something tells me a finger wag is inbound, and it's going to be an Argentinian one. As Papo MC, Alejandro Lococo.
This could get ugly for Wasserson.
Ace King of Hearts, 3-bet to 42.
His hand looks too strong to fold. Maybe even a 4-betting candidate.
The presence of the 2 flat callers behind us emboldens the ace-queen or dissuades it?
I think emboldens. There's extra dead money out there, and you get the impression that the big blind's more likely to attack this situation than if it was heads up. He does just flat.
Suvarna does as well with Jack-10 offsuit. That's a very speculative effort there. And he's doing so with just 112 back.
Not a lot of chips left for Suvarna. Big flop incoming for him.
He'd love to see the ace-king-queen roll off. Instead, it's ace-jack-9, and it's all spades. Suvarna with the only flush draw and the only jack, but of course, he's up against not 1 but 2 big aces. Advantage Lococo in that department, but monotone board texture, out of position against 2. How do we proceed?
Yeah, this gets weird right away. Wouldn't fault Lococo for just slowing down completely. Small bet, check, all seem kind of fine. He goes with small bet. Wasserson certainly gonna peel, I think, but he can't be loving this. You really want a spade in this point, and I mean, Suvarna just flopped pretty well here. I wouldn't be shocked if he put it in. He just flats.
By the way, in a 3-bet pot, that king and queen of spades could very well be lurking. But Suvarna, nevertheless, didn't make the investment to step aside on a board such as this. 10 of spades working overtime, 6 of hearts. Not going to pay him. Really uncomplicated is that turn.
Wasserson being in this pot makes it so much trickier for Lococo. Like, yes, his hand could be the winner here, and we see he's got 62% equity. But out of position against 2 players, both of whom could be quite strong. Makes sense that he's decided to check, and Wasserson seems to feel the same kind of way.
Oh, wow. Look at this. You got to admire the moxie here from Suvarna to shove.
78, 77, 5.
I mean,
this gets weird between Lococo and Wasserson, but
one of the two of them have to call,
The
right?
shove never gets through.
Yeah.
There's no way. The question is, will both players see the river?
Now, let me ask you this. Does it never get through because we know he's up against ace-king and ace-queen, or does it never get
Yes.
through because as the hand came down, it's hopeless?
Yes, because of their holdings.
Okay.
I mean, Wasserson could have king, jack of hearts here, and then Lococo could just have some bluff.
Well, he can't
right?
have
and then
king, jack of hearts because Suvarna
or-
has that. But I know what you mean,
yeah.
like king, jack of diamonds, same difference.
Yeah, exactly. It could have gotten through against those 2 hands, but Was is out.
Oh no. Oh good.
No, no, no, no, yes.
Yep. Once you see the ace-king from Lococo who called in front of you and helped usher you into the bin, you can breathe a sigh of relief, Was. That ace-queen was in a rough way. And so, too, is the Jack-10 of Suvarna, who's got 32% with 1 to come, almost 400 in the middle, and all of it is going to head to Lococo. He took this event down last year here in the Bahamas, and he did so in style, and it looks like he is picking up where he has left off, claiming the pelt of Santosh.
He calls.
No, he calls.
Sit open table
When he
6.
calls.
Yeah, I'm saying once he calls.
Just once in my life, I want to be even remotely as unbothered as Santosh when I'm
You have,
showered.
like, ace-10 or something?
It's just, you know. I literally, if I ran into him in the hallway right now, seconds removed from that moment, he would smile.
Yeah.
And he would just say,
life is good.
I've just busted the 250. You know what I mean? Like, it's just such a sweet, like,
Yep.
how rich is really the only question in that spot.
Open call, squeeze.
Open call, call. Where's the button now?
Really a fan favorite is Santosh. Certainly a booth favorite.
Not that big.
It's whatever. On big blind.
Put him on every feature for the rest of my life. I wouldn't be disappointed at
No,
all.
Not at all.
Hmm? Oh, but we're gonna. Santos is gonna call to the short, so
That's a great hand multi-way.
yeah.
Suited one gapper. Wasserson's VPIP continues to be toward the upper part. Staffman, by the way, he's been getting his
What are we doing
chips in
here?
move. I mean,
Okay.
6-4 offsuit. I'm not going to say it's personal, but it may be tethered to that high VPIP that Was has been demonstrating here. Now, Lococo.
I mean, this is a real hand, even facing 3-bet. King Queen suited is a candidate to cold 4. He's going
Instead, he
to take
just
a break.
bins it.
21.
Shakurchi, too, with the ace-deuce of diamonds, and that's so beneficial for Wasserson, but the absence of 5 diamonds in total, by my count, going to make it very challenging for him to find a flush draw, let alone a flush. And on the flop, it comes ace-jack 3 as the deck gives me a little rap on the back of the wrist.
I don't know. We've seen Staffman leaning towards emptying the clip, that jack-8 of clubs hand, 3 ways, where Talal had the set of 5s. You know that he's got the willingness to follow through. If Wasserson takes the passive route, which it looks like he is, I have a feeling he's going to need to improve, or else this pot's going Tyler's way. Well, how about that for a way to win it?
4 of clubs on the turn. 1 pair. The 6 wasn't clean. Somehow Staffman is in the lead, but of course, he's not going to necessarily think that's the case after having his 25K 3-bet follow-through check called by Was, and so he does pump the brakes.
Wow.
Backdoor clubs arrive. Was, with 8 high, isn't going to have, I don't think, give up on his mind, Kevin.
He's got a bluff here, and I'm not certain it's going to work. Sizing dependent, I think.
You think Staffman's going to try to sniff at
Broadway draws have
65K?
missed. Diamond draws have missed. I don't
And
know,
maybe
we
the ace isn't supposed to go for value at the 65K price point with the backdoor club arrival?
I think it's going to, yeah, like, I would be a bit suspicious. Ace 10 with a club, ace queen, maybe. Like, pretty big hand that Wasserson's representing. Oh, he does get it through.
Pick one. You can pick one. It's okay.
Oh, no. He knows when he sees that.
Oops.
Could have been ace-8 of diamonds, maybe, but probably not.
The gloves are off out here. You know, it felt like fun and games.
Yeah.
But they're in the trenches. That pot definitely speaking to more combative energies.
Yeah.
Out here.
2-4.
And funny enough, I think if
Did we
Staffman
play at the wrong level?
sticks to his guns and barrels turn, he just wins that pot.
Note, by the way, as the blinds go up to 2 and 4K, that Sensei has been pulled in other directions.
You get here.
Am I right? This was his table?
Outer
No?
table.
My bad.
Or other feature. I don't know which one's the outer table.
Could have sworn he was in the 8-hole, though, at whatever table he was at, right?
Yeah, but he's at the pros table.
I was like 100%.
Good point. Wouldn't find himself here. You know, he does have invitee energy, though, doesn't he?
I understand the mix-up. He would fit right in.
Oh,
Yeah, he would. Ace-9 and 4-4, along with the King-8 of diamonds, all a part of this.
When they don't.
It's like the 1%.
Oh my God. Ugh.
10-7-5.
Check.
Fours still in the lead. No appetite for Lococo to do any betting. Wasserson, of course, not following through either, but now finding a 9 on the turn, which does produce the open-ender for Shakurchi and best hand for Eric.
Did think maybe Talal would take his shot at this pot on the turn. He interacts pretty well and can represent a lot of strength out of the small blind.
Yeah, we've certainly seen plenty of occasions on which Talal would seize the initiative in this particular spot, but giving us a different look. Fours into the bin after the Wasserson 19K, and now let's see what Shakurchi wants to cook up.
Yeah, I mean, he clearly wasn't checking with the pure intent to give up, but he is going to fold, maybe waiting for sizing information.
Random.
19K, pretty chunky.
Pass. Good fold, Talal. I had it. Aces.
Says good fold. Check raise probably would have worked, though.
Every hand.
Surprised to see Shakurchi relinquish?
Not once he checks. I think it's a bit. It's not quite enough hand to think about turn check raise, but maybe just a bet.
Staffman will take the day off here.
I do wonder if Talal's just picking up like splashy energy at this table and has just decided to be a little more solid.
It is interesting. If you're accustomed to being the guy who's the splashy one, and all of a sudden you find yourself surrounded by other feral creatures,
yeah,
it can put you into your shell a little bit. Now, that's not an allegation, but something to consider
Then I fold top
in
pair.
terms
So
of
No.
Talal's choices.
at least raise.
40,000.
Lococo negotiates the at least raise.
Same
As
card I
he's
had
shown one.
last hand when I had the ace.
Yes? Do you have a stand, really? Thank you.
First it was aces.
Of course. I should have 3-bet.
Now it's ace 10.
Right over the year for him.
Lying's allowed.
The Raiders game?
He lied twice. About the same
Yeah,
hand.
right.
6 is here. Davies with the min raise. Winter with a pretty one.
What a rig,
with
like
flat.
line and result too, everything.
Oh, ace king suited now for Wilson.
You gotta get revenge on me for eating your chicken?
Seen an unusual amount of multi-way 3-bet pots today. We might be en route to another one.
Yeah.
Somewhat the nature of playing very deep in a well-structured tournament. We're still 100 blinds effective here. I think Seth's hand is close. Looks like he might be just getting out early. Well, just a recheck. Usually the pairs are roughly indifferent here from the earlier positions. And with Winter flatting behind, usually a better hand than pocket sixes. From +2, Davies decides to let this one stay, well, go heads up. To a flop, I assume. Though Winter sometimes surprises me in these moments. Just a flat.
Yeah. More the expected approach at the hefty 3-bet price point. So 110 in there with Davies' sixes in the bin. He would not have found a set. Would have looked up at 2 overs. And both of these ace X's have Broadway draws. And Wilson's is considerably better. As you can see, it's linked up with the diamond draw as well.
Couple of Broadway cards on board. Would be somewhat typical for Wilson to stay aggressive here. Sometimes even on jack-high boards, like really big sizes, I've seen some of these players using, he might be thinking through a few options. It's not a crazy idea to bomb it and try and get like a 10 to fold on the flop. Can definitely get 8s, 9s, 7s to fold regardless of what size you bet, I think.
$41 dimes.
Keeps the sizing modest here.
And it's going to keep that ace-queen in, right?
Should allow Winter to continue.
Presence of the spade, very helpful in that regard. That 10 was a club. We're a little bit less thrilled.
Yeah, I mean, we're up against, like, these are tight ranges. We're up against ace-king a lot. So having ace-queen is not that thrilling here.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. If the run-out does not improve ace-king, we're in position and potentially going to have an opportunity to snatch the pot.
Winter, if he doesn't improve, rooting for a low card, he gets one of them.
7 of clubs.
Definitely
8,
one
9,
of those.
not supposed to be around.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect 8-9 suited for Winter. Actually, Wilson probably more likely to have it than him. But he just has sets in his range. Might have Jack 10 suited. Wilson has options here. He could continue bluffing. Or he could just try to use the high equity ace-king high as showdown value. He can stand heat if he checks.
Just because he's checking doesn't mean he's light, though. Right? What's the upper boundary of what you would expect would check that's still strong in this spot?
I see what you mean. I mean, definitely a pure trap could check, like pocket jacks.
Okay.
Could check the turn. But I think there's going to be some suited broadways, like queen jack and king jack suited in the squeezing range that might want to check here as well.
Well, far from a check. Wilson stuffs it, and that makes the decision quite easy for Sean Winter.
Understandable jam there. If he had 2 queens, 2 kings, that is kind of the attractive option once the pot is so inflated.
He's never drawn dead. Always comforting to jam and know that no matter what, if they snap, you got outs. Wilson's so steely. I talk often about his poise. Just a really incredible
Ace 4
temperament
hearts
for the game.
What was the...
A quick glimpse there at the chip counts on the back end of some levity from Sean Winter, which is what we've come to expect out of that man. Currently 7th of 8 runners at the red table. Wilson up top, 549. Wong Ye enjoying a 3/4 chip stack at the blue table. And Stephen Chidwick, 666, just ahead of Alex Kulev, as was the case when we started this frame. Milosevic, 23 bigs. Ponikov's 31 bigs. Trailing. Looks like Savarna hit the rebuy desk. Fresh 300K stack in front of him. Has to be expected. Rebuys are available. Santosh is going to make them.
Call.
Call 9,000.
Splashy play continuing here at the blue table. 10-7 suited from +1 for Dar.
Oh, yeah.
Staffman is in there with 4 deuce of clubs.
Because I put more in the big line.
No, it's good. 6,000.
Yeah.
9 a man.
Right.
Albert, the
Correct.
party starter, again showing his range.
16,000.
As is Staffman, of course. King 10-5. Spade draw acquired for Dar. One with that pair. Decides to play it as a check. Staffman not going to get out of line. Not going to find any help either. The jack does produce the open ender for Lococo.
Was following in the updates tab as we were at the other table, and Lococo just took down a big pot without showdown. 1 hand to go. Trying to ride the heater here. Full pot into 2 other players. And Dahar's got a hand that can't really fold. Pair and a flush draw.
So check calling the 35K and finding 2 pair on the end here.
Not sure whether this is good news or bad news. Lococo definitely going to be tempted to bluff this card. Now interacting with 8-9 as well, which completes a straight, and he could rep 8-9.
He's also got the queen, queen 9, something you could rep in turn as well.
Does feel like a bluffing opportunity. Sizing dependent. Oh, that's a lot. That's an overbet, yeah?
Super chunky. 153,000, and if you want to think about the number that would get 10s and 7s to start thinking about the bin instead of a snap, that certainly qualifies.
Oh, we do not have a snap here. 10-7 of spades, pure bluff catcher. Lococo doing well here to just claim to have a straight, basically. I think that's the story.
153.
Daher is not loving this.
I think one of the things that players with loose reputations are able to leverage very, very well are these situations where you know that you're going to be under suspicion. Sensei Bryn Kenny doing this very well. And Lococo, in turn, on display here. This time he doesn't have it. You know, we hate to be put into the guessing game spot for such a big figure. And Albert
folded.
Forced out of there.
Both are good for me.
So both?
No, no, no. Both are good. I mean, whatever he shows is good for me. Yeah, yeah, we are playing loser pick.
Jeez.
8-9.
Oh, 8-9.
I don't know if that was a convincing
Good bluff.
post-mortem. Spidey senses on that corner of the table are all like, well, I didn't think you were bluffing before.
Made
I
bad
got my
fold.
eye on you, though.
Huh?
Very bad fold I made.
Good.
Papo MC always with plenty of fans in the chat, and moments like that certainly earn him new ones. Long eight, queen 8 on the button. Lococo choosing to flat the king jack of diamonds, and that allows Shakurchi with the offsuit connector to hop in. Ace, queen, 7. Second pair for the pre-flop raiser. Bottom pair for Shakurchi and the Broadway gutter for Lococo, who checks it along with Talal. Yay, happy to check. Second ace, third spade. Rolls off, and look at Talal.
That's 11,000.
He plays with such pace and very casually drops 11K off.
You can still straddle, restraddle.
No.
Wang hanging in there. Queen, no spade.
Yeah, Lococo with the straightforward dismount. Blank river.
Looks blank enough to me that Talal might try to show down, but he's looking at chips. Small size.
14,000, and that does feel milky, but look at Wang Ye. Doesn't hesitate to say, show me then if you're going to lay that price.
Yeah.
And that is a nice find from
Wang
Wang Ye. Certainly feels like if Talal would have dialed up something in the neighborhood of Lococo's B150, we'd have had a different outcome.
Wang Ye doing well there, not to overthink that spot. Price is good. Got a queen. Put the money in.
Not to what?
Not to have time banks really.
You give the 0? Oh fuck.
2. I wanted to take a lot more time. Whatever.
Do want to remind everyone that after we wrap up this first day of the Triton Invitational, we are not done streaming. No, not by a long shot. We're going to hand out another trophy as that 100K Pot Limit Omaha main event went into the wee hours last night. So deep, in fact, into the morning that both Sam Sovrel and Andras Nemeth, who are heads up, decided they'll come back and wrap things up this evening. And Kevin and I will be on hand for that one. So rejoice. Bonus coverage.
10.
7, 8, and 10, 9. At 10K ahead with Staffman. The Razor. Daher's defense yields middle pair versus the open ender, and the 7 would be the spicy one to roll off.
10,000.
That's 10,000.
Another flat 10 dimes, says Staffman.
Would be a nasty turn. I don't think Albert has it in him to fold 2 pair, 2 hands in a row.
Yeah, context matters in these moments for sure. As you can start to push someone's threshold for big laydowns. Queen, right away, no waiting. Staffman getting there, but the third club, of course, something he's going to be somewhat wary of.
Still think we want to continue to bet here in general. Protection matters against the big blind, but Staffman laying a bit of a trap.
And now additional opportunities for someone to down the straight, as boats are possible upon the pairing of the queen.
Feels a little thin to think about betting here in Albert's shoes, but it might seem like the comfortable option to put out a little block bet. Good things could happen. This one very small.
I mean,
1.5 bigs.
You know, it's so small that you're almost paranoid it's begging for you to raise.
Mm-hmm.
And when that's the case, we can see some snug little flats in this spot. Would it be a mistake for Staffman? Is he leaving meat on the bone?
That would be quite snug. We'll deal with the river 3-bet when it comes, but
I'll tell you what, that was a far from snug sizing in terms of the raise, 50K. If you get it wrong there, it's very expensive.
I'm glad he went for a sizable raise regardless. His hand was under-repped there, worth a fair bit. Got 6K more than he would have by betting the turn. So overall good outcome.
You know, if we ran an EKG on Tyler's stack, I think it would be the most cardiologically fit one in the room. Because they've been jogging all over this felt.
All right. Eight.
No, 8.
Kirchi says 8.
3-bet candidate.
33.
In the small blind for Daher.
Sorry.
4-bet candidate in the big blind for Was. It'd be a bit light, but the way this table's been playing, you can see he's considering it.
It's that leveling game of I know Daher knows that Shakurchi's wide on the button, so he in turn
90.
could be wide, and that's why you hear the 90 announced from Was's King 10 suited. Withering will be the Jack 8, but the Ace Jack with a little more durability.
Still offsuit hand out of position. I suspect this will work, but let's see how much the game flow at this table influences decisions in this particular hand. I haven't really seen this corner square off against each other in any significant spot.
It would have been the wilderness if Shakurchi correctly surmised, even though the 3-bet from Daher was in line, that was Albert targeting light, Wasserson in turn targeting light.
I always have a 10.
Yeah, you just talked about it. Scoop number 5 bins both of them. Stepping aside from the proceedings here, we find Antonius, Clemendang, Nacho Barbero, all involved at 9K ahead, looking up at 875. It's 2-pair for Patrick after defending his big and an open-ender for Barbero. Clemendang was the pre-flop opener.
My friend was behind me in another moped, and he was just like, okay, Sean's dead.
Patrick gonna lead right out. Big blind favored texture, coordinated and low.
Are you okay, man? I'm like, hey guys, I'm fine, man. It's just like we got to get this moped out of the street. Like the front wheel was all the way at the back. Seat flew off, reflectors flew off, just like side of this car is caved in. It's just
Barbero flatting. Another 22 in.
Yeah.
Another spade off.
We couldn't take this moped out of the street. It was like unpushable. Like,
that's crazy.
Not the cleanest card for Patrick's bottom 2.
I was just bruised from like.
Doesn't have to continue betting, and he does decide to check.
I was like green. I was just green.
I think Nacho's going to consider bluffing this one. Just a question of now or later.
No torn spinal cord or whatever.
You just wonder if Patrick's sometimes leading flop with like 7-9, 5-4, 5-6, these more marginal hands that Nacho might be able to push out.
I'll show you how it happened.
Which is why it's kind of nice for Patrick to also check a relatively strong 2-pair hand on a card like this.
Those are the offensive linemen.
22 into 55. Even when we're beat, we expect to be drawing live in this spot as Patrick.
This is the offset eye. We got to tie it in.
Every now and again, as in this situation, we're just
So here's
in
the
front.
lane coming this way. Here's the lane coming this way. In the U.S., you would be over here going this way, but
they're opposite sides.
Of course, mindful of the fact that suited combos could be
I'm
flat calling
coming
on the button
right here.
for Barbero
Behind these
versus
stars.
that dang open.
I'm going
Patrick
like
does
this,
flat.
and there's a road that
Just
turns
shy
here.
of 100
Uh-huh.
to play
These
for,
cars
and a 6 rolls
right here
off. 4-liner
are
on board.
Okay.
Right? So I'm like.
Kind of interesting card.
So I get right here.
Nacho
Right here. It's full
probably
flop.
doesn't
So I
believe
get
this
right
hand
here.
ever
I go
wins at
around this
Showdown.
car. As soon as I get to here, there's one of these cars
But
turning
he also
down this
might be
road.
concerned that
I'm like, I'm here to the flop. And there's a
Antonius
car
improves to a
sideways
straight
with me.
relatively often on this
I had no
river.
I had no room to tense up.
Yeah.
I knew instantly I'm hitting it.
You're just pancaked into the side of this.
I didn't even I wasn't able to have a thought.
65.
65,000.
Nacho does continue with his bluff.
Just
And this is not an easy spot.
miles an hour on a moped.
Bottom
Because
two
I
looking
wasn't
very
used
weak
to, like,
now.
You know, if you're gonna make a right in the U.S., you just make a right. But here you have to cross over a lane.
Yeah.
Nacho representing a 9 or better.
That's not good.
5 seconds.
It's very credible.
Oh, and he gets him into the bin. Yeah, that flat calling range
You lose a pot
could be a flush, could be a straight.
in any game or a sports bet.
Patrick.
No.
The winner.
Thanks.
Not like this.
You got to appreciate that Nacho has so much action in sports that he's rocking the iPad while he sat here in a 250K.
From scooping every game to break even.
Well,
Well,
you bet
he's running
15,
bluffs.
15, 15, 15, and then like
Against one of the
135.
greats.
No, I lose the shoes. Even worse.
Green Bay's covering.
They threw an interception.
Chicago did?
Yeah.
Oh, they were driving and threw a pick?
They were on the 10th. 4th and 1. They threw an interception.
Oh, shit.
So now I push. 9.
9,000. Barbero's range is tethered to his current sports outcomes, apparently. 9 and take it.
What a real fucking scam. I was winning when I show you. I was scooping every game. I say that to you, I jinx myself.
I fucked you.
The Bears were tied 21-21.
And they were getting 8 points?
Yeah, Vegas.
7.
They were getting 7 points. Vegas was losing by 14, or I don't even know.
They're losing
how
by
much.
10. Yeah.
No, way more than that, bro. They were 24-10.
Oh, was it 24-10 and they covered the 8?
Yeah.
Never ends.
9,000.
9 to skate, says Winter. Barbero choosing to flat with the 10s.
I think I never seen you lose a pot to me.
I was gonna fold you the other day, but I'm just like,
It's fine, bro.
no. I was like, for me to be beat here, he has to be playing this hand very bad. I was beat. I played it bad too. We both were.
What did I do wrong? You don't like my race on the flop, or the bet on the turn with the boat?
Out flopping is Winter here on the ace-9-6 board.
I think Sean might have just found a great way to get in Nacho's head in the middle of a pot. Just to tell him he played some other hand 3 days ago poorly. Nacho now totally disconnected from the ace-9-6.
Yeah, he's like, what do you mean? What should I have done? You can get into Nacho's head rent-free.
Understandable shot at this pot. Nacho gonna have a pretty strong flatting range in the hijack. He could try to just clear out something like king-queen, 2 overs.
Yeah, credit Winter, by the way, for the induction.
I think I never beat you in a pot in my life. Except yesterday.
What place do you get?
Board pairing 9 now.
Bubble boat, 8 and 8. Back to back. And I'm staying in room 18A. Talk about fucking science.
Goes check, check. No 10 on the end. Backdoor spades, roost.
I think Nacho recognizes that the check call on flop is bad news for him. He's occasionally ahead of 7s, 8s.
That Jacks plus stuff, especially the ace-X, certainly still in range despite the lack of follow-through from Winter.
Yeah, and even suited 9s have improved.
In deep stack poker in particular, that one pair ace-X on the flop will take this sort of line more often, won't it?
Yeah, it's just not any hand to be thrilled about, not a hand worth building a massive pot, especially out of position. Even if you've raised pre-flop. You got called by a pretty strong range. Winter, I think, put in about as much as he wanted to there. No reason for Barbero to consider calling the river.
So 22 and take for Sean, who I christened Officer Sean, or Officer Winter, just courtesy of those particular shades that I feel like have generally knocked on my passenger side window after a traffic stop with high frequency during my teenage years, if I'm being honest, where I didn't realize the speed limit was a strict thing. Took a more liberal attitude toward it.
You didn't realize? Or
Well, you know,
you chose
I went into
not
the,
to believe?
I went into the traffic code and I unearthed this thing called like the basic speed law, which suggested that provided conditions were safe, you're allowed to exceed the speed limit. Now, I don't think by 50 to 100%, but, you know, I learned that the hard way. I actually fought a ticket once in traffic court. And then the judge, who would have otherwise just kind of given me the fine and whatever, let me take traffic school, was so offended at my defense that he suspended my license and doubled the fine. And I was so brutal that the rest of the courtroom, which consisted of other, you know, defendants, started laughing.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I got
get the
smoked.
sense that you might have misread that piece of the legal code.
I think I like watched some episodes of Ally McBeal or something and fancied myself a barrister. I mean, it was, you know, I overestimated myself in that spot. Davies, perhaps some lofty estimations on the performance of King 10 suited, but it does get through as he finds the right time to activate here, given button and small blind was the raise and flat in front of him. Looks like he's all ready for this upcoming World Cup, North American edition. The draws for the tables and the schedule have been announced by FIFA. You know, Iran is in there, Kevin.
Are they?
And we got a group, you know, we're with Belgium, Egypt, and New Zealand. I feel like we might get through.
How strong of a team have they got? What's the historical
They're
performance?
solid. When it comes to Asia, they're right there, top of the fixtures, like very, very solid.
Yeah.
But, you know, the shoe-in will be Belgium, and then you've got, will Egypt be able to ride Mohamed Salah through to the next round? And maybe I consult Barbero on this, as Nacho is a prolific soccer bettor. And by prolific, I don't mean necessarily successful. just frequent, you know, bettor, as he fires 9,000 at this. You know what? I'm not going to say 6. I'm going to say 7-6 suited. All right? Take that, stupid memes.
You've been watching the chat.
Yeah, they love it. As does Wilson. Ace King. Elevator up.
We do always say the larger card first by convention. Although there's a few hands where I feel like the opposite just feels natural for some reason.
So that sort of deep stack speculative holding for Barbero. 4 diamonds was a pretty one in the window. Ends up with a gut shot, nothing further here. Wilson, not in love.
No, this is a pretty good board for Barbero's range. Opening early, flatting the 3-bet out of position. He's going to have more pocket pairs than Wilson. He's going to have more medium suited hands than Wilson. I think Barbero is meant to be fairly aggressive on a board like this.
29 isn't exactly lean.
No, Wilson's sizing up, and he's shown to be aggressive with, high cards that don't exactly interact and don't exactly get better hands to fold either. Just maintaining aggression. Nacho going to play this one cautiously.
And you really don't love Barbero sticking around, and he's probably going to continue to as he's picked up the backdoor flush draw here. If you're Wilson, because this ace-king is kind of adrift at this point. You could see the worlds in which Barbero just proceeds with caution with some sort of pocket pair. Now, how strong that pocket pair is and how well you might be able to target it with the arrival of this queen that could potentially be in your 3-betting range is subject to some debate.
I do wonder if Wilson decides to continue bluffing here. I think it's not crazy to target pocket 7s, pocket 8s, even pocket 10s as kind of marginal feeling hands on the queen.
Does choose to check back, and now the second queen but third heart say hello. And of course, the suited combos, oftentimes the ones durable enough to take the flop in the face of the 3-bet. Was Nacho on the flush draw?
Yeah,
a bet here could rep that as well as be in the value range with some queens up.
I think Nacho has by far the better range at this point. Very clear bluff opportunity. But unclear sizing to me, representing the very best hands and potting it, for example, not out of the question. Representing 9-8 suited, pocket 7s, and block betting, also not out of the question. He's going near pot. This is more of like, I've got a queen, I've got a flush.
Is it 70 into 130?
Oh, did I miss the? Oh,
Yeah,
you're right. I was thinking 100. It's 130. So this like half pot.
Oh, and look at this. Barbero's going to show the bluff. Wilson didn't chew on it.
No. I think Wilson just kind of giving credit to the board.
I don't know about this game.
Hard for Nacho to be empty there.
But every now and again, surprise. Oh. Well, as we swap dealers, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank those of you who have been streaming us here today. And if you're out there and doing so at present, we've got a new little wrinkle on the Triton Poker Plus app, and it's our Player of the Day poll. Get in and cast your vote right now based on the time that she spent on the screen. Kristen Foxen in the lead. 53% of you think she's the Player of the Day. JNT in second, and Nachito, who's playing the game, is in third.
Oh, you never played mixed with him?
That was pretty good.
No, he plays some circus games, this guy.
Nacho
We
and I
are
played
right.
some cash together. Had a front row seat to the Nacho show.
Yeah.
Also, if you're out there streaming us right now and you like what you see, whether it's at present or in general, best way to let us know is by mousing over and clicking the like button. If you happen to be on our Triton YouTube channel, it goes a long way to making sure that the algorithm continues to support and promote our stream, which in turn continues to allow us to make the investments to bring it to you free of charge. Truly the finest in streaming poker entertainment. Now, quite fine is the gut shot and flush draw for Sean Winter here in a limped 1 blind versus blind. The Jack of Diamonds interfering from Kenny. He's got the gut shot of his own. By the way, if you're going to bother to click like, go ahead and click subscribe. Producer James telling me we are closing in on 400,000 subscribers, which would be a lovely milestone to breach while we're here in the Bahamas. And who knows, eventually close in on 500,000 subs, hopefully, as Winter closes in on 13.5K bet, I think. Was it 14? Take it down, no matter.
There's a pink chip in there.
What are Russian bot farms going for these days? You know, non sequitur, you know, in unrelated news, just in case we need to. It's like cyber doping, right?
Trying to fast track that 500K.
Yeah, there's no shame in it.
I think we can get to 400.
Organically.
The honest way.
Yeah. With the honest thing, don't get sanctimonious in here. Just organic, sure. Nothing dishonest about ultra processed, you know.
Well,
although my gut probably supports that there is some issue.
YOLO.
210s here for Velocevic and ace king for Wilson. Seen a lot of this big ace business with pairs and other big aces kind of tangling. Velocevic's stack has not been overly active though, and he's under the gun here.
Like the hearts, ace king.
He's quite short. Short enough that unless someone else gets involved,
what are
these two will be running 5. No reason, I think, for Danilo to believe he can't get in the last 67K with the best of it. Wilson would have pocket 9s, maybe pocket 8s. Ace-jack suited.
Well, looks like that remaining stack is deployed. Wilson was always prepared. So one of those classic races here. Advantage Velocevic. Not insignificant at 14%.
Check mark.
But strangely, of course, not just given that he's the man with his back up against the wall here. It's the 210s that tend to hold their breath in these situations. Trying to clear the big hurdle. And done so successfully here on the Jack 7-6 board. Now, looking to ward off aces and kings from the turn and the river. For that matter, the queens and the 10s, which would produce the Broadway draw. 4 on the turn. Of course, the 10 would take the ace and the king off the board for Velocevic with a set. Not going to happen here, as the 4 of clubs is clean. And see if sterility continues to be the order of the day here on the river. Yes, indeed. Secure yourself a double, Mr. Velocevic. Wilson, not particularly amused. I think he might be dwelling a little bit on Barbero, windmilling that 7-high bluff.
Yeah, I suppose it might cross his mind that he could have called the river, but I think he was just supposed to lose that hand in some way once the flop came out.
Yeah, 1 in the morning.
Yeah, 1 in the morning.
Tough to move on from those spots.
No, so just 3.
They sting.
So I had 2 Starbucks from these guys.
Tough to like lock in and be like, oh yeah, I'm 100% feeling fine about that. Let's move on to the next.
You know, it isn't necessarily so much the outcome that can bother you, but it's sort of being forced to question whether or not, as you're pointing out, you're as sharp as you can be. Like,
yeah.
Was there something I missed? Was there, you know,
Yeah.
something that emboldened my opponent to get after me in that way? You know, all the little bits of doubt that are natural byproducts of those moments. On the topic of stings, by the way, our hostess, Marianella Pereira, was out taking a dip in the ocean.
Oh, no.
Recently. And apparently she was familiarized and acquainted with some local jellyfish.
Oh.
Now, being the gentleman that I am, and longtime friends of Nella, I did offer to pee on the stings because, as I understand it, the uric acid is supposed to be. I didn't actually. I'm not. That's not my. You know what? That's not my cup of tea, Kev. Stop looking at me like that. I'm not that guy. It was a medicinal, gentlemanly thing to do.
Went to the pharmacy, got a proper vial.
Yeah, right.
Stored it.
Prescription grade.
In the mini fridge in a plastic bag.
Sure. I don't know if my mini fridge keeps things that cold, by the way.
South American blackjack.
My mini fridge runs on diesel and coffee grinds. Shout out Coral Tower.
Jack 8 suited.
See, this is why I've never been in the ocean here.
Really? Kev, come on, let's do it. Gamble.
No.
Okay, the reef sharks are small, and they generally don't have a taste for human flesh.
There's
Now, Clement always thinks I'm funny, right?
reef sharks
Thank you, bro.
Yeah,
I
man.
appreciate it.
It's the ocean.
in the open water,
We used to be
not
friends.
just in the tank.
I mean, I'm not
with
saying
the
let's
slide
get
off
dropped
the
off
temple.
like 5 miles offshore, dude. We wade in, and then maybe we get out there and,
It's okay, bro. Say something.
you know,
Say
to where we
something
can
to
get.
me.
Look, I
was
haven't
funny
seen
the
that
other
many
day when you-
movies, but Jaws is on the list.
There's no great
dinner.
whites out here.
It's
That
true.
maybe there's like a curious tiger shark or two, you know. But I've watched enough of those Ocean Ramsey Instagram videos. You know, you just kind of give them the gentle snout redirect.
You feel confident about
I
punching a
don't.
shark in the face?
It's not a punch. It's just a snout. Go over here. Now, obviously, if two of us are in the water, I will redirect the snout toward you, so that
good.
in case it's a really determined shark, it'll still have something to gnaw on. As Kenny doesn't look particularly determined, flat calling the ace-king from the cutoff here, versus the Clement Deng frisky Jack-9 suited open. Velocevic accepts the invitation by proxy. Out of the small with one of those very fruitful sort of speculative suited connectors here in deep stack poker that we touch on. Ace-10-5 though, no fruit born. Top pair, top kicker for Kenny, deeply under-repped. Clement might try to represent, especially with one spade and the bookending of that 10 of clubs.
Yeah, this is a board that Clement doesn't necessarily have to defer over to Kenny on. I think c-betting is a big part of his strategy on an ace-10x board. And he's got a pretty good candidate. Unfortunate timing here, since Kenny will not be going anywhere and will probably continue to under-rep this hand. Clement's someone I've seen on the big stage running some fearless bluffs. This would not be the time as Kenny improves to top 2.
Sure does, but we now all of a sudden have ourselves a gut shot and maybe continued sense that we can lean on that Kenny flat. Unclear. Clement is the covering stack.
It's a fairly good board for an early position opener. It's hard to have a hand this weak. Do you think Clement tends towards the theoretical and aggressive move
35.
on average, and this lines up? He's going to keep firing.
And you kind of get it, right? I mean, Kenny's range and that perceived stickiness on a wide variety of boards, something that Clement is trying to target here. So we can see, though, Bryn loaded for bear. Not in a hurry to bloat this one, though, even with top 2, right?
Yeah, I don't expect a raise. It's a Badoogie texture.
You know, Queen Jack, maybe a thing. Who knows?
The bottom of Clement's value range, I think ace queen, maybe ace jack from time to time. So there's not a lot of hands for Kenny to try to charge right now. I think this is nice. Just let the man keep bluffing. It's hard to imagine a world where Clement doesn't continue firing. We've got jack high out of position. Nothing has changed about the texture.
I mean, these are the spots I never want to find myself in. Having barreled twice with dust, arriving with 0 equity, it would seem, on the
he
river
shuts it down
against Sensei. And that white flag is a great decision from Clement. Talk about not wanting to orphan some of the soldiers deployed to the battlefield on occasion, but this was an appropriate one to say goodbye. And of course, with that check, Kenny now has value on his mind, 123 in the middle.
I have to say I'm impressed by the check. I think it's very difficult to give up on a pot once you're this
121.
invested. It's easy to tell the story of, oh, I can get him to fold jack 10, king queen, maybe he's got ace 8 suited, all sorts of marginal stuff. That's nice discipline.
So Kenny is going to punctuate the frame with some profit as the players are headed to the break, and a glimpse at the 3 featured table chip counts. Going to swap some of those tables out, I would imagine. Clemens 404 still ever so slightly in the chip lead, although polished off by Bryn, who lurks in 4th at the red table. Shakurchi up top by a nose over Lococo in Blueville, and Steven Chidwick and Kulev continue to lead over at the gold table. Blinds will be northbound to 2,500 and 5,000. Bringing you back to the desk now, Ali, Jellyfish, MD, Najad, and Kevin Ravichow. You know, chat ironed me out there, Kevin, because apparently it's an urban myth that doesn't actually help jellyfish
Apparently.
stings.
Like you needed to check the official resource. You're like, oh, this feels credible.
In the name of science? No? You never revine it, Kev? You're not going to let me? Okay, that's fine. All right, you're no fun. So no swimming in the ocean for you and I then?
I'm going to pass.
Okay, sounds good. We're going to pass it on to the break. 10-minute break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of this Triton Invitational comes your way after this.
I'm not feeling the pressure, no. You cannot put pressure on me, no chance.
Talal. Played as a flat. Heads up to the flop. Bonus points if you can guess the hand right now, although obviously that's the most ambitious, with but a lone data point of an under the gun open to just north of 2x. 4-4 deuce board is quite kosher for Talal. Wasserson follows through with pace for 10. A little north of half pot, and Shakurchi bringing the check raise early.
This hand is being played very quick.
Yeah,
barely going to have time to get my guess in on Wasserson's hand, but I like this check raise from Talal. 4-4 deuce. Not likely to connect with under the gun. Wasserson can obviously have all the better overpairs.
And the Queen X combos as appeal for the extra 17 still retained?
Queen X of clubs for sure. Queen X of hearts no longer possible. Ace Queen of any suit, I'm not sure. I don't know if Wasserson would have just called like Ace Queen of spades on the flop.
Doors open after Talal decides not to follow up with a barrel, and Wasserson's going to step through it here with a 30K barrel.
This size makes it pretty uncomfortable right away for the 210s. I don't think we expect Wasserson to play pocket sevens this fast, but maybe. There's still some chance that Talal has him crushed.
Obviously wary of the very real prospects that 10s are no good. Shakurchi just flats, now a 5 on the end. And you don't have a whole lot of time left to register your guesses as to what Wasserson has here. With 133 in the middle, he made it 6,500 pre, followed through for 10, got check raised to 27, made the call, and then decided to activate, given the opportunity on the turn just now for 30, and here he is putting a cherry on this one, 110K. It's business time.
So it's the kind of spot where if we're playing this as Talal, we want to think about natural value, natural bluffs. What hands is it easy for Wasserson to get here with? The big overpairs, kings, aces, queens, those all make sense. Oh.
10-9 of clubs.
And there's a natural bluff. 10 high clubs.
Queens, you said. You always think that.
Queens is nuts.
Restriction being communicated there.
Again?
The table can't
Okay,
agree to establish new rules, but each individual player can make a blind raise.
If they so choose.
I see. Makes sense.
Dealer just kind of helping them stay in bounds with respect to this mischief here.
Yeah.
I wonder what the rest of the table is thinking. You know, there is a bit of peer pressure. It comes around to you and you don't engage in the practice when everybody else is kind of giving up the EV in doing so.
Oh, yeah.
You might end up with a bullseye on your back, you know. Nit.
I know how that goes.
Why? Because you're always the guy that's like, no, I'm good.
Wow, what the fuck?
I'm going to be honest, Kevin. No judgment. I don't like this. I don't like playing props.
Yeah.
I don't like, you know, any of this riffraff. Let's just play poker. Let's just play the game.
I've definitely been in the cash game experience I've had, just like the, yeah, whatever y'all are doing, it's fine. I'm in for it. I don't like to kick up a fuss about it. I feel like, I don't know, I'm doing fine. I'll figure it out.
I show 2 cards.
Some of these little propositions, by the way, on occasion, as we see Sufnistadawas and company, I don't think so. But you know how we'll spice things up? How about another mystery hand? And this time it is Sensei Bryn Kenny's holding. It gets a couple of question marks up in front of it as he raises to 7,000. Velocevic binning the 2 4s. Brandon Wilson with King Queen off now on the button. Doesn't seem like he'll be doing the same.
Looks like a fine hand to flat or 3-bet.
And I think some customer dependency in terms of our comfort, given that we know Bryn apt to show up with the wider variety, unafraid to play all parts from all positions.
Could play into Seth's decision as well, although again, I think flat and 3-bet, both fine.
Keeping it tidy. 3-way affair, 25,000 and change. In the middle, have those guesses at the ready if you're out in the YouTube chat. 8-5 tray and a couple of spades. Swing and a miss for both of the scene hands.
Common choice here is to check over to Wilson, who's the most likely, more likely than Kenny, let's say, to have connected with this board.
But Davies in turn more likely than Wilson, right?
Yeah, Davies in general, but the widest of ranges. So overall, he's not going to have an advantage on this board. Just has the good stuff. Brandon with just like a total miss here. He could stab at this flop, but not mandatory. Turns top pair.
Pretty sweet texture here for Wilson. We saw Kenny decline to follow through.
Yeah, this now the time. I would expect Kenny takes a fair number of bluffs and activates here, trying to represent ace-king, king-queen.
Yeah, that's the credible part of his range as a pre-flop raiser from early. Check this 8-high board and then all of a sudden swing.
Yeah. Sizing matches as well. 21K, quite polar. I doubt he even goes as low as King-Jack here, although maybe King-Jack of spades, King-10 of spades could sneak in there.
And I assume we doubt that Wilson does anything other than flat?
Yeah. It's not quite a bluff catcher yet, but it's likely to be one on the river.
Intercepted the ball on the 50 up 21. Now I can celebrate.
You're good.
I'm good on that one, I think.
No reason for Seth to get involved.
Bro, Puka,
So he'll leave
He's so
behind.
Nah, bro, it doesn't even.
Kenny and Wilson here. Another 42.
He had a huge day.
Working their way
I
into
mean,
the kitty.
Stafford is playing out of his mind, too.
9 on the river, 6-7 gets there.
He overthrow the ball like
6-7 suited, definitely possible for Kenny. He would have opened it.
And then come off the throttle on the flop?
I think he checks most hands, if not all hands, on the flop. So I would give him credit at least at some frequency for his whole opening range, as long as it makes sense to bet the turn.
For sure. He's awesome.
You could certainly find some bluffs. Ace deuce suited, ace 4 suited come to mind.
You know, an overbet into this one gets real gnarly for Wilson.
Josh Allen had a huge game.
Oh my god. Insane.
Oh,
They
interesting.
ended up covering, right?
I confess I didn't expect a check out of Kenny just given the fact that it's a mystery hand.
Yeah.
And I would imagine Wilson presumes value is available to him.
Well, like I said on the turn, I think that there's some like King X of spades that could bet the turn thin with the plan to check. Wilson can also represent missed spades or a hand like ace 4 suited himself. So finding bluffs is no issue. I do think it's worth value. I think I would check King-Jack, but I would bet King-Queen.
So too does Wilson. 34,000 now.
He's a monster, dude.
You know, I
mean, that's a
I don't want to
great
make
catch.
any presumptions, but something tells me this isn't going to be a flat call or muck situation. I think Bryn's taking us upstairs, and that's what's got the producers choosing this one as a mystery hand. Of course, we are broadcasting on the delay to protect the integrity of the game, but we are doing so live with the feed being beamed into us.
I love it when it's
Snow games are the best.
And there it is.
How many times have you seen Bryn Kenny in particular put people in this kind of blender?
He's one of those players, you know, we spoke about John Jaffe, level 1 today, finding the more out-of-bounds lines more often, finding more creativity and variety in his game. Kenny's another one of those guys who just finds variety. You have to give him credit here for having hands that most people wouldn't pot the turn, or most people wouldn't check the river after potting the turn.
How you feeling if you're Brandon Wilson right now? A little bit uncouth being subjected to this.
Yeah. If we're going to hero call here, I don't think there's any requirement for Brandon to take a stand with this hand, but if he's just suspicious or if he thinks something's off, then it's a great opportunity to call.
What story checks out in terms of... And welcome back to Atlantis. Ali Najad and Kevin Rabbitshow here at the helm for this first day of the 250K Triton Invitational. Field separated still, invitees and pros. Let's start this little booth session, this little desk session with a glimpse at the leaderboard. 255 big blinds in front of Rafael Mota. He was at the top when we began that previous frame, 1.2 off his high water mark, and Sammy Elamawi second behind him. Vinny Lingham has punched his ticket up into third place, and we continue to see a devoid in terms of the largest stacks in the field being populated by pros. The trend continuing in that regard, unsurprisingly.
I mean, it's a bit surprising this late into the day that not even one pro cracking, well, Stephen Chidwick cracking the top 10. He's in 10th right now, but 3 starting stacks, not even at most for the pros. This is not a lot of movement on the pro side. I guess it reinforces the idea that risk aversion is the norm on that half of the field.
All right, 78 of 117 entries. That's what's remaining in the field right now. And on the topic of movement, well, we've moved our feature tables around. We got a couple of new ones to sink our teeth into. First one is that blue table, Ramin Hajiev, who has won one of these bad boys. He's going to be on the stage, and he's got his fellow countryman Javid Ismailov over to the right of him. I think it was Ismailov who finished second, if I'm not...
Third.
No, third. That's right.
We always think it's second because of that big hand against Pavasevich.
Right. That was in Montenegro, the aces versus the kings. And then we look down at that red table briefly. We find Juan Pardo, Malacca Styles, along with Dan Dvoris, a couple of Germans.
Yeah, this red table, a very new generation group of pros, I might say. A lot of online experience at this table.
And it's 5 Europeans, Dvoris and Coleman, the North Americans. That particular setup, there it is. Redville lines up. This frame brought to you in part by GG Poker. Pardo, by the way, kind of a breakaway chip leader there at 600 plus in front of him. Ismailov, 753 north of Mark Hammond. Gold table being helmed by the man second in chips overall in the field, Sammy Elamawi. High stakes cash game guy as well. Greenlight Capitals, David Einhorn, with 855,000 things going his way. You'll recall that it was David, hand number 1 of the tournament, who managed to shovel the full stack in there against Jared Blesnick in a multi-raise situation pre-flop. And it was ace-king for him and aces for Jared. Blez's aces holding on and Einhorn being sent to the rebuy desk. He did mount a massive performance on that second bullet. Already feeling better about things this time around.
Get ready to rumble. We are. Let's go. All right.
Cards in the air, boys chomping at the bit here. There's Joseph Oren.
Several players at this table with the potential to bring action. We only touched on Ismailov and Hajiev. Oren, no stranger to big cash games. And see to his right, Kong Pham back on the stage. He was really driving the action. Level 1 today. He's got 550K.
I mean, that is such a healthy haul. He's got about 300K on the wrist, by the way, by my count. Maybe more.
Got excited when you're getting 4 cards now.
Huh?
Got excited when we're getting 4 cards.
Yeah.
Both the Azerbaijanis out of there. As is Zhang Yu.
Raise 10,000.
Armin Gojavand with the ace.
You call, really? Wow.
Takes it up a click.
Deuces.
Kong defends. King deuce offsuit. And he finds a clean looking board here. King 4-4.
8,000.
Pretty automatic c-bet kind of situation. Paired board against the big blind. Pham won't be going anywhere. Question is just flat or raise.
Call.
A6 with the 8K follow through. Never going to be thrilled that Kong Pham stuck around. Another check out of Pham. This is where we do need to think about hitting the brakes.
Bet 26,000.
And yet the throttle is depressed further by Gojavand. 26,000 now.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. Ace high feeling like a bit of showdown value. Maybe taking Pham's word that he's got deuces, trying to get those to fold. King deuce won't be going anywhere.
See the smile there.
I feel like there's some history that we didn't get to watch, you know?
Oh, I'm guessing just based on the opportunities we have had to observe those two on the day, that they have been very intertwined. King's full for good measure now, and the double paired board, 25K. That's the right number to get paid by the ace high.
Yeah, that's a
good.
crafty lead there. Believed him. Put him on deuces.
Right.
Could have also been a chop against a different ace high. You get that kind of price on the river.
Sure. Shout out, by the way, to those of you out in the YouTube chat who are streaming us live. You do help the time go by as we're out here during the lulls and the action. Certainly some witty comments from time to time that do put a smile on our faces. And obviously, we appreciate the support. Pocket sixes now for Javid. Appreciable enough to raise. Rolls up the shirt sleeves. 12K the figure. Seven offsuit for Joe. Doesn't outflop after defending the big. Checks the king high board. Quick check back from Javid. Ace on the turn. Certainly Ismailov's card to rep if he should so choose.
Yeah, there were a number of turns that could have activated Oren's hand. This is not one of them. Kind of like this choice to effectively turn the sixes into a bluff once the ace comes.
Easy takedown. Looking at Ismailov's Triton track record, 3 cashes, good for $3.6 million. Did join us out in Jeju. Finished 7th in the 150K 8 max for north of 700,000. 16th for an honorable mention in the 60K 8 max. Of course, the high water mark and the bulk of the earnings coming in that aforementioned 200K Invitational from Montenegro earlier this year.
Pass, pass. Pass. Raise, 12,000. Pass.
Kong fam back to work. Button steal opportunity. He's an any 2 type in those situations by the look of it.
Theft complete.
Thank you.
Tell you what, this is one of those invitee tables that has a very different feel to it. Granted, Kong and Armin have their own thing going on, but there's some weight, some thickness in the air, dare I say, right now.
It's that part of the day where players are not only dreaming about day 2, but maybe locking in their dinner plans. No dinner break on day 1.
By the way, if you want to make those dinner plans, you do need to get on top of it early, because try to saunter into Nobu late, and it's a sellout more often than not. It's almost like the event transplants into Nobu when it's all done. Certainly one of the most popular options.
Hopefully there's enough of these players staying over at the Cove to spread out the distribution, getting one of the nice establishments down there.
Yeah, you know, Paranza, which is the Italian joint.
I haven't tried that one.
Probably my favorite. I think that's my favorite restaurant on the property, of which there are dozens. Not if you're Randy, there's just one, and it's called Shake Shack. He really is a creature of habit.
It's up there in my rankings now.
Well,
I'm starting to become a believer. I've been there twice this trip.
Oh no! What is going?
It's
What's
the only
Randy done?
It's the only place I've eaten at twice.
You've been infected. This is like Bird Box, whatever. Are you trying to get the poo-poo platter, like the full sampler?
Yeah, one of everything before I leave the island.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Did you do any conch? You done that? Is it conch? Conch?
I've had it in the past. I think it's conch. I've had it in the past. Yeah.
You know what it is? Dust. That's really what it is.
It's a strong statement.
I mean,
just
it's
about
like,
an entire category of food.
It's like tripe in the same kind of indigestible, permanently chewy.
Are we talking about the fritter or the salad?
The salad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Little fritter here for Kong. Fries up top pair on the monotone board, but nothing elsewhere in the basket.
That's three in a row for Fam.
Is that a turkey?
Yeah.
You do a little bowling, do you, Crab?
I've been.
See, I was submitting. We're not far removed from Thanksgiving in the States. Popular holiday. Families get together and broil a bird. That a fourth consecutive strike in bowling could be referred to as a turduncan.
It feels like we're skipping a step.
Well, if one strike was a duck, and 2 strikes was a chicken, and 3 strikes is a turkey, then the fourth one could be a turducken. But I guess
But then what's the 5th one?
It's going to take... Who the hell makes 5 straight strikes who's a normal human? I mean, that's like for PBA only.
You're right. There should just be no name for it.
It's just 5 straight.
Just go up to 4.
It's called a hustler.
No
That's what the 5th one is.
No one's ever done
Kong, slow
5
down.
in a row.
What's the highest score
I
you've
think
ever bowled?
I got all the cards.
Got all the cards. I like that
You
story.
believe me.
Trying to win tonight.
From
2 pin.
Kong. He opened the 9-5
Yeah.
off on the
Oh,
button.
there.
The king deuce and the cutoff.
A7 here. He has picked up
What's that king deuce off?
his favorite customer. Gojavan with queen 8 of diamonds finds trips.
Smash.
Well, Fam streak is coming to an end.
25.
Unless he can make a backdoor flush somehow. And backdoor aces. This could be trouble now that he's stuck around against this check raise. Armin does not have that many chips back. Double paired board.
50.
Draws are possible.
Ten became 25.
I think Gojuan doing well to kind of play the role of I'm on tilt right now. A little bit of a war going on.
7 looks like it could be useful, but of course it isn't. And I think you're right. I think Gojavan is really leveraged, especially with the pace that he's played.
Yeah.
And kind of the context that,
I river pair 7.
yeah. That his hand's no good, but credit to Kong. You know, he kept an eye on him for a couple streets there and then decided no more.
Yeah.
Believer made.
I hit the 7.
7 wins.
You know,
I don't think that's possible.
if this invitational thing doesn't work out for Mark Hammond in the bucket hat and the shades there,
yeah,
perhaps seasonal lifeguarding
Front end of flop, huh?
is in range.
Front dead.
I could actually see him
Yeah, the best
applying
hand.
zinc
The 7 high, right?
to the snout
No.
whilst seated there, just
Yeah.
to complete the look.
I'm surprised he hasn't.
I got to be honest, the full strap in on the bucket hat, you know, where the little drawstring is right up under the chin.
It looks like he's like wearing it for protection.
I
Like
mean,
done up a bike helmet nice and tight.
Yeah, it's not windy in here at all. No risk of having the lid blow away.
Did he
And I
arrive
don't-
by jet ski?
I've never in my life rocked one that way. But Hammond's pulling it off. Oren
Sorry.
not pulling it off as Javid pulls us up to 40,000 from 11. And the ace-10 does relinquish.
Sorry.
He helped you.
Yeah, 6-9 again.
No, not this time.
9-6.
I re-raised. Yeah, 69.
Queen 10.
You're Queen 10.
You.
Queen 10 now. I don't have Queen 10. I don't have a 10.
Huh?
I don't have a 10. I was hoping you were the queen.
No way.
I called jets.
You think Oren's ever bowled 4 strikes in a row?
Need a lot more money.
Hoping you were
I
the
feel like
queen.
that's a bowling alley shirt if I've ever
There,
seen
there
one.
is a sort of,
11.
yeah, Triton Lanes kind of vibe there. I don't think, I'm going to bet the don't on Oren bowling 3 strikes. I think he struck out some people in the cash game streets, as he has been a part of some of our Triton cash game streams under the alias.
I do like I like the idea of naming achievements at the table. I feel like I've brought this up before.
Right,
But
like a
winning,
merit badge,
winning
gamified.
5 in a row, winning 6 in a row, I think people see it, you know, the advent of games like Squid or Knit or whatnot in the cash game streets that kind of brings out the same level of competitiveness. But let's just throw some achievements on it. I think that might be enough to get people to go for it.
I like that, actually.
Try and bat for the cycle or whatever you want to call it. You know, win every hand in an orbit, among other things.
You know, you're really growing on me, Crab. This is the direction I want to see you head more in.
This is it.
It's just a newfound respect. Perhaps some newfound competition courtesy of this gut shot on the turn.
25.
And indeed, Oren activates after the round of knuckles, where he did not follow through, having picked up 2 customers. Gojevan with the 3s. Set mining effort comes to a close, and the 6-deuce easily finds the bin. Now, I used to play a lot of Halo, first-person shooter on Xbox. And when you would kill, I think it was 3 people in a row, it was a killing spree.
Yeah.
And then like 4 would be a kill-tacular or something like that. 5 was a running riot or something. And then each successive kill, there was a kind of a name for it, which you definitely get excited about. You know, you'd be like, oh, I did it, I got the...
Yeah, it's
so
a competition now. It's like, what's your longest streak?
Oh, did you hear about Crab? Crab got the, you know, the scoop-tacular earlier. You know, he won every hand in an orbit or something.
Yeah. The triple check raise was an old one when I first started playing online. Everyone was going after the triple check raise achievement. Now the name is escaping me. There was something, there was like a colloquial term for it.
For a triple check raise?
I think so.
I would call it the teabag, personally, but you know.
Help me out, chat. There's a better name than that.
Wow, I'm right here, Kevin, and I have feelings.
Well,
I know that wasn't the actual name.
We're not going to call it the teabag.
Okay, let's call it the Darjeeling. How's that? Just keeping it in the same vein, but, you know, a layer removed from the...
Somehow it's worse.
The Earl Grey. How about the Earl Grey? Come on, Kev, get behind me on this.
I just feel like we're so far away from what it is now.
We're kind of far away from, I think, what we're here to do also. And it's generally my fault, which is called poker. Gojevan with the king-jack offsuit and the cutoff has taken it upstairs. Pocket 5s here for Kong Fam. 10 cents the hard way. Decided to flat and...
Was it change, yeah?
Oren, who took us upstairs to 40? Am I seeing this correctly? Oh. Yes, and there is precisely why he did so. 2 black kings. As the party starter, Gojevan steps aside, and Fam looking to spoil Oren's day. Both of them deep stacked here. 97 in the middle, 887 board, and you could see Fam losing more tokens as it stands.
Hard to get away from 5s early on this board, although Oren checks back quickly.
Kind of a pot control, blended induce from time to time.
Yeah, feels more like induce, but it could be pot control. I mean, they're 600,000 behind, only 100,000 in the pot. Understandable that Oren wouldn't be thrilled if he bet flop and got check raised and faced further aggression. It's a very nice spot developing. 5s drawing very slim.
Cool.
Just a flat, same dynamic.
And Fam's got some alarm bells ringing now. Certainly could be some big aces keeping an eye, in particular the diamond varieties, which would have come in on this 9.
I don't think Fam was viewing this as a bluff potential, and he does just shut it down and check now. I think he's expecting Oren to just have ace-king high, ace-queen often enough.
Does Oren ever need to be concerned about this being bashful trip 8s?
It feels unlikely to me, especially given pre-flop, but we've seen Fam stepping out of line pre-flop enough to have an 8 from time to time. Action is on Oren right now. I believe I saw Fam check already.
I do as well.
So Oren's considering this value bet. I think it's wise too. The story matches pretty well to like 10-9 suited, which might have rivered a strong enough pair to check call. Matches a 7 or an under pair.
You know, the more we keep it focused on Kong Fam, the more I feel like maybe he did not check. And the action is still his. Apologies for not being able to clock that.
I don't know.
Is it my turn?
I mean, Okay.
I've been checking like a long time. He saw it.
Okay, so
I was.
the confusion wasn't exclusive
I was
to
waiting
us.
for him.
I checked.
You saw it?
I didn't know either.
Yeah.
Oh, this
Okay,
gets
so
awkward
reset the
because some
timer.
time banks are owed. Not sure how we're going to deal with this.
Yeah.
Looks like no harm, no foul, and the clock is started on Oren once he has been officially apprised
125.
that the action is on him, and without hesitation, he announces 125. Certainly plenty out there that he falls to, but appropriately targeting things like this.
And of course, small dangers of facing river check raise in spots like this. But for the time being, that's not the threat. Oren recognizing where he's at in this hand.
Will Kong Pham recognize? You know, this is a man that can don the cape.
And it's so hard to shake the story if it's in his head from earlier that Oren's got something like ace-king or ace-queen. If you lock into that idea too hard, it's so easy to decide. Like, oh, well, if he had a diamond in his hand, maybe he'd turn it into a bluff. Maybe he recognizes that I wouldn't check a straight or a flush on the end, and we end up making calls like the one that it seems Pham will make. Big pickup there for Joseph.
Well, Kong getting curious and doing so at an expensive price point. And credit to Joseph. Played those kings optimally.
I didn't know. I thought I was waiting on him.
With that pot, Joseph now flirting with 900K in front of him. That's going to be good for, let's see, once it registers here, 7th overall. Top slot at this table.
Looks like a major clash out at table 13. I'm keeping up with the updates tab.
Well, this is the table of death, objectively. Talked about how everybody at that table at one point in time, I'm not sure how much changing has gone up in terms of the lineup, held a bracelet.
It's still just as dangerous, although Artur Martirosyan now on the ropes with just 30K after losing a big pre-flop all-in against Danny Tang, queens against ace-king.
El Clasico in 2-card. Hajiev here trapping under the gun, and Zhang Yu has been ensnared. 5K, becoming 30, and look at Ismailov with kings of his own. 3-bet to 350.
He's just jammed. Hajiev can't believe it.
Wow, Zhang Yu. I mean, he's got 137 back here. How awkward is this? Is this straightforward muck territory, or do we try to triple?
I think we have to read into the speed at which Hajiev put his chips in here.
Yeah, but sometimes ace-king feels that comfy.
But this was a limp up front. Is that right? Or did we have a
was.
raise?
I'm fairly sure. Oh, no, you know what? It was 12. It became 30.
Yeah,
then the 350, which is a massive 4-bet out of Ismailov that covers both parties. And it looks like Zhang Yu is in there.
Oh shit, this is shit. Not this.
And correctly realizing that despite the fact that they have the jacks crushed, with kings all present and accounted for, this is a bad spot where Ismailov and Hajiev are hanging on for dear life.
Of course, no, we have favorite, but need to dodge. Somebody had a jack?
Yes, yeah, I had a jack.
You had a jack? Ah, good.
One out.
One out.
One out. I hope it's king. It's king.
Okay. You hope it's king.
Yeah.
So you see the side pot,
I'll do
78K
something. Why you
strong.
For you.
That's going to be between Ismailov and Hajiev.
Zhang
Zhang Yi playing for the full $500,000 with 21% equity. Captain Hook there. Yes, he is, but note the open-ender for both Ismailov and Hajiev. Hunting nines and aces. Backdoor hearts would do the trick for Ramin.
I had a king of hearts, yeah?
This one's out of the writer's room. Kings v. Kings v. Jacks. Middle
now I need
set.
to stand up.
2 open-enders. Backdoor flush draw. Take the ladder off the board. As a Cabrelian reaction to the 3 from Hajiev.
You want to buy insurance?
And no 9, no ace.
GG.
Now, Hajiev, it does cover, so he's going to carve up the side with Ismailov and keep his seat. But Zhang Yu, very fortunate to find the triple there. Gambled. And Crab, you were kind of leaning toward the side that we really need to have concerns about how well Jacks are performing with the action, both in terms of pace and sizing, skewing toward at least one of these 2 guys having Queens plus.
Yeah, I just think that in the moment it's easy to say, okay, we know the reputation that Ismailov carries. He plays loose and fast. He's capable of having a weak hand there. And you know Hajiev is willing to gamble with him, but just the action that came out there was noteworthy, right? He put out a stack of whites, no hesitation, that covers everybody in a pretty complicated spot, and Hajiev 5-6 seconds later is just in there. I think it's pretty hard to imagine the scenarios in which one of them doesn't have Jacks beat. No elimination. Hajiev still on 6 bigs.
Pulse is faint, though not flat line. Not quite as damaging the blow to Ismailov's stack.
Kim bugün günün ağzılar. İşine gelen.
Once again, we see the big ballooned pots taking place on the invitee side, although that was kind of a setup hand.
Wow. You all walk in this big line.
Queen deuce, pretty down in range there for Javid. He will give Ramin a much needed walk.
Sorry.
I just find it so hard to sleep. Like a big day one.
Hajiev, a prolific entrepreneur back in his home country, one that he is so patriotic about. Restaurant owner, nightclub operator. Standing invitations, by the way. Kevin, I'm sure they would extend to you as well to pay a visit down to Baku.
I don't remember.
Always says come down during Formula One, but for me, having been in Vegas during Formula One, I don't know that you're going to get the most accurate experience, you know, representation of the city. It's
maybe a lively time or an exciting time, but
yeah, but a cluster.
Yeah, doesn't feel as genuine.
Don't talk about non-genuine. Kong Pham has been telling a bunch of white lies about his hands, V-pip and hard, and doing so with
that smart
all kinds of mischief. Yeah, the 10-8 offsuit here. Hajiev is jammed from the small with an ace.
It's like, well,
look at Kong. He's like, all right, I'm your Huckleberry.
Yeah. He's got the price now that he's here. Just probably shouldn't have been here in the first place.
We're allowed to get out of line.
Welcome.
Hajiev
Hello.
hoping
The premium hands on display here.
that the ace high hangs on. They are gambling, son. Queen 9 trade gutter.
I got shot.
As Kong adds jacks to the mix. Will the board stay clean for Ramin?
Jack of hearts.
Tense moments for him in a 93K pot.
That's a bad card.
Bad work.
Hart on the turn, takes some outs off the board. Looks like David Einhorn has parked his bones in the one hole and a 7 on the end for Hajiev as ace high improves to 2 pair. And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. We take a short pause here. A little late night roll call. Chat, where are you streaming from? What are you rooting for? What table you got your eyes on? Some folks actually watching from right here on the island. By the way, Dylan Weissman spent some time with us in the booth during the Parliament Omaha portion of the program and said, hey, I was just going to go up to my room and watch the stream anyway. Why not come down and lend a hand? Obviously, we're thankful to him. Chief Sampa says he's watching from
It's not a very chatty table. I'm afraid.
Finland.
What's that?
It's not a very chatty table. We just lost our...
That's okay.
All
I'm
likelihood.
recovering from what just happened.
In support of Joni
Oh, really?
Jukamainen and
Oh,
Ellis
that
Parsonen.
chip loss, or- I'm sorry.
Jason Bauer out in L.A.
Tough hand.
Nick in Vancouver. Welcome, gentlemen. Thomas Shadley in Nashville. I like the hot chicken. Dylan says Copenhagen. Happiest country on earth, Denmark. Until winter comes and the sun goes away, and then they're a little bit less happy, but, you know, on average. Ace Queen of Hearts here. That'll make Joseph happy. Evan Block says he's watching from Seoul, South Korea. We'll be back in Jeju next year. Slots also out in Finland. Hello. David in Galveston. Good to have you with us.
Nice fold by Ramin. Recognizing he's up to a more respectable 18, 19 big blinds. A7 offsuit not going to qualify.
Ethio-AI says he's streaming from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And given the handle, I think that story checks out. Ethiopian food, delicious, by the way.
Yeah.
If you've ever had. Your corner of the marble, M13 out in Toronto. Shout out to you, sir. Stay warm. Lion King out in Norway. That's an expensive place, Norway. Jay out in SoCal, we see you, sir. Zach at Tufts University, shout out. MC Guinea G, Oregon.
Jack.
Nicholas says Bolivia. That's a rare one. Rosebug in Seattle. Good to have you here. Ben Jerry says Royal Tower East, 14th floor. Careful, Ben. Don't give away, you know, Pop Smoke got done in that way. 2 9s for Mark Hammond. His hopes not popped by the 8-5-3 flop. Up against bottom pair as Confam stickiness on display. Suited, 2 gapper, blind versus blind, obviously. This is in range. 10K a man as we go to the turn. Limped pre, so Kong's presence involuntary. Well, something tells me he would have called a raise. Now
You're
Jack,
actually a bit surprised to see Hammond just limping. Maybe had dreams of limp 3-betting this and playing a really big one with the 2 9s. He'll continue to get action here from the 6-3 suited. Hard to make a pair blind versus blind. Even harder to make a set.
That's precisely what Hammond's managed to do, of course, after that second barrel of 25 ahead brought him here. Some straights have filled in, but too much hand to get shy. And 65. Not lean. Into the 85. Call. Got that furrowed brow there. Maybe a why so much sort of response, but didn't chew on it long. Keeping the roll call going. Glackle out in Amsterdam. Aaron in Atlanta. We see you. Knoxville, Tennessee. B. Coker. Chad in Nova Scotia. Don't club the seals, my friend. Keegan in Laramie, Wyoming. I know it's cold out there. Stay toasty. Richmond, Virginia. Jay Hall.
They're all there.
Stephen out in Boston. Like that. Hector in Houston. Good to have you with us. Jean in France. You know, Welly, you're not in Pyongyang. You know, I know that's North Korea, and you know, it's just, you're just not there.
VPNs are a thing, no?
It's just, you know. Yeah, but streaming Tritons on a government-subsidized life, you know, out of a Cold War era looking project or something, you just not. Shout out Supreme Leader.
Give
Out
him
there.
credit for the dedication to supporting our stream.
Yeah, careful with that though. You know, I don't know how Kim Jong, whichever one they're on now, Il-un, I don't think poker's kind of one of those things that they support back there. They do support crypto theft, as I understand, though. They got a real robust program in place. Keep your wallet snug, gentlemen and ladies. Tempe, Arizona, Mill Avenue territory. Shout out to you, OEO. 10-9 against 2 jacks. Shout out to top pair. Normally a good thing, but not when you're up against the overpair, as Ismailov took us to 11,000. Kong flatted from the small, checks, and now will face follow through into 32. 15 to proceed. Brisk call. Pot grows to 62. Eyes on that 7 of clubs, which does not bear fruit on this turn. Interacting with Kong's hand. The ace, of course, not a pleasant arrival for the jacks. Ismailov with the check. Backdoor spades showing up here.
Yeah, pretty fortunate run out here for Pham. Could have lost a lot more on this flop, given these 2 hands, but ace on the turn, backdoor spades. Now he's even thinking about just folding the river, it looks like. Got away pretty cheap.
The button's good.
Jide in London. Hello, sir. Go fish out in St. Thomas, not far from where we're at, I think. Enjoying the weather, no doubt. Mattia in Serbia. Hello. Toronto. Crab territory. As in Rabbit Chow.
Multiple Torontos.
See you ish.
Again, I'm always surprised as if there's not 4 million residents.
Poker Fat Hang says Iran. Now, I will tell you this. Not unlike North Korea, you might be thinking, well, that's not really the kind of country from which you're streaming. A lot of poker enthusiasm in Iran. I know this courtesy of our time in North Cyprus.
Yeah.
Where a lot of Persian, you know, players who actually reside in Iran, where they can get visa-free over to North Cyprus, were present and told me that they do a lot of streaming behind their VPN. So shout out to you, sir. Ismailov with the ace-queen. Makes it 10 to go. Einhorn in a rough spot here. flatting against that under the gun with a queen 10. Oren likes the price. Fortunately for Ismailov, neither of his opponents have outflopped him on this 9-4-3 board, but it's not what he had in mind when he took us upstairs, so he checks back, does find the best of the available flush draws on the turn. Einhorn showing no appetite.
40.
$40,000.
Yeah, this sizable stab from Oren just going after board texture, it looks like, because no interaction, no equity to speak of for this King 8 offsuit. Gets it through. Just found a good spot. Cards be damned.
Ooh.
Well, that gives you a sense of what Oren is capable of, and the very capable Yo Viral, French poker content creator, who has recently dabbled into the EDM DJing streets and has posted a lot of content from the back of some pretty fancy looking vessels where he's throwing parties. Dubai has become a bit of a poker hotbed, or at least a target destination for some folks to perhaps take refuge from unfavorable tax conditions.
Does this become the Yo Viral game?
For 1 hour just?
Yes.
Right.
Lonnie in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, hello to you. Goodbye to Javad Ismailov. Chase in New Orleans. Sean in Australia. Yeye in Buenos Aires. Miss Buenos Aires. I used to live in Palermo, Soho, and Edificio Palermo Uno on the corner of Uriarte and Charcas. In case anybody from that corner of the world knows what's up. It was absurd. I had a condo so nice, Kevin, that when the local soccer club that I'd been going down to and playing with told me about the little potluck that they were hosting, and they were going to have it at a park, and I was like, no, you guys just come up. I'll host it or whatever.
Yeah.
And I opened this grand entrance door or whatever. It's like this 2-level freaking absurd penthouse. And they were a little bit apprehensive about walking in, and one of them just sheepishly said, "Eres narcotraficante?" As though I was somehow a cartel. They were just like, "Are we getting mixed up with a bad hombre here?" I was like, no, guys, just come in, relax. It's not. You don't have to worry about this being a mule recruiting seminar. Kong with the ace-9. True story.
I could see that mix-up happening.
I think I was maybe dressed the part that particular evening as well.
Yeah.
Linen, sunglasses, sunset party.
They had reason to be suspicious.
Might have had a bottle in my hand when I answered the door. Like, hey! Gold-plated pistol in the other. No, I kid. There was no. Meanwhile, Oren. Oh, dipping into the 3-bet waters with a dusty combo in Kong Fam. Smelling something fishy. Finds the 4-bet, and okay, street poker has arrived.
Yeah, that was light on both sides, although Fam has taken so many steal situations by this point. I'm not surprised to see Oren trying to fight back on the button with an ace.
Aussie J in Sydney. Hello to you, Dr. Para in LA. Shout. Thunder Thor says hello from Manila. I don't know that screen name suggests native Tagalog speaker, but como está acá, nevertheless?
I see the ticket here. So it was probably, yeah.
Brandon out in
maybe it's
NYC.
earlier. Maybe it's
What up to you?
at the beginning of the day, maybe. Albert and I.
Julio Silva
We
in
bought it at the
Brazil.
same time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I bought it, both of us.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I never played TV.
On me?
Yeah.
King Queen, that's what's up. For Kong Fam, 12. If you do, Hajiev Black nines and not a whole lot of tokens. On the button is going to stuff.
Merci, monsieur.
I think Kong might be the right guy, potentially. But no, he just bins it promptly. So showing some restraint.
I lose to 1 outer.
I also thought the king-queen might flick it in.
Yeah.
I think Pham recognizes what the table has thought of him lately. It's
I shouldn't even ask that.
been a little
Makes it
too
worse, you know? Like,
in your face to ignore.
I know, I did it to myself. Like, oh, okay.
Well, not wanting to ignore some of the other folks here in the chat. Denzel from Alaska, Michael. Actually, Michael, you're not in the North Pole. Cut it out. If the screen name was Santa Claus, maybe. Roy in the Philippines.
Where do you live now?
Hello to you, sir.
Still in Dubai?
Yeah, there is Dubai and Malta is still a thing. So yeah, it's a bit between both. Yeah.
Warsaw, Prague, San Antonio, China, Oklahoma, Scotland, Miami, Vietnam, Russia. Really helps inform you as to how global the reach of Triton Poker is, and by proxy, the interest in the great game, which we are doing our best to try to grow.
Yeah, but casino is not before 27.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. But
Same as Dubai, more or less?
yeah, same as Dubai. Yeah.
Ace-5 suited.
And play in your club.
Raise and take.
Well, I love to, but you play a bit different music.
What is your
music? You play very commercial. I checked it.
Yeah, I can do melodic techno. What's the club? Or what's the music in the club?
It's different, but yeah.
What type? Tell me.
Now we have a lot of tech house. We can do melodic techno also.
Melodic techno, I can do full set melodic techno.
Yeah.
I do that. I have like maybe 10 sets on YouTube, only melodic techno.
No, but I have actually 2 clubs. One is like very like with big artists and names, and second one we can do anything. We can,
Okay,
we
I'm
can
not a
start
big
with,
artist. Just kidding.
Well,
Not yet.
you're a bigger poker player than artist.
Yeah. Not yet.
Not yet.
No, yeah, we can do second club.
Yeah.
And if you want, we can do melodic techno. Yeah. Whatever you want, my man.
Check Instagram, man.
Of course, I'll do that.
Have a
race.
that big artist playing that.
Didn't take long for Yo Viral to start some networking.
Nice.
He's got an event booked.
Paco Suna, you know Paco Suna?
He's got a date with the flop booked as well after Pham defends against the min-raise open from the button. Jack 5-4. Kong out flopping, but that ace of hearts working overtime. Wheel gutter as well.
Yeah. 9.
Check call of 9,000, bringing us to the king. Pham speedy. But that second check. Sort of the fork in the road here for Yo.
Yeah, these are, I don't want to say tricky spots, but you have to either decide, is this someone who's too sticky to go after in the bigger pots? I've seen Pham splashing around, although Johan wasn't here for most of that, so he's still feeling this out. Or on the other hand, it's just like, well, this range is so wide, I'm just going to go after it, right?
Yeah.
I'm just going to attack.
And look at the sizing he's chosen to use to get on the attack, because you can target even something like a jack. Repping that king.
Yeah.
So the 5 withers away.
That's a nice size.
It's a good find there from Yo. Unclear whether or not he's got the scouting report on Kong Pham, as you mentioned. We've seen a lot of frisk, but he's a new arrival. And that cuts both ways, by the way. For Kong, he too hasn't soaked up Gilbert's procedures. So mystery enshrouds them both.
You don't think he watches the
FOMO. Yeah, I checked already.
stream games that he's been running?
When you told me last year.
Guess he's not doing that these days.
Oh, I
You
checked
know,
FOMO, I remember.
I don't think that that Kong Pham is grinding Yo Viral stream
also,
games.
I think I see some artists posting about FOMO recently. Did I see someone maybe Rivo. Did you add Rivo recently? Yeah, Rivo is French. Yeah, I know him.
Yeah.
We know each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rivo was a sold-out show, good show.
Yeah, he's melodic techno.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rivo is the actually what Rivo plays. People like it a lot because it's
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I saw again the
Warren
post of Rivo recently.
Likes the ace-9 a lot. Enough to raise it from under the gun. Einhorn climbs aboard. Fans on the king 7-6 board. That ace of spades works for Joe.
8.
Should be straightforward.
Easy enough.
You get lots of tourists in your clubs?
More and more. For events like Formula 1 and stuff, we get a lot of tourists. Or
When
some big dates.
6-6?
Also, for example, Moscow now is nobody goes to Moscow, so we have Moscow people come to.
Yeah.
Because like artists don't go to Moscow anymore, like you know.
A bit less, yeah.
Big artists.
A bit less.
Yeah. Dubai is crazy though.
Yeah, it's. I love it. Now it's. This week it's even crazier with the Grand Prix in Abu Dhabi.
5 seconds.
Kind of music was there.
Yeah.
You saw, huh?
Yeah, and artists gets paid so much in Dubai.
Yeah, they do. They do.
And that's
You
why
know,
it's hard.
right when you thought Hajiev might be thinking, Jax did me dirty.
They get used
Let
to
me
it.
lay him on somebody
Yes,
else.
and,
It looks like they're going to do him dirty again as he's made it 13,000. And Hammond awakens with
Very
aces.
interesting subject, though.
Yeah, we can see about that.
32 if you do. And my guess is with 92 back, Ramin most definitely does. Still enough behind to think that there's some fold equity in case Hammond has 3-bet folds. Against under the gun opens, you don't necessarily expect this, but it is what it is.
There's going to be weaker hands just getting it in as well, I think. Pocket tens, ace queen. Just
Good
not
jacks,
this
yeah?
time.
Jacks are good. Okay, let's see.
Zhang Yu advising Ramin the jacks can be good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Red jack, like you.
I saw 10 times.
Yeah?
Aces, yeah.
10 times aces
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something,
You got 3 or
At least.
4. Yeah.
Yes.
That guy 2 times or 3 times.
Seems like an aces-rich environment, according to Zhang Yu.
But you don't like aces.
I don't have.
Oh, the red jack called for and saying hello.
Give us a diamond.
No diamond to worry about.
No, come on, man.
First sweat.
I don't want sweat. I want
clean.
Four of
One-legged
them.
ace on the turn. Just 2 outs to dodge now for Hajiev and Hammond. Trying to will one of them to the river. Instead, it's the king and
Yeah, man.
little fist bump there.
Double up, Ramin.
Thank you.
From
So we were saying.
Yeah, because when I opened the club, it's just 2 years now.
Yeah.
Everybody like because we're close to Dubai, it's 2 hours 20 minutes. So all the like big artists like oh the fee is like this because that's what we get paid for the region. But it's not good. It's not right to assess it
Not
as
same market.
It's not as same market because like
Same spender.
yeah, of course. That's what like we like big parties like entry fee is like I don't know 30 euros, 40 euros. In Dubai, sometimes it's $1,000, you know, to enter.
Don't worry, I won't ask you 100K. I won't.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking
No,
about.
I'm just making jokes. But I totally understand, and they get used to it because Dubai keep overpaying the artists, right? So they get used to it.
Because
And they think
I know the fees, so
Oh yeah.
don't imagine how much they get paid.
Oh, I know. In Dubai?
Yeah,
No, I know. I know the people running some of the clubs, obviously, I know. I have some friends, artists, Ugel.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's my friend. Yeah.
I'll bring him for Formula 1. I think we're working. We want to bring him. We're working on it.
Right. We have a good common friend.
Yeah.
We met. He's coming back for New Year in surf club in Dubai, the night of New Year. Yeah.
You know,
Not cheap.
I genuinely
Tell me
enjoy
after how much, not in the.
Yeah,
working
later.
these events,
After
being
my-
here in the booth, doing the commentary, and you know what?
I know
Well
other artists how
compensated.
much they've got paid in Dubai. Like,
But from the sounds of it,
years or something.
this Yo Viral pivot into an EDM DJ thing might be a more fruitful direction in which to turn ourselves. Kev.
13?
You
What
got
do you
any?
think?
You got any samples for us we could listen to? Some stuff you've been working on.
I've never DJ'd in my life, but you know, you dangle enough cashish out there, I'm sure I'll figure something out. Can I just like chat GPT my way through a set?
John,
you
why
know,
do you
hey,
say
chat
overpaid?
GPT,
You think it's
can you give me 4 hours
Obviously, I don't think it's so
of
much. I mean, the,
EDM bangers mixed properly?
No, me, I don't.
No?
I just say compared to.
It's not a thing.
It is definitely overpaid.
The side of running the
Jack
club,
Eye
so
continuing,
obviously
not a thing
try
there
to
after.
have the same in
Oh.
Baku.
You
I'll
know,
have to
it's
have
a
a talk to
supply
him.
and demand, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
It will be.
Yes, but the supply and demand.
That's
It's
always the
also
start
kind
of
of artificial
a
because,
successful long
there's
career.
two big
I've heard.
companies
Just
fighting
how hard
against
could it
each
be?
other in Dubai.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's easy.
And they're
I'll just-
monopolizing
But
artists.
Just let the AI do it for me.
I don't have to be the headliner here.
And obviously,
Kev,
to get the
you know,
artists, they just fight with each
just
other.
kind of the
Partner
audio
against the
fluffer.
best.
Just get out there, you know, get them lathered.
Yeah.
You're gonna warm up the crowd.
But
Couple of, I might cool them
whatever-
down if I'm
whatever
being
matters,
honest,
at
but
the end of the day,
you know,
people who are paying
that
for
just creates more opportunity for the headliner.
Hmm.
Think about I help you shine because I tilt the crowd with a real dusty set.
That could be a gap in the market.
Right?
No one's thought about just being really bad at DJing.
Crab.
And coming in
You
early.
know? DJ Dusty A or whatever.
Think you're onto something.
Pocket fours. Nothing good that I'm onto here. Let's see if Einhorn is onto the weakness of this under the gun open with ace jack suited. Yeah, indeed he is. Level 3. 40K.
Does feel like the price is right to take a flop with pocket fours here. Not playing all that deep anymore. Big blind 6K now. This is about 50 big blinds effective to start.
Yeah, things thinning out a little bit. King, King 5, one of those boards that could see Yo stay invested after having defended his open, and he finds a 4, no waiting after Einhorn checks back. Is this too much hand to barrel, or we need to kind of keep an eye on a lot of the range of Einhorn that would check back but still be a customer on the turn?
Is an interesting option to just keep checking here. I would think that over pairs to the 5, mostly going to bet the flop in Einhorn's shoes. So what is Yo Viral targeting now? Ace high. Maybe a trap every now and then. Einhorn might check a king. We might lose our customer here.
Sure enough, 77, and Einhorn does not remain interested at that price point. Didn't make a meal of it either. We're being pointed in the direction by Jack Reynolds of Alex Kulev's fate. You know, Kulev was one of those healthier stacks on the pro side. Jack's saying it might be the most brutal hand of the festival. Kev, I looked at the updates tab. I didn't see anything in there. Perhaps it's that fresh. But maybe if you're able to locate him, can take us through those particulars.
I am seeing a hand.
All right. So is Hajiev, by the way. Ace King. Upstairs we go from the button.
See Kulev opening under the gun off of 570K.
Okay.
He gets 3-bet in the next seat by Alex Theologus. 10K to 30K. Kala-Djurdjevic, 4 bets on the button to 72. It gets back to Kulev. He 5 bets to 158,000. Gets flatted. And he flops top set. King, Queen, 7. Kulev has kings.
Did
C-bet.
Theologus bow out?
Theologus is out.
Okay.
Heads up to a flop against Dejan.
Okay.
Bet, call. Turn is a jack. Bet, call. River's a queen. All in.
Oh, no, not like this.
All in call.
Queen, queen?
1.2 million headed Dejan's way with 4 queens. That is legitimately ridiculous. One outed in a 5-bet pot.
I'd rather sit on my own satchel. That's nasty. For all the marbles. I mean, where's Kala-Djurdjevic now?
He's top 5, I think.
Whew. Meanwhile, turning our attention back to this one, which has arrived at the turn. It was a check call of 8K from Yo with nothing more than king high.
Yeah,
and he's continuing to keep an eye on Hajiev for 25K on the turn. Non-believing. Now the spades come in. I don't know if this was some sort of idea for Yo. Clearly not. As he's checked, thought perhaps, although this is not really the hand you would do it with, maybe lone king of spades.
Yeah.
That he had designs on a bluffable river, but instead, he's going to allow Hajiev to perhaps pursue another slice of value into this 101, playing 183 effective.
That's a very sticky turn call. Flop, I understand. Button raise, paired board. We can peel one off with king high and try to show down, but spades completing as well. He does find the release.
I confess I'm a little bit surprised that Yo took 2 streets with
Malta
king
not
high
boring?
there.
Malta not boring? Malta.
In summer, it's okay. Prime of Dubai all the year, it's yeah. So
In
kind
summer,
of,
in summer, Dubai is horrible.
you kind of need to play.
Well, we've seen a lot on the day, and some heroes, some villains, and some very impressive performances being turned in. And now you get your chance to cast your vote for who your favorite is. Who's the player of the day? Let us know in the Triton Poker Plus app. Currently leading is Kristen Foxen. JNT still in second with Lococo and Barbera running third and fourth, but that doesn't mean you got to vote for any of those names. Cast your vote now.
Raise 15,000. Fold.
Aces for Einhorn. No action. Gives them a free peek. It is an aces-rich environment. My goodness. It's just every other orbit, every other hand.
That didn't happen all day.
Does the service come here,
Good
like
table,
for the
not the
water
aces.
and stuff? Do they come
Aces,
sometimes?
good table.
I haven't seen.
I have not won the blinds all day.
Water is just there.
Oh, there is water over there?
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab it later.
David,
I didn't see
lamenting
anything
that he didn't
coming,
get any
Yeah.
action there, says, I haven't won the blinds all day with a raise, and now's the time you guys go away?
Isn't that just typical? Well, if he didn't have such a tight image from folding all day, he's only been at the table for like 30
Yeah,
minutes.
come
I
on.
have a feeling that's from a different
Yes.
entry on a different table.
And he has played a few hands in his short stint over at that other table, which we leave behind to pay a visit to the pro side. And this was that table that you described as kind of a new generation gathering.
Yeah, there's a lot of, top talent today in some of the more competitive fields, both online and live.
Well, slightly more talent in the hold cards of Leon Sturm with ace-king. Scott Coleman in a way here, who opened to 13 with the ace-queen. Elevator up to 40. Back around to DC.
About 40 big blinds effective here is Sturm. From the hijack, maybe a bit too much for Coleman to consider 4-betting this hand. Do you think the options are probably between flat and jam? And oh, he's gone with jam. We're gonna run it.
Oh, and he's chomping down, realizing that this could be a fairly catastrophic exchange that would see him sat with far fewer chips than he was moments ago, unless he can get lucky. A little north of $500,000 in the middle. Sturm knows better than to celebrate prematurely, though he does have over 70% equity. Jack 10-6, and now we don't want the king. If we're Leon, that would complete the gutter for Coleman. Ace of clubs works as well for the time being. No longer on the turn. Let's keep it cowboy free, says Leon. Otherwise, he's out of here. And a clean 9. We'll see the balance transfer from the US to Germany.
Bit of frustration there from Coleman. Not sure if he's second guessing the jam or just kind of like, things were going so smooth and we're really close to the end of the day. This is not the scenario you want to find yourself in, you know?
It wasn't clear to me either if it was some sort of frustration over that, like, oh, why have I done that? Or frustration over the fact that, well, I did what I wanted to do, but why does he have to have the ace-king? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're so close to getting to day 2 and being rid of what you imagine is a very tough table.
By the way, are they shooting Girls Gone Wild like Bahamas somewhere in this room? Because there's been a lot of...
Some bounty excitement, perhaps, happening.
Sounds like big bounty. Not the typical thing that you have to endure in a Triton event. But I think the energy is fairly welcome from these players. All of whom at some point in their poker career have to have been able to relate toward being...
What was the biggest bounty?
Absolutely ecstatic to pick up some of the sums available in that WSOP $2,500 mystery bounty. It's been running for 3 days prior to this. Multiple day ones were available. Jim Mulder, King 3 of clubs, dominating Dvoris's 5 tray. You know, I hope those are actual friends and family that are hooting and hollering and not some like atmosphere models that are really taking to the assignment with perhaps egregious levels of enthusiasm. Dvoris, not overly enthusiastic about the gutter on the 7-7-4-2 spade flop. Knuckles over to Mulder. Obviously not thrilled himself. Does check back. Third spade, giving Dvoris flush draw. $18,000. The announcement from Dvoris, and that'll get through.
Do suspect I found the story associated with the crowd noise.
Oh.
Indeed.
Okay.
Checking in on some WSOP updates on the other side of the room.
Oh. Can't wait to hear this. There was $1 million bounty, right?
No, I believe this was the largest pull, unless I'm mistaken, and it was the largest pull remaining.
Okay.
But one Jack Germain had walked up to the stage on a break to pull 2 gold chest bounties. First pull, 25K. Second pull also reads 250000.
Wow.
For $250,000 on his second pull.
275 in total in a $2,500 buy-in event?
Yeah. And I believe he's still in the tournament, 37 left.
Oh man, it gets even better for him. I wonder if I don't want to open envelopes until I'm out of action, just to prevent myself from maybe...
I'm starting to doubt myself, although not
Okay.
everyone has their real name loaded into the WSOP Plus app, so it's possible that he's still in there, but it was on a break. So he could have still
Not
been in the
impossible,
tournament.
yeah. Although I don't know, are there rules about pulling your bounties before you're out of action? Do you have to wait until you're busted? I don't know. Producer James stepping in to say you can draw when you want. Obviously a prolific mystery bounty grinder himself, James. In fact, that's his favorite discipline of poker.
Oh, sorry, I skipped over the part of the story that said Jermaine was eliminated from the event earlier, but came back with a margarita and a big rail.
And a big payday.
So.
By the way, those margaritas could be on the house from this point forward. As we see the ace-king, picked up some stragglers. Deuce 4-5 board again. Mulder doesn't love the vista. Relatively safe versus both blinds here. Boyven 6 is pesky. If he were to proceed, obviously, as the wheel draw would be no good. 9K gets Daniel dispatched.
This is a weird kind of draw to navigate on an all-heart board. Normally, the good side of the gut shot over cards would be enough. I'm not so sure. Facing a bet 3 ways. This is the kind of style I've seen from Boyven in the past, though. A lot of check raising on flops, a lot of small sizes. This is challenging to any hand without a heart, which Mulder is exactly what he's holding. No pair, marginal draw, but he's going to hang tough.
And you know, when you check raise to 23K, you don't readily expect departure out of Mulder. Are you at all curious with respect to the sizing, or is this Boyven setting himself up to more credibly barrel at this turn?
I think it's just the sizing choice that he's employing on a flop like this when it's locked down in this kind of way. So maybe on a paired board or on a monotone board, the nuts are going to remain the nuts. If he has a flush here, it's a near 100% hand. So it's okay to offer that cheap price. Now, obviously, when bluffing, that's a little less comfortable and means that you're not going to get as many immediate folds. But here he is continuing. Double gutter now on the 8.
Sure, that 8 helpful in terms of this second barrel, but Thomas probably wasn't a one-and-done kind of guy, and the ace-king crumbles as the cookies head to the Belgian. Maybe Thomas and I should do a viewing party for that Belgium-Iran match in the World Cup.
Oh, that's a good
You
idea.
know what I mean? We'd have great waffles and chocolate.
You're both probably marginally invested in your teams, but you know,
What do you mean
there could
marginally?
be some good banter.
You kidding me?
Is that a misread on my part?
Once every 4 years,
Are you-
I'm going ape. See, I'll bring the kebabs, you know, and the basmati. So I'll handle the savory course, and then Thomas will potluck it. They can bring the sweets. It'll be good.
And the frites.
Oh yeah, that's right. They do the frites.
Don't sleep on that.
I think Belgian sausage is a thing too. I think they do a good sausage, if I'm not mistaken. Ace Jack of spades. Juan Pardo's first entry.
All in.
Poorly timed. As Dvoris rips his last 82.
This is 70. 81.5. 82.5, sorry.
Just about 14 big blinds. Enough to shake the offsuit ace. Maybe calling for like 11, 12 blinds, something like that.
You made a 12, right?
Dvoris quite content. Just take it there, I'm sure. Pardo giving off strong Hollywood director vibes, by the way. You see it with the shades? This is a guy trying to avoid the TMZ paparazzi. I could see him. The Ivy on Robertson. Down at Earth Cafe on Melrose back in the day. What's Sturm's vibes here behind the red lenses? This red lens thing has become, is it a
That's definitely
light
like
filter?
Yeah, I think that's a sleep regulation kind of device.
It's not just ode to the 70s Woodstock, like, hey man, sweet lava lamp. Like, this is functional.
Could be both.
Leon, by the way, has joined us in the booth. You had the opportunity to work alongside him up here?
I did.
Fantastic, wasn't he?
I want to say it was in Montenegro, but yeah, it was really good.
Maybe it was. I feel like Jeju, he paid us a visit at one point in time on the year, but yes, absolutely delightful was our time with Sturm, picking his brain.
He's done a lot of, it's cool when players get into like coaching and commentary so young in their career as well, so he brings a fresh perspective and a really high level perspective on the game and just like how people are getting great these days, the kind of things that he's struggling with. I found that really interesting to hear about. So normally hear from pros who are, you know, coming up from the moneymaker era.
You know, one of the bigger challenges, of course, in terms of the color analyst slot here at the desk is those who actually are out there playing at these stakes in these sorts of events are far more economically incentivized to get out there if they're high aptitude.
Yeah.
With the EV that they perceive that they have, than they are to come in and, you know, again, we're well compensated, but paling in comparison to some of the spoils that you have available to you, 7-figure paydays
When
out
you're
there,
competing
you know?
actively and, you know, you worry that you've got information to protect, I do think this mentality is a little less common than it once was in tournament poker, but
Yeah, with so much information kind of readily out there. But I hear what you're saying. You want to keep
there's
the
still
edge.
there's still some secrets to hold, or at least some like stylistic information that you wouldn't want leaked out there. So
Sure.
it's nice to hear just an honest perspective from someone who's playing actively in the biggest games.
Pardo. Ace-9 of clubs being tested by Muller's small blind queen-jack. Is it going to be cut or action?
Suspect we see a continue here. It is a +1 open. There's 7-handed, it looks like, so low jack. Sam
JP.
started this hand 35 big blinds or so.
He looks like he's donned in paramilitary surplus. Muller does with that menacing black jacket patched up. Oh, and a menacing top two pair here, but up against the nut flush. Muller's the one with problems.
I mean, you don't expect money to just fly into this pot the way players tend to approach monotone flops, but these are going to be headed on a collision course, you would think. But here you see Muller starting with a very small sizing, 10% pot. There are ways for him to get away, but most of them involve either making a full house or a fourth club coming. Otherwise, Muller's going to be thinking about extracting more value in this hand.
Happy to flat and try to reel his man in. Is Pardo. Another 20 into the purse. Uncomplicated looking 8 of hearts here.
I could see an argument for checking a hand like Sam's on the turn. If we continue betting, he would want Juan Pardo to have something with a jack, something with a queen. Maybe like a mid-pocket pair with a club.
What you don't want, of course, though, is to give your man a free pull at that single club flush draw, or maybe a gut shot, maybe both.
I think it's less of a concern in this pre-flop formation. Juan Pardo's called in position against a 3-bet. He's not offsuit that often. More often pocket pair, I guess, is the hand that has a flush draw, and he might turn it into a bluff. Like, he might start bluffing pocket 7s with a club when check 2 here. So I kind of like this from Sam.
35.
Unfortunately, there's no path to success here unless he boats up.
And at 35, departure is far from on the table.
No, this is going to be at least check call, and I would mostly think check call. Raising could get stacks in against king, queen, king of clubs, or something like that. Yeah, he does just go for jam.
168 in total. Pardo double checking to make sure that he is sitting on the nut flush, but he can't exhale because queens and jacks would spoil what rates to be a big pickup for the Spaniard. And might this bullet be doomed for Muller? Only the deck knows. And here comes this river. No
Good game, bro.
boat.
Good luck.
And no more chips
GG, Sam.
for young Sam. And I'll tell you what, Juan Pardo, we know how active Malacca Styles can be. Kind of sat back and then just found that one pot.
Sit open, table 12.
That one's going to spin him up to the upper crust here at this table, as he'll keep Leon Sturm company with 80+ bigs. No, 121 bigs now. Forgive me. Glimpsed up at it before the update. 724,000. The upper crust territory is going to be, in terms of overall stacks, be good for top 20.
Things going his way. Sometimes you don't need to do much. No need to force the action. Not suggesting that that's what Sam was doing. He played his hand the way he felt he had to. Oh.
Well,
just back to it.
No sooner did the suited ace in clubs yield fruit, and it rates to cause harm. It's Coleman finds ones.
Just flatting.
Oh, and this is a little dirty.
Sit open, table 12.
Right around 20 big blinds. Some players using a small 3-bet size in these spots, although maybe preferring almost to have a hand a little less than aces, like queens or jacks would be nice to make the little 4 big blind 3-bet. He's just going to flat and let Toon Mulder come along for the ride. Suited hand in the big blind.
So the 10-5 of diamonds finds bottom pair for Mulder, who took the price. Top pair, top kicker with backdoor clubs, and this is problematic developments for Pardo.
Yeah, this is just looking like a setup for a lot of chips to go Coleman's way. Pardo could go for some kind of modest c-bet here, or he could check. I think these players are mostly checking queen high boards from out of position, but doesn't need to be pure. Finding some aggression here makes sense. Now the question, I think Coleman mostly is going to continue passively, allowing Mulder to do something like squeeze or continue with a dominated pair. I don't know what Mulder's going to think of this spot if Coleman flats, but bottom pair, backdoor diamonds.
You got to credit Coleman for not getting hasty. I mean, the dream would be for Mulder to somehow find a squeeze and just gift us some chips with an inferior holding. He does, however, bow out. It does feel like the writing is on the wall here, absent a queen. Mulder would have picked up backdoor diamonds, but no longer involved with 69 in the middle and 104 left to play for. Let's see how Pardo chooses to proceed. Versus button flat and peel. You feel as though the inferior queen X is very much a part of what we could be up against?
Yeah, I think some of the flats that Coleman might have off 20 blinds are like king queen offsuit, queen 9 suited. Well, Pardo just rips. Exactly targeting that kind of stuff. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest. I thought he might check it over or bet small.
Yeah, I don't think there were worlds in which he imagined that he would be up against the over pair, but yeah, some polarity there, maybe hoping that Coleman would just get it in bad, but getting it in great is David, and holding on as well. It's a healthy 276. Headed to the American.
Yeah, unavoidable spot, of course, for Pardo. Huge hand for far more than 20 blinds.
Some of Muller's chips in a transitory state.
Checking in on the updates tab, I see that Santosh Savarna was eliminated by Talal Shakurshi. Pre-flop confrontation, king-jack against ace-king. Not sure if he's got a bullet remaining in the chamber.
Sound like a fertility doctor. Sorry. I tried, but I failed on that one. Contain myself.
Here I am just innocently rooting for Santosh to get back on stream.
Yeah,
throw that one.
I'm genuinely not mature enough for this assignment, Kevin. Boyven assigning 13,000 to his Jack 10 Sturm. Little suited connector, flats. Five, 6, 8. Pair and a gutter for Sturm. More than we can say for the opener, Thomas.
Not a great board texture for Boyven, having opened in the hijack. So many pure misses in his pre-flop range. He's going to check over the majority of the time. Leon's hand is, yeah, strong enough to consider a stab at the flop, but doesn't really want to get check raised on the flop, which will often happen. So checks it back.
Will the check raise come in that often, though, on that particular board?
I think it will.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, there's no flush draw, so some hands will just choose to check call, but all the overpairs are going to start with a check. All the sets are going to start with a check. Boyven not jumping at the opportunity to bluff this king. Although I think in the face of another check behind, he'll be quite tempted.
And Sturm can't automatically remove King X from Thomas's check on the turn?
I think a good deal of kings will bet.
Oh, no, this is a really unpleasant arrival.
Yeah, I mean, all the good cards for Thomas have shown up on the board now.
You know, the raise pre, check, flop, and turn, and then all of a sudden sprinkle something out there line here could very easily be tethered to something like ace-jack.
Yeah, it's quite credible. I think he has to bet and just chooses a size that big enough that pretty much just claiming some ace. Could be better, of course, but I don't think 30K from a king is what the story is here. Leon could have an ace himself relatively easily. This hand's not over, by the way. Sturm, credit to him. He's thinking this one through. Reasonable bluff catcher. You don't expect Thomas to bluff with a 5 or a 4 in his hand. Could have ace-4 suited for value. Could have ace-5 suited for value. Unblocking the bluffs, too. I think he's giving real thought to calling or raising. Yeah. Nice find.
Boy, you know, when in doubt with respect to how well the flat as a bluff catch is going to perform, taking that raise line, which has the fold equity, is the nice find.
Yeah, Leon basically just claiming to have rivered aces up, which he would absolutely play that way. Check back twice with ace-6 suited, ace-5 suited. So hard to remember to make those kind of bluffs. Like it just takes, I think, such focused execution to be in the check down line with some weak hand and remember, like, oh yeah, I'm also sometimes going to get here with a raising hand.
It requires some real consciousness to ensure that your game is balanced. It isn't something that just happens naturally. That's an active process, and that kind of line there from Leon very much lends to the notion that he is thinking about such things. As the thought on his mind here, after snatching one, with what was the best hand, is to take it upstairs with an ace-6. King-jack suited is pretty on the puck. Mulder will flat. Nice price for Dvoris, and what rates to be an unintrusive 5-4. And he will climb aboard. Three-way affair here. Ace-5 tray. Dvoris. Middle pair in the wheel gutter. Top pair for Sturm. Air ball for Mulder.
Not a mandatory board for Leon to c-bet. Mulder will connect fairly well. And when we raise out of the cutoff, it's just a lot of hands that miss on the ace low-low texture.
Now this is a weird improvement for Dvoris, although we don't think that the deuces are lurking. Finds 5s and 4s. Note that Sturm's dangler is useful. As a deuce or a 7 would give him the straight.
Dvoris is going to feel really good about his hand here, and it's just a question of the best way to put money in. He's only got 2 times the pot back. Starts with a lead. Leon's hand, I mean, either card alone is enough to continue at this price. With both the ace and the 6 were clearly in there. No need to raise either. There's a chance that Dvoris is bluffing with a lone 6, and Leon just has him absolutely crushed.
So after the round of knuckles on the flop, 15 ahead, bring us to heads up. As we go to the river, and it's the 7. Leon wrestles the lead back with the straight.
That's nasty.
Especially because Dvoris isn't thinking 6s
No,
are
I
in
mean,
there.
Of
Maybe
course,
6-6 specifically?
From time to time, yeah, like Leon's going to have a straight here, but more often than not, he's got pocket 10s, he's got king high spades. Even just like king 7 suited is going to get here. With one pot size bet behind, I feel like Dvoris might just jam for value and hope to run into ace 10, ace jack.
Dvoris jams, and Sturm is going to show him the bad news. And that is just a little bit of run bad for Double D. He's kind of looking at it like, was there any other outcome that I could have anticipated, even if he checks and Sturm asks for it all?
Yeah.
Guess with 2 available straights and the notion that one pair isn't going to be barreling, maybe. But we'll never know, as that's not the way the cookie crumbled. But it is the way that Sturm claimed Dvoris's pelt. Not sure whether or not Dvoris has a rebuy available, but by rule, you only have 1 hour to make that rebuy. But if you're inside of 1 hour from the end of the day, you could come back and reg at the top of day 2 for the invitees. They have the option to re-register whenever they so please, including taking the rest of the day off, regardless of when bullet number 1 says goodnight. Coming back the following day, and they do have 2 re-entries available to them.
Attention to all the players in the invitational. Once the race is completed, please write your name, your country, your ID, and the chip count of the
Winding down the latter moments of day 1 of this Triton Invitational. What have we here? Aces versus ace 8. It looks like Texas Mike has picked a poor time to get his chips going. 1 spade on there, 8 working overtime. Jack of diamonds on the turn, and it's good night, Texas Mike.
He was demiked and ready for that one.
Well, I mean, ace 8 suited against aces.
Yeah.
Can one blame him? Back over to Pardo versus Boyven. We know it's at least a jack, which is going to be good for the Spaniard. Bottom pair plus that king of diamonds for the big blind defender, who has checked it.
20.
Juan following through on the button open for 20. Pre-flop it was 14. Sort of a must peel sort of holding here.
Yeah, I thought Boyven might be contemplating check raise, but against the button, this hand's probably just too strong to start bluffing with straight away from the flop.
Board pairing jack produces a 3rd diamond to keep the Belgian interested. Trips at a minimum for Pardo. Unclear whether or not Thomas is drawing live, although one would generally presume jack 7, jack 6, not what lurks.
I mean, Pardo would open the button with suited jack 6 and jack 7. think our giveaway is if Pardo checks behind this turn, he's full. And if he keeps betting, he's got trips.
All right. TBD. 24,000.
Again, feels like just a hand that's too good to bluff with in Boyven's shoes here. Unless there's some kind of read on this sizing, but it looks kind of standard to downsize when a flush completes. Pardo just claiming he could value bet pocket 8s, 9s. Some thin hands that need to respect the flushes that Boyven has in the big.
The call is made, and so is the flush. 122K in the middle. Thomas checks quickly here. Maybe mindful of some of that ace of diamonds combination.
Yeah,
also the pair on board.
I guess not really a leading spot, although Boyven will have a number of lone ace of diamonds hands. Maybe was worthy of some consideration of leading just for the overall range, but Pardo in the tank here makes me think that other card might be a diamond. He would open Jack 9 offsuit for sure on the button, maybe Jack 8. He could have a medium flush under there and be value betting the worst hand. Considering to value bet the worst hand. Oh. Oh.
What?
That's very different.
The clip is unloaded, and Boyven's being put to a decision for his tournament life now by Pardo.
Well, an accidental mystery hand perhaps, but a fascinating one. If this is value, quads, Jack 7 suited, maybe ace of diamonds, Jack, all seeming possible to me. But is there an outside chance that Pardo takes something like Jack 9 suited, sees this river, and decides to bluff with it? It feels quite improbable to me.
This is pretty uncomfortable if you're Thomas. I don't think that you assume the course that you had charted to this point would wind up in this destination. Time bank's at the ready.
This is a gross spot with King of Diamonds. It feels like such a strong hand to fold. But even at the highest level, I'm sure Thomas is asking himself, would Malacca really bluff this way? I mean, it's just...
This is a big time laydown, though, man. I mean...
No, it's a lot of hands.
King of Diamonds against Pardo in particular.
Yeah.
Who we know has it in him. And those glasses are now starting to look a little bit like those 8-bit ones that the Snoop Dogg meme where they would just fly out off the screen and then go onto you when you did something gangster.
Deal with it.
Boy, this jam fogging up Boyven's lenses.
Worth mentioning, he's got a 6 in his hand to go with the King of Diamonds, so not only an absolute strength hand, but boat removal.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Pardo's repping mostly. We just see he has the Jack of Clubs, so I'm not talking about the pocket 7s, the pocket 6s.
Talk to me, Crab, though. Which way are you leaning? You think this is trips being turned into a bluff or value?
I think it's value with us seeing the Jack of Clubs. I think Pardo can find this bluff 100%, but I think he would just do it if he had 10-9 of hearts or, you know, 5-4 of spades.
Tell you what, Juan Pardo making a late play for Player of the Day honors here, regardless of how this one turns out. Cast your votes on the Triton Poker Plus app. King of Diamonds in the bin. Are we going to see this other card? Please don't do us like this, guys. Scan that thing. Oh no, are we going to be haunted forevermore? It looks that way. Producer James, any intel? Shaking his head no. And that's brutal, because at some point in an hour, Thomas is desperately going to be scrolling to see what he laid down against, and now only Juan Pardo will ever know. That's not right. Not like that.
That's a nasty one.
That's I feel so unsatisfied. She can't do. Is there a formal complaint? Is there like a? Do we have a grievance? You know, is there a comment card I can fill out? That's that's.
21.
Just Producer James pressing me to advise those of you who haven't cast your vote yet for Player of the Day to do so. We got about 1 minute before the poll closes, and results will become official. I don't see Juan Pardo's name in the top 6, but you still got time to vault him right up there.
You seem sad that I folded.
Boykin's read, obviously, after laying down the King of Diamonds, is that he was beat, and perhaps the sadness that he was detecting in the postmortem, helping validate his decision.
Combine that with the Jack of Clubs exposed on stream, and I think he'll pat himself on the back for a big and probably correct fold.
Yeah, but that's the issue. It's probably correct. But we'll never know.
I wanted to say credit to him for finding the fold, not only with a huge hand that's tough to fold, but after burning 5 or 6 time banks, it starts to feel very committing.
Well, we're at the end of the night, so it's not like there's some desperate need to retain time banks. Those will be replenished coming into tomorrow.
Oh, full replenish.
But I'm not, Producer James, do we know what the replenishment is? I don't know. I don't know if it's full, but
yeah, I'm normally used to, you know, they carry some value, maybe they add on later. It is possible that it's just a reset, but...
You want to know what I'm used to? I'm used to seeing both of the hole cards. And, you know, I didn't get to do that. And I confess, I didn't play a hand of poker today, and somehow I wound up tilted. How is that possible? Juan Pardo with the mystery side card. This is the hand we're going to be talking about, obviously, and it's going to be haunting Thomas Boyven, potentially. You think he's going to ask Pardo? You think he's just going to be like, hey, Juan, I didn't see the other card. Like, can you just?
He's probably like, he saw the Jack of Clubs on stream. He probably went to sleep already. He's probably just like, oh, great, good. I made the right fold. Nice work.
Well, it's easier to go to bed thinking that that's what you've done, obviously, than that being a mistake. The big laydown to cap off tonight's coverage of day 1 of this 250K Invitational. Don't go clicking an X on your screen just yet, because we're not done. Kev, we're going to take it down to the long-awaited conclusion of the 100K Pot Limit Omaha main event, which played down so late into the wee hours of the morning yesterday that Savril and Nemeth decided, let's come back after we wrap up Invitational Day 1 and let's do our thing and figure out who's going to win a bracelet and a trophy. That's going to come your way in about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. But real quick, why don't we put a button on day 1 of the Invitational? And the best way to do that is to take a look at the overall leaderboard, where we find Wang Ye with 1.6 million up at the top of that board. Kyan Mokri, second. Names that we hadn't called, along with Charlie Hook in the top 3. Kala Djurdjevic, obviously the beneficiary of filth, as he inherited Kulev's stack. He's rounding things out in the 4 slot.
I'd forgotten about that hand for a moment.
How
That's
do you
the
forget
that's
about
the sickest. I mean, we didn't have it on stream. If you missed it, just a massive cooler between Alex Kulev and Kyle Djurdjevic. He gets into a 5-bet pot with pocket kings against queens. The board comes king queen high. All the money goes in by the river queen, and he's just turned over quads to catapult to the top, like you said. I mean, how is for Kulev, like, you spend all this time thinking about tournaments like this. You get dealt spots like that. You're dreaming of how good it's going to be, and it's just over. Try again next year.
It is so brutal, isn't it? Because I'm sure he put together a really solid body of work, and that is the chiselly side, right? You're forced to sit there with all these other top-tier pros, and you're like, okay, I've cobbled, I've done some things right, and then just boom, the hammer dropped down on the Bulgarian. You know, the pros are not occupying these top 10 slots with any measure of representation that we could be proud of right now. And this is, again, as we continue to harp on, what we would expect. The interesting thing, of course, tomorrow is that we're going to throw them all into the Hedron Collider and then spill it out of the Scrabble bag and see what's what. And you could run bad in that draw because there's no assurance that you're going to get a 50-50. You could end up with all pros again.
Yeah. And I like that about the draw. I like that we're not just taking for granted, like, oh, you're going to get exactly this outcome when we move forward. No, it's never really like that in other tournaments, and there should be some mixture. I think people can just get a good table draw on day 2, or they don't.
All right, not so good things have happened down toward the bottom of the leaderboard. To the likes of Armin Gojavand, he is going to be the shortest stack to find a bag, and Jesse Lonis, the gorilla, he's level with him on 11 bigs. Patrick Antonius has had issues on the day, as has Orpin. Those are the men with sub-20 bigs coming back mañana. Perhaps not the best night of sleep on the horizon for them. What is on the horizon, of course, as we promised, is the 100K Pot Limit Omaha main event conclusion. So let's get it down there right now. Who's going to win the trophy and that WSOP bracelet? We're about to find out. From Atlantis, here in Paradise Island, bonus coverage here from this Triton X WSOP Festival. Let's just take a look at how great the advantage is for Sovril. Better than a 4-1 chip lead, and this is a closer we've got on our hands. Crab, obviously, if Nemeth can find a double and change, he could square things off. But as it stands, all he's found is a guaranteed 1.75 million, and I don't say it that way to diminish it. That is a very tidy pickup. Of course, we would much prefer to pick up the top prize of $2.6 million. Starts things off on the button. Jack 8, 3 deuce, and hearts.
I don't know much, Ali, about Nemeth's heads-up experience, but you called Sovril a closer there, and I know that he's just such a tough competitor in this format as well. He's played a lot of heads-up in various games. But that skill set serves you so well, regardless of how many cards are being dealt, just to understand what to look for and what to jump on. Definitely one of the more talented players in that arena.
Ace 8, 6 board. A couple of checks here. Still just one pair of 8s for Nemeth, the best hand.
Check. Check.
Running 9s without any post-flop action.
Sovril considering briefly, perhaps.
An 8.
If it's a good bluff spot, but we'll never know if Nemeth was going to look him up this light. Decides not to take this first one.
So, non-violent, the first exchange.
Is that a double-sized trophy on the table there for the PLO main?
Most definitely.
That's looking hefty. That requires a new suitcase.
You know, the good news is
these smaller
the
cards are
paydays
better for PLO, but it's like harder to see the board.
that are associated with the extra large trophies.
Yeah, I
are
like the small
generally
cards.
solid enough to cover any baggage overage charges.
Yeah, I think pretty much any prize here is going to cover that.
I mean, I don't know what Frontier and Spirit are shaking people down for these days, but I tend to agree with you. It can't be that egregious. Sure, that'll be $100,000 for.
Maybe if Sovereign buys like a first-class ticket on the plane next to him for the trophy.
Why wouldn't it? Oh, you mean not a different, like a plane next to him, as in different aircraft, but
no, just
next to him.
Two seats.
Yeah, okay.
One for him, one for the trophy.
Yeah, I want to fly with the trophy.
Could get really expensive, I guess, if you book an entire plane.
Yeah, that would be baller, though. Just for the gram, walk the trophy into the middle of a G4 and then get off. Be like, yeah, my trophies fly private.
Just sneak that into whoever wins this one. If you run out of here and do the interview, just ask them, like, so have you reserved the jet yet for your trophy?
Sam Sovereign going to be winning this one, courtesy of a 3 on the turn. As Nemeth draws dead to the W, could chop it. Wheel with a redraw.
Could be a dangerous hand for Nemeth facing bet. Although I don't know that they're deep enough to consider leveraging the 2 4s in some kind of check raise, like kind of a committing situation. Once the 900 goes in there, there's about pot raise behind. As the ranges get wider, yes, having 2 4s is going to make it less likely for Sam to have the straight, but Sam can also just have wider hands for value than exclusively 4-6.
9 on the end. 6-8 arrives.
How much is in there?
3,550,000.
Add that to my data point from the other day when every time PLO players ask how much is in there, they have it.
Pot.
It does feel like they don't generally ask and then not bet. That much I know.
I was 0 for 1 on that read yesterday, by the way, so now I'm just back to even.
I wouldn't martingale it. Sovereign not getting any joy there.
Okay, thank you.
Pick up 1 street.
It's okay. No ice, thank you.
Yeah, I also don't need the ice. It's okay.
Well, we talk a lot about pot limit Omaha, tournament versus cash, and then in particular final table being sort of the most grindy of the expressions of this variant. When we get down to heads up, is that the epitome? Or does it kind of start to skew back toward chips flowing?
Oh, I think it's just completely let loose in this format. Heads up PLO is such an aggressive game. Far more than no limit. There's just so many spots where your hand's just good enough. I mean, you don't need that much equity, and it's big blind ante, no less. There's a ton of money out there to fight for.
Yeah, that ante in particular certainly forces the issue and expedites the process. 9s. Nemeth processing a check. Was a pure coin flip. Now a queen on the turn, putting Nemeth in front 2-1. Club draw for Sovereign. Still not interested in firing.
You have to think king high clubs feel pretty strong in the context of this spot, but nothing else to go with it. Once the flop checks through, and again the turn, you kind of doubt that ace high clubs are in Nemeth's holding.
$400.
Not much anything for Sam here.
9s and 3s. Take it, sir. Well, during the 75K pot limit Omaha, we thought maybe, despite having made a deal, that Ibinger and Watson were going to let us sink our teeth into a longer-winded affair, and then all of a sudden on hand number 2, the deck had other ideas as a violent collision ensued and a huge pot developed. It can happen quickly, and especially when you have Sovrel sitting on such a healthy chip
they
lead.
couldn't go up on the same player twice in a row. I thought I couldn't like be the big blind when the level goes up 2 times in a row. Because last time it was Devoris, and then I had to. Okay.
Believe Sovrel being advised the blinds will be going up next hand. He then pushed back and suggested that perhaps that's outside the rule book, with him not being able to suffer the increased big blind in 2 consecutive escalations. Don't know that we got a resolution there.
Yeah,
I didn't clock it.
I haven't seen that come up since they introduced the rule when transitioning to heads up. So I don't know if there's some exclusion to the rule when there's only 2 players, or if they're maybe just verifying.
And I assume it would be you play 1 extra hand.
So one
at
more
the
hand
current
at
level.
this level, and then
Yeah.
There you
Verified. And then maybe
Lot of
next
ass.
level you play 1 fewer to
I really
prevent
don't
it
care.
if need be.
That's definitely what they've done when there's more players remaining, because they've kind of removed it from the next level's count. But I guess now that we're down to heads up, you would just alternate who it increases on every level, right?
$13 hands per level. That's the fixed interval once you get down to heads up, at which the blinds go up. Really nothing exciting has paid a visit to either of these guys.
You know, the hand's being dealt quite weak, so we're continuing to see a lot of button limp and then check. This is a fairly common line pre-flop heads up with the ante out there, but I mean there should be plenty of raising happening if they manage to get dealt some connected cards at some point.
Sovrel's connection, no better than middle pair here. Nemeth with the gutter. In position. Throws a cue ball out. Take it.
Yeah, Sam giving it thought, but just 0 straight interaction in his hand. It's going to be tough to win that one.
I think there is something to be said for wanting to keep your thumb pressed down on your opponent when you have one of these significant chip leads, right, Kevin? You don't want to take those thin, weird, murky spots, all of a sudden play for some extra bets, and let them cobble their way up.
It's true. You've also got blinds going up this hand. So like a small amount of future game where you're thinking, oh, I know that next hand's going to be pretty good for me because my opponent's getting stuck in the big blind with the ante at the higher size. No need to take a super thin spot this hand.
Nemeth still off of the 5 million he started with, and now it's some of the better stuff here. Saying hello to both players. King, King, 5-3, and clubs. Sovrel plays it as a call at the 150-300 level, and now ace, jack, jack, 9 double for Nemeth.
Very quality raising hand, and
sure
have to think the plan for Sam is limp 3-bet.
Oh, yep. He says pot. Nemeth double checking, nodding his head and saying good luck. We're off to the races for the title. Advantage Sovrel. But you see the equities running close. 8% favorite is Sam as he goes Miyagi with the palms.
nekem az bubi 9 DS, neki király 5-3.
That t-shirt looks like the label off a craft brew for Sovrel. Believe
Stone Brewing out of Escondido, maybe.
Arrogant Bastard Ale
Yeah.
was the one that I was actually thinking. That's a real brew, by the way. 10-7-6. Nemeth finds the gutter on the hunt for the ace. Jack, of course, does it as well. 8 million in there. Nervy moments for unimproved kings. Deuce is so dry. And one step closer to Triton glory is Sam Soverel. Can he close this one out and pick up his first title here at his first ever Triton Festival? Yes, he can.
Nice time.
Again.
Come back. Again.
Nods his head, shakes Andrash's hand, and closes it out in short order as Chino Reem comes over to give love.
Thank you.
You know, I want to say it was an impressive performance. I don't know that that's the way that we would categorize this short-lived heads-up, given sort of the hands playing themselves there, but obviously Soverel's ability to work his way into this moment came with some very impressive moments, and a 4-card killer has claimed Triton and World Series of Poker gold with the extra-large trophy, the bracelet, and the oh-so-tasty $2.6 million, which is his first ever cash here at Triton. Producer James obviously on hand to secure a backing deal. 1 3/4 million for Andrash Nemeth. Nothing to hang his head about as the lion's share of $10.3 million divvied up between the American and the Hungarian. Congratulations to Soverel. Boy, it only took him 2 events to win a title. And wouldn't you know it, it was Pot Limit Omaha where he got it done. Nemeth denied a title in that one there. Just trying to take a look quickly and see what Nemeth's record was coming into this one. I believe he did have a title, and yes, indeed, I see it. 3.1 million plus, 4 cashes, just 1 title. Want to scroll down and see where that one came, because I want to say it was PLO, but no, it was in fact North Cyprus at the mini event. His first ever Triton. He secured glory in the 7-figure category in a 50K 6-max. So now, having gotten it done in 2 of the 3 disciplines, I don't know that he plays short deck, but if he wants to hunt a Triton, that is available to him. But Sam Soverel, the man of the moment, Kev.
Yeah, I mean, these two going way back, I'm thinking of the careers that these two have. Maybe those not familiar outside of Triton, but like these are online players from 20 years ago. They've been doing it on the biggest stage in their own arenas for a long time. But I mean, how great is that to just walk out to the Bahamas if you're Sam and take down your second event? It's got to be a gratifying feeling.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And a way to ski downhill through the rest of this one. Not sure how long Sam's going to stick around, but certainly plenty left on the docket for him to sink his teeth into, along with Nemeth and all the others who are still here for the remaining 4 events. Triton Invitational Day 1 in the books, and the 100K finally in the books after a 3rd day that we didn't expect. Also, right now, we are going to tease tomorrow's action. Day number 2 of the Triton Invitational is going to start at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. That's when our stream is going to pick up coverage. But before we say goodnight, we got just a little something else for you, and that is, of course, our champ, Sam Soverel, standing by with Marianella Pereira. Kev and I are going to say goodnight, and we'll see you tomorrow. But let's get it down now to Marianella.
Here standing alongside our 100K PLO champion, Sam Soverel. Now, Sam, your poker resume pretty much speaks for itself. You are a regular in the high roller circuit, super high roller circuit. Earlier this year, you clinched WSOP bracelet number 3. Here you are at your very first Triton event, already holding hardware, and now collecting WSOP bracelet number 4. It's got to feel good, sir.
Yeah, it's a good start.
I mean, that's it. That's basically the interview, guys. Thank you. It was a pretty long, drawn battle. What was supposed to be a 2-day turned out to be a 3-day battle. Talk us through just your experience. It's your first time again here at a Triton event, in this field, on this stage. What was it all like?
I mean, it was great. I mean, I love to play. I'm happy I came down here now. I came like 2 years ago, and I didn't really enjoy it because it was rainy every day and stuff. And now Triton's here, and all the tournaments have been run amazing, and it's been a good experience so far.
Yeah, especially now since you're already clinching hardware. Also, a lot of the people that you're playing with at this stage, there was a certain moment at that final table where, you know, well, it was four-handed, and the window right there, you tripped right there for us. What was going through your mind at that moment? Like, did you feel like you were shifting momentum? You know, poor Richard made that exit in fourth place, and that catapulted you to chip leader. At that point, did you feel like maybe this was yours to take home?
Yeah, I mean, chip lead is really big in PLO, so I felt pretty good right after it happened, but I think I very quickly lost the chips. They were all really close. I think it was like maybe 11, 9, 7 or something. It was a stack distribution, so it wasn't a big chip lead, but I very quickly lost it, so it was like back to battle, you know?
And this battle actually ended pretty quickly. We didn't know how long this was going to go for, heads up.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty weird final table. Like, normally somebody gets a chip lead and kind of runs everyone over, and it was all back and forth the whole time with everyone, so that never really happened.
Well, massive congratulations to you. Let's bring out all of your amazing gifts, starting with WSOP bracelet number 4, Gregory Shoshan, CO WSOP, here to present it for you. Lovely. That's actually going to look pretty good right there. And now I'm usually used to introducing tournament director Luca Vivaldi, but La Bella Sunny is coming out to hand you your very first piece of Triton hardware. Well done, Sunny. Well done, Sam. Ladies and gentlemen, it is your 100K PLO champion, Sam Sovrel.